Forever With You. An African-American sweet romance written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. Rain brought a light drizzle creeping into the house through the open kitchen windows. India shivered as the drops hit her skin, chilling her despite the warmth of the night. India guessed it was fitting, considering her mood. It's refreshing if you enjoy getting caught in it. Kim slammed shut the oversing window. India was to her left, wiping drops of water to keep them off of the countertops. With every squeak of the surface, she added more force. Earlier, these drizzles had been sheets of showers, interrupting their movie. At first, they'd welcomed the harsh weather until India recalled her open windows. Fast forward 5 minutes, and here they were. The rain, like everything lately, felt both unexpected and unwanted. India wiped imaginary sweat from her forehead. She spread her towel against the counter. I know. If only we'd met outside under a tree. Can you imagine being soaked for our last night together? She involuntarily pushed her bottom lip forward. Her heart ached as she watched Kim wash her hands at the sink. India, Kim started, a guilty smile threatening to emerge. She dried her hands on another towel hanging from a rack on the cupboards. This isn't our last night together. It will just be our last for a while. She put the fuzzy fabric back in its place. Now, what did I say about focusing on the negative? She reached out and gently patted India on the shoulders. India knew that she was pouting and being petty, but she couldn't help it. Her best friend had just returned, and she was already going to leave again, leaving India alone. Yet again. Kim had been gone for 2 months. She'd just returned to Sweet Gum, their little town tucked in the south, last week after sightseeing for their travel content in Wyoming. She and Malik ran a tight schedule that India learned by heart so that she could keep in contact with her dear friend. What used to be Saturday afternoon strolls and weekend sleepovers morphed into video calls between her and Kim. She'd adapted to Kim's setup fairly quickly, but still longed to see her friend in the flesh. Last week, and now, were a blessing in what felt like years apart, but great things never lasted. You said not to, but it's hard. India stroked her head of braids absently. When you and Malik start your nature show, it'll be a year before I see you again. Kim didn't respond, her sigh tempered, but still evident. India looked out on the remains of their muted girls' night. They'd paused the movie in the living room to address the rain that had sloshed into the house. From here, India saw their empty snack packets littering her table. It was a familiar scene, one that they had created many times in the past. To settle on the couch with her best friend with no fears or worries was a blessing she'd taken for granted at the time. Now, even with Kim here, the inevitable parting plagued her mind. Sure, they shared many laughs on her couch, like old times, but at the back of India's mind, sadness lurked, followed by a deep dread for what would come. She'd mostly gotten used to Kim's absence, but preferred her here. For so long, Kim had been around, but with age came change. Something inevitable. India hated it. Kim pursed her lips. True, but we'll call and text like last time. It's not the end of the world, India, she said kindly. India knew that. She was a rational person who understood that her friend would do the best she could to keep in touch. And she felt like a jerk for being so petty about all of this. Kim had every right to be doing all of the nature stuff. While on a particularly lengthy escapade in California, filming for their YouTube channel, Malik and Kim were discovered by producers, who had originally seemed like 4 average hikers at Redwood National Park, wound up approaching them with a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Initially, Malik had rejected the deal for fear of perception, but through Kim's persuasion, he agreed. He'd found pleasure in the concept of spreading knowledge on nature. Kim wouldn't have forced him if he was adamant, but boy, had she rejoiced when Malik complied. India still remembered the joy and the excitement she had felt when Kim broke the news. If anyone deserved a show, it was them. Their YouTube series was a hit, and their relationship wholesome. Just like the videos on Kim and Malik's channel, this reality series would see them on the move. They wouldn't just be featured in national parks in America, but across the globe. Her friend really had hit it big time, and India's prayers were dedicated to their success. She didn't want for Kim and Malik to miss out on a second of that dream. It just sucked that Kim's success and the realization of her dreams meant that India would be here. still, without her friend to support her, waiting on Kim's return. I know, sighed India. She untangled her hands from Kim's. You guys will kill it out there, she said sincerely. India meant it. She would hype her best friend every single hour of every single day, even if it killed her. Kim giggled. Thanks. And you'll be just fine here on your own, just like you have been during my recent trips. She tugged India to the living room where they sat once more. Neither woman had changed into sleepwear. Kim planned on sleeping over, but had been hooked on movies since arriving. Both wore what they'd put on this morning. The day had been one from their dreams. They spent the Saturday meandering Sweet Gum, peeking into shops, and then the movie night was a culmination of all their favorite activities. Kim's flight would take off bright and early on Sunday. India didn't want to waste it being sad or pouting. She could do that all by herself when Kim was gone. She heaved a breath. Well, shall we finish the movie? Kim's smile brightened. I'd say so. Those two aren't going to fall in love without us watching, you know? India laughed. Yep, let's get to it. They settled in to watch the movie. India had one eye on the show and one eye on her friend. She and Kim went way back, and the ritual of watching movies like this was as familiar to her as breathing. She didn't want to waste a single second of it, not when she would miss her friends so badly when she left. After finishing the sappy rom-com they'd chosen, Kim and India sat face to face. They munched on chocolate bars purchased at the market. The bars were just one of many snacks that they had bought in honor of tonight. It was a lot of treats, sure, but they were more than just that. They were a celebration of their friendship. And, India thought, not at all a goodbye. So, you're not at all nervous? India licked her sweet lips. She peeled the wrapper like a banana and bit into the delicious chocolate. Your videos have gotten over 1 million views in the past, but this is national TV. No scratch that, global TV. On top of her sadness was pure glee. Her best friend's life was taking a positive turn. Kim had found love and now prosperity. India could cry from delight. I wasn't nervous before, but you just might make me. Kim crossed her legs on the sofa. Her sandals were nowhere to be seen. Both she and India were barefoot. Actually, no, I'm not nervous because, like you said, we've had really successful videos before, so this is just like that. There's a chance more people will watch, but the same goes for our channel. She bit her half-eaten candy bar. I'm more excited than anything. Even if no one watches, it's incredible to think we got scouted. India had to agree. Make sure you convince them to let you do more hair. I loved that segment in your videos. Keep giving hairdos to celebrities. Their bodies shook as they both laughed heartily. India wiped her eyes of the soft tears that had gathered there. Wow, I can't believe this is happening. Kim shook her head, shifting her faux locks. She'd done both her and India's hair. India always liked compensating Kim for her services, but this time the woman straight up refused to let her pay. No ifs, no buts. It is, and it's hard for both of us, but also exhilarating. Now come on. She took India's free hand. Tell me your plans. You'll have a lot of free weekends without me. I'm not sure how much I liked what you did the last time I traveled with Malik. Was flipping through our high school pictures so bad? India asked defensively. She knew the answer, because it was kind of bad, but asked anyway. It's not like I did that all weekend, she clarified. Both women looked up as more rain showered onto the building. They heard whistling winds outside. Something of a storm was in effect. Nothing major, but enough that they took note. The weather forecast called it heavy rain, which wasn't uncommon in this corner of Georgia. India made a note to ensure that Kim didn't drive home in worsening conditions. But other than that, the rain felt right. It fit the mood that India was in, for sure. She turned back to her friend. I also went on walks alone and stopped by the park by myself, too. She laid on the lonely best friend act thick. I gently tugged my cardigan around my shoulders as I wistfully looked out on the people there. I remember seeing so many friends walking side by side, laughing, talking. Reminded me of back when I had a friend who lived in Sweet Gum, she sighed, looking melodramatically into the distance. Perhaps I could even write her a letter sometime, should the post be running this time of year. Kim started chuckling behind her palm. Did you send it by pony or by a passenger pigeon? Neither, India pressed a hand dramatically against her forehead. I simply tied it to a bottle and hoped it would find its way to you. Girl, you are too much. Extra, Kim muttered, shaking her head. India sighed, her sad attempts at humor finally dissolving. Are you sure you and Malik can't adopt me? No, babe, we can't adopt a grown woman. It was such a long time. 2 to 3 months apart was okay, but a year seemed like much. India gave her friend a half smile. I know you guys will come back and stay to start Malik's business, but being apart that long hurts right here. She didn't mean to whine, but whine she did. It was sort of a reflex. Kim dragged a small pillow to her lap and squished it. We can't adopt you, India, and you'll be fine on your own. Now listen close and listen well. She hit the pillow pointedly. While I'm gone, you're going to focus on self-improvement. I'm not saying you're not amazing how you are, but I think taking part in self-development activities like yoga could really keep you busy. Oh, and what about what I said? You should join a club, a book club. I used to be in that. I know, but they already got a replacement member. Adding me would be a crowd. Plus, I don't want to get close to my sister and her friends. It feels desperate. India bit the last of her treat and crushed the wrapper. She tossed it on the cluttered center table. Cleaning would come later. Even if I am. Kim had already finished her chocolate bar. The crumpled wrapper lay next to 2 cans of soda. Your sister and her friends are great, when India moaned. Kim smiled, hugging the plush red pillow. It matched India's living room aesthetic. Brown furniture with red cushions. I honestly think you'll be fine once you double down on your hobbies. Adding new ones to the list can help too. Who knows, maybe if you join the cross-country club, you'll meet someone. Cross-country? India grimaced at the notion. You mean like running for fun? I do mean running for fun. Come on, in high school you loved to run. I was a child, Kim. We all make mistakes in childhood. Kim laughed. India frowned, her mind catching on something else her friend had shared. And what do you mean by meet someone? Stretching for a soda, she shot Kim a glare. The cold metal numbed her palm as she cracked her drink open. I've already told you, Kim. You and Malik's story was once in a lifetime, and getting to know someone right after leaving Nate feels weird. Kim lifted her drink next. I think it's been long enough, she undid the seal, summoning a hiss. I don't know. I'm just trying to help. It hurts me more than you know seeing you mope about missing me. I miss you a ton too, but distractions help. So please consider some. She drank a few sips. When you're not working, you can knit or do whatever activity of your choice. And when you're not doing that, she spread her arms as if asking for a hug. You'll be with me, as in video calling or texting. At that rate, time will fly by so fast you won't even feel it. She raised her can. Now let's toast to that. India hesitated, taking in the cheeriness of Kim. Without a doubt, her joy outweighed the dread within her. She'd always known Kim would make it. Since they were kids, she'd been capable. India still remembered those days, lounging around Kim's house when her mom got busy. Nevaeh would be there as well. She had vivid memories of her sister as a child, jumping from couch to couch while India and Kim sat below her. They'd have so much fun back then, talking for ages, fantasizing about their futures. In those times, she'd wanted a husband and 5 children. The thought made her laugh. Whether or not Prince Charming sauntered into her life didn't matter. Having fun with those she held dear was the top priority. Whether that be with her bestie or a man didn't matter. But for now, Kim would be AWOL, off living life. So where did that leave India? Sharing laughs with no one? Mulling the negatives would worsen her pain. Whether or not she wailed or threw a fit, Kim's trip was set in stone. Wherever she went would be marvelous, and the best India could do was support. So, she'd grin and bear the agony. Not too hard, a lot of her loved this for Kim. And like she said, changes came with life. Right, let's toast to time flying fast. By the time we blink, it'll be next year. She winked clownishly to evoke Kim's laughter. With bright smiles, they clunked their metal cans, then counted down. When 3 came, both sipped their sodas. Some of India's drink spilled, causing a mess on her sofa. She and Kim squealed before Kim sprung upward. I'll get the rag, she proclaimed. Meanwhile, India wiped what she could with her hands. Nothing worked. Hurry before the ants march in, she swiped a frantic hand across the seat. Taking Kim up on that idea might be best, but sitting through club meetings sounded unbearable. Perhaps with more time, she'd find better distractions. Please let me find some. At the rate she was going, this year might feel like a decade, maybe even an eternity, India realized with a grimace. No matter what, she had to find something to fill her time, because longing to be part of her friend's life was just not going to cut it.
Chapter 2. And put it in the oven for baby and me. Yay! Rashad clapped his hands with bouncing legs. Laughter bubbled from Destiny's lips. The bright peal of a baby's laugh rang through the air, and she reached out, demanding that he keep doing whatever he was doing, and held his arms for support. Gladly, Rashad did so. Nothing pleased him more than making Destiny happy. His niece deserved the world, and he was happy to give it to her. Water ran from the kitchen sink as his parents and siblings cleaned up after dinner. He'd risen to assist once the last steak was eaten, but Destiny had other plans. A tap on his back told him what time it was. Playtime. This meant chasing Destiny back and forth. He'd caught her by the living room settee and sat in it. At that point, everyone agreed to let him sit out cleaning. If Destiny wasn't entertained, she'd rain hell on them all. Ice cream man done playing babysitter? Hakeem walked out of the kitchen, clearly dismissing himself from cleaning, and sat with his cell phone out. He sat beside Rashad and snapped a picture. The guys want to see my niece. Destiny, look here. Look at Uncle Hakeem for a second. His camera light gleamed. Whoa, that's bright. Rashad stopped shaking his legs, and Destiny leaned back against him, wrapping his arms around her waist. Don't hurt her eyes with that, he frowned at his brother. From the kitchen, he overheard his dad talking farm business. It seemed the petting zoo was still a hit. Rashad's days of cow milking were great, but he adored his small ice cream parlor even more. No matter the weather, folks bought ice cream, even on rainy days like today. Customers hadn't hesitated to express their love for cold treats when it rained. Rashad himself couldn't relate, but opinions varied. He loved listening to them. From old-timers to youngsters, they told tales while buying ice cream. And as their ice cream hookup, Rashad offered an ear. Though mingling with townies satisfied him, Rashad's number one reason for loving what he did was assisting his dad. The parlor provided a perfect partner for his farm, as most milk produce was sold to Rashad. He was proud of that too. He made ice cream from scratch, unlike many of the other ice cream manufacturers in town. While it wasn't easy, it was perfect for their family, as ice cream production was a process quite dependent on milk, and how lucky he was to know its main producer. Their team effort did wonders for the family. My bad, said Hakeem, shutting off the flash. He snapped a picture, then hit send. Hopefully Preya won't be mad I took this. The guys have been bothering me all day for pics. He flung a muscular arm on the couch's backrest. At that point, Destiny took interest in his cap and reached for it. The troublesome child put it on and giggled, calling herself Uncle Hakeem. Hakeem laughed at his niece. Ha, you look just like me. Rashad gently took it off. You don't want to be Uncle Hakeem. He has a big job once he gets back to work. He handed back his brother's hat. Unless you can play football. Can you, Destiny? Can you make touchdowns for the NFL? He nuzzled her chubby cheek. I play good, Destiny seemed certain, endearing Rashad. Her little voice was a blessing to his ears. Just the other day she'd worn diapers, and now she could speak. Before he knew it, they'd be having full-on conversations. They had them now, but she often got distracted. Uncle Rashad, tag, she patted Rashad's head. It wasn't a question, and it wasn't a pat. Maybe you could play for Uncle Hakeem, Rashad muttered. Delighted, Destiny smacked her hand full force against his head. Rashad winced, but Hakeem clapped with laughter. In response, Rashad rolled his eyes, holding Destiny's hands. Their parents dried plates and cups in his peripheral vision. Soon their sister Preya appeared too, speed-walking towards him. We'll play tag tomorrow. It's nighttime, so Uncle's tired, but don't worry. As soon as tomorrow comes, we'll play all you want. He tapped the pink baubles in Destiny's hair. It bound her tight curls to form a small puff, the ideal hairstyle for a princess like his niece. This is why people don't believe she's mine. Preya sat on the arm of the chair. Destiny called Preya, and she waved ecstatically. Moi! His sister planted a sloppy kiss on her baby's forehead, then flattened her own short hair. You handle her like she's yours, she said to Rashad. These days she doesn't want to be with me. It's all about Uncle Rashad. She pinched Rashad's arm. Don't do that. You're setting a bad example, he said as he danced away from her fingers. He set Destiny between him and Hakeem, then looked in the kitchen. In there, his dad shook a wine bottle as their mom took down glasses. Together, the old couple shared a bright conversation, mouthing words he didn't catch. Are we having drinks before we go? He heard the rain calming outside. Rain meant food for trees, but Rashad preferred sunlight. It was easier to smile in perfect weather. Let them have their fun. What they do in there isn't our business. Even if it is my kitchen, Preya eyed Destiny, then Rashad, who fixed the child's blouse. Lastly, she settled on Hakeem, glued to his phone. Look at you two, she said. Just two single Pringles leeching off their sister. Leeching? Hakeem sat straight. Have you forgotten which of us is in the NFL? He shifted his hat backward and lowered the bill. How can I when you never stop talking about it? She stretched to tap his cheek. What I meant was leeching off the fact that I was brave enough to have kids. She blew a kiss for Destiny, who played with Rashad's hoodie. The plastic blue zipper had her hooked. It seemed so from Rashad's viewpoint. She always looked cute when entranced by new things. Meanwhile, neither of you have looked at a woman in years, let alone considered having kids with one, Preya continued. Are you hearing this? Rashad received a tap on his shoulder. Loud and clear. Why are you trying to pressure us? Hakeem put his phone down and sat forward. If someone great comes along, they'll come along. You had Destiny, and that's amazing for you. But Rashad and I haven't found someone to settle down with. He stretched a lazy arm over the backrest and smirked at his sister. For an athlete, he sure loved lounging around. Hakeem was usually confident, even bordering on insufferable. But, for a moment, Rashad thought he sensed a crack in his brother's bombastic demeanor. Rashad watched him scratch his beard pensively. And quite frankly, I don't think I will. Preya sat between Rashad and the armrest. It took much effort, but worked out. Rashad and Hakeem had moved down to accommodate her. Destiny was back in Rashid's lap. Why? Because of Jada? She put up her hand when Hakeem tried to protest the question. I know that Jada broke your heart. She didn't break my heart. I ended it with her. Remember? Preya squinted. That's not how I remember it at all. Hakeem settled back, his arms folded. Then you're remembering wrong. Preya huffed out a breath. I am most definitely not remembering wrong, brother. As usual, Rashad stayed silent between them. Their squabbles were a regular event at reunions. As kids, his siblings fought even more than now. He just thought they'd grow out of it by adulthood. If you ever get a little brother or sister, don't fight them like your mommy does with Uncle Hakeem, he whispered to Destiny. A shouting match was about to commence. Guys, remember there are children present. His words were ignored, but they toned down naturally. Shush, Preya, shush. Hakeem dragged himself forward. You know nothing about me and Jada, so don't mention our relationship. The man wagged his finger at his sister, but Preya yawned, making clear her disinterest. You need to get over her, Preya insisted to an irate Hakeem. He bristled, and she frowned. As if sensing his distress, she toned down her ridicule. Why did you two break up anyway? She asked. Simultaneously, smooth jazz came from the kitchen. It floated in like a wandering balloon and stayed with Rashad. He lost grip on his siblings' conversation by searching for its source. His parents had found a radio station to dance to. Watching them melted him. After all these years, the two still shared romantic evenings. His dad held his mom and spun her like a top. Though not seeking it actively, Rashad did hope to one day find love. The love his dad showed his mom. Her twists flew as he dipped her near the ground, and something in Rashad lit up. Hakeem was in the middle of a grand background story. He twisted his beard, looking elsewhere. Rashad assumed he had difficulty with the topic about what had transpired to end his relationship. So yeah, his brother ended, reclining. We were heading in different directions, 2 different colleges, different dreams. It was a hard decision, but I had to make it. Slowly his body bent lower, like tragic news had been broken. I wish it hadn't gone down how it had, but ultimately I had to. We weren't meant to be together, Preya. Preya made a noise in the back of her throat, giving Rashad the distinct impression that she didn't believe him. This tale wasn't new to Rashad. He must have heard Hakeem speak it before. Preya probably wasn't around. At least it worked out. You got drafted into the NFL, and she's doing her thing. He patted Hakeem's back through his brother's thin t-shirt. Whoa! Rashad was astounded by his muscles. He drew back and stabilized Destiny. She had started rocking side to side in her own made-up game. Have you two seen her around by any chance? Hakeem said casually. Rashad shot a look at his brother. His tone might have been nonchalant, but there was nothing casual about the look in Hakeem's eyes. A laugh from the kitchen caught his attention. The dance session in the kitchen continued. Rashad began to think their parents had planned this to shoo them to the living room for privacy. Hakeem pulled Rashad's attention back. Does she still live here? For Hakeem's sake, Rashad hoped Preya might have met Jada. Rashad knew that he'd seen no signs of her since she split with Hakeem. He glanced at his sister, who pushed out a lip. Sorry, Hack. She doesn't really come to town that often, and if she does, I never see her. She lifted Destiny out of Rashad's lap. Now the small child sat on her. As if by instinct, she combed through the frizzy parts of Destiny's hair, those that hadn't stayed bound by her baubles. She was getting a degree in therapy, right? Rashad affirmed. Physical therapy. I don't see her, but the talks are hard to miss. I get the feeling she won't stick around. Hakeem's heartbreak couldn't be mistaken. Sorry, bro, but you know how it is. People grow up and move on. You should too. I've definitely moved on. I've moved on so far, I'm halfway across the world. Who says I haven't moved on? Hakeem said indignantly. He flopped back and typed on his cell. I was just curious. I'm not going to let one girl hold me back from dating. A sassy Preya hummed. She tapped Rashad's arm, her eyebrows wagging as she included Rashad in her clear disagreement with Hakeem's statement. Sure, we believe you. I do not believe him one bit, she mouthed to Rashad. Rashad would play along, but he felt for his brother. The man seemed stuck. Preya sighed as Rashad shook his head, then her eyes took on a dangerous glint. Anyway, what about you, Rashad? Is there any secret girl you've been hitting up without my knowledge? She caught the jazz bug and was dancing with Destiny. They remained seated but swayed to silky saxophone riffs. There wasn't, and Preya knew that, and Rashad was irritated enough to bite at her lure. Actually, yes. Today, the love of my life walked in to order a strawberry swirl, and we hit it off immediately, he lied, rubbing his hands. Of course, Preya clocked his mockery. I'm serious. Have you met anyone? Surely there are tons of single women who walk into the ice cream parlor on the daily? Surprisingly, sis, they're coming in to buy ice cream, not to expand their dating repertoire. Preya snorted. None of your attitude. You started it, Rashad laughed. I mean, isn't that what you were expecting? Sounds far-fetched, right? People don't just meet love interests that way. It only happens in movies. He let Destiny snatch his hand to play with his fingers. Preya groaned. Well, Rashad, if you searched, you might find someone. I have work, he said defensively. He knew what she was asking, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. At his heart, he was shy, and he knew that. But he also really was involved in the farm, the business, and making sure that his family was at peace. For him, that was plenty. He wasn't a man with huge dreams of being famous like Hakeem. Sweet gum had always been enough for him, and it was hard to find a woman like that who came from the town that he also didn't consider to be like a sister to him. Rashad was looking for someone who was honestly as boring as he was, and he hated to admit that to anyone, let alone his sister. Preya sighed. You can do other things aside from selling ice cream, helping on the farm, and watching your niece, you know. How are you going to find your special someone if you don't explore? That did it for Rashad. He toppled back in hysterics. I'm not interested in finding anyone, the lion continued. If someone came into his life, he'd gladly accept them. Rashad did desire love, but wasn't sure where to find it. He wanted someone who wanted to be a small-town person, same as he did. And it turned out that was less popular than he or Preya thought it was. Preya threw her hands up in defeat. Fine, anyway, let's crash Mom and Dad's little romance session. We need to watch a movie. Preya stood, and her knees cracked when she rose. Old age is catching up to me, she laughed. Destiny ran ahead as Preya limped behind her. Rashad and Hakeem walked side by side, both reflecting on Preya's talking points. I'm not hung up on Jada, Hakeem said to Rashad. I'm just not dating right now, Rashad replied. The two brothers looked at each other and sighed. Preya needs to mind her own business sometimes, Hakeem muttered. Rashad shrugged. Yeah, I guess she can't help herself, but for now, we're good, right? Right, Hakeem nodded. They followed their sister to where she was chatting with their parents, and Rashad smiled at his family. He didn't need someone when he had this. This family was plenty for him. He wondered how often he'd have to repeat that for it to feel true.
Chapter 3. Stepping out that Monday afternoon should have been refreshing, but to India, it wasn't. Lunchtime rush. She clung to one side of the street with her final goodbyes to Kim pestering her, their last hug lingering like a heavenly fragrance. She knew she had promised to keep herself engaged, but what was there? Sweetgum was a small town, one that felt even smaller as she contemplated trying to figure out what to do with her time now that Kim was gone. She had thought of everything available: work, hobbies, that sort of thing. Taking on more work hours seemed doable, but she had scratched that plan this morning. To sit at her laptop for more than 8 hours was a horrifying concept. The mere thought sent shivers down her back. Any ordinary person would consider working from home a dream. India had 2 years ago, but of late, not so much. For some reason, sitting at home sorting digital documents uprooted thoughts of Kim. It might have been the kitchen setting, as they'd shared many encounters there. India's newfound isolation made Kim's absence obvious. When working solo, she had no distractions. It was just India, her furniture, and her mind. Her recent misfortune preyed on her brain, causing depression. She'd almost left work early. The urge to shut her laptop reached a climax. If only she got along better with Nevaeh's squad. Her nose wrinkled in a cringe. Her sister's friends may have been nice girls, but that didn't mean she meshed with them. Partying seemed their top priority, while India liked getting loose now and then. She wasn't one to carry that energy everywhere. Her sister's friends were the opposite. Upbeat, boisterous, and playful they were. Not exactly her crowd. She wished she'd been more outgoing as a teen. Maybe now she'd have friends to spend time with. Friends like her who liked quiet heart-to-hearts. Even if she did miraculously find common ground with Nevaeh's group, she'd be a sore thumb. Each one of them was engaged or in a serious relationship, something India couldn't relate to. Dating Nate had been fun, but that ship had sailed. Once again, she felt listless, adrift, like she'd lost all the wind in her sails, and she was just stuck in an ocean, unsure of where to go next. She skipped over a puddle that hadn't dried up. They'd seen sunshine all day, but last weekend's showers left a mark. As India approached, scoop there it is, her reflection stopped her. A particularly large puddle near the parlor showed her face. Her heart sank at the sight. Was her gloom so glaring that even she saw it? The water told no lies. That dip in her lips was unmistakable, and those eyes of hers looked sunken. In them was undeniable despair. Just her reflection was enough to get her crying. India's mouth quivered, emotions taking over. Please, she held her mouth, not in public. Look out! A hand snatched her arm and tugged her backward. Instantly, a minivan sped by, splashing up water. She'd been dragged far enough to not be doused. Oh gosh, India gripped her chest. She breathed like a sprinter after racing, then faced her hero. Thank you so much? Oh, her dread returned. Nate. The sight of her ex-boyfriend really was the icing on the cake of this awful day. Of course, he looked good. Nate wore work attire, something that looked unfairly handsome on him. It wasn't special, just a polo with the name of an establishment on its chest, but he always did fill out his clothes well. His dimples bared in a wistful smile. Hey, India, funny running into you here, the man said. Briefly, silence fell as India tried to think of how to respond. She shouldn't have bothered. Nate did it for her. I thought you usually ordered your desserts from Scoop There It Is to be delivered. He glanced at the ice cream place ahead. Their catch-up took place by an alley sandwiched between it and roasted beans. Why are you up and about this afternoon? Were you just dying for a summer sun kiss? His amicable attitude seemed tenfold. But he'd always been sweet. Talking to Nate wasn't what she needed. His dew eyes only nailed in her loneliness. Though she preferred staying friends, being around him brought cravings, desires for the loving touch of someone. It might have been her sadness stirring trouble, but whatever it was, hurt. Oh, She observed the iconic sign on the parlor. An anthropomorphic ice cream cone spoke the name through a speech bubble. Its scoop of mint ice cream fell from its cone. She'd always found that creative. The house was getting stifling, so I thought I'd head out. She inhaled deeply, a fresh puff of air filling her lungs. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Nate put a hand behind his head. So, how have you been? Since ending things, they hadn't met much. With India working remotely and Nate living across town, the most they'd do was exchange highs and buys, and that was on rare occasions. When India left her space, she'd be honest. I miss Kim. She left last Saturday, and it's been hard. She held the strap of her purse, facing the building. She left already? Nate asked. I heard about the big-time producers who scouted her and Malik. I didn't realize they'd start so soon, he beamed. Tell her I said congrats. It's not often someone from our little town hits it big. A ghost of a smile came to India's face. I know, it's incredible, and I couldn't be prouder, but living without her is hard. A cloud blocked the sun, further dulling India's mind. But it's okay. I've learned to be my own company, so I'll be fine. She just wanted a cold cup of ice cream. Its creamy sweetness never failed her, always providing the right bursts of dopamine. When licking her favorite flavor, her problems vanished. India needed that, for strength. She had work waiting and a year of loneliness to survive. Whatever helped, she'd accept, and ice cream tended to do that. I can imagine. Nate hooked his thumbs in his pants pockets. If you want, we can talk, in case there's anything you need to open up about. I'm here for you, he spoke with solemnity. Thank you. I appreciate that. She shot glances at the parlor. Nate did too. You look like you're itching to get your treat, he saluted. You always did get hangry, so go ahead and order your favorite. He walked off with a laugh. Ha, thanks, I will, she giggled, thinking back to how sweet he'd be during her grumpy spells. Their relationship was amazing, but she couldn't get sidetracked. It ended, and now this was her cross. Combating depression while Kim chased bigger dreams. Ice cream was the only way, it seemed, to improve this situation. Ding! The door's silver bell rang when India trudged in. Scoop, there it is, was characterized by its ambrosial aroma of sweet, creamy desserts. She appreciated the absence of a line by the counter. Every pink-cushioned booth was vacant. Only employees roamed about with bright lights bouncing off their hot pink uniforms. One jogged past her. A delivery boy carrying a cooler. His pink polo and baby blue collar matched the walls and menu. He greeted her on his way out. Hi. India rummaged through her handbag up front. Rattling utensils clung behind the counter where staff members hid. The cashier stood alone, apron on his body. She knew him, and his face was one that was achingly familiar. Rashad and India weren't acquainted personally, but Sweet Goomers knew Sweet Goomers. This was his shop. His family had a dairy outside of town a ways, and when he had first opened this place, it won some kind of sustainability award, given by the governor and memorialized by a ceremony in Atlanta. As years passed, he'd tried different hairstyles. These days he wore it short. The look worked, but all hairdos flattered a handsome face. Full, sculpted brows, wide-set nostrils, a notably full lower lip, and dark skin. These features popped out to her. Not to mention his lean muscles and height. The soft apron could not contain his strong build. But who was she to stand here and study him? She'd never spoken to this man outside of ordering ice cream. He hardly saw her face since she did so from home. Instances like now were a novelty. She didn't want to be a creep, so held back from staring. Though, from day one, she'd found him cute. He was just not her type. India preferred men who were career-driven and ambitious. Serious. For some reason, she liked them to be intense and forbidding, and that was the exact opposite of the man standing in front of her. From what India had heard about Rashad, he could be rather childish. Juvenile? The right words failed, but she wouldn't date him. She'd witnessed instances where he seemed to joke and perform for teenage customers. Getting along with kids was endearing in a sense, but India preferred her men broody. Not too broody, though. A nice balance. Rashad drummed his fingers on the counter. It was glass and showcased a plethora of ice cream flavors. From Berry Supreme to Chocolate Chunk, they had it all. From one end of the parlor to the other, it spanned, boasting countless varieties of dairy dessert. They never seemed to end. In her examination, India recognized that a few tubs needed refilling. "Miss, Are you ready to order? India heard him, but faintly. She lifted her head. Sorry, His dark eyes twinkled. As her gloomy mind inspected his face, India forced herself to stop. She guessed this was her loneliness talking. Deep down, it was obvious a relationship could not mend her, especially not with someone she'd written off. Come to think of it, Kim did warn her that being picky would render her lonesome. It wasn't just with men. Friends, dentists, carpenters, India never settled. Could this be the root of her problems? When it came to friends, her attitude screwed everything up. She was well into her 20s and yet so alone. One companion could not suffice. Her nature of work isolated her, and now in Kim's absence, she had no one. Standing here entertaining misery wouldn't help, but the thoughts kept swirling like a twister. It took everything to not wail. While she internally fell apart, the ice cream man's brows knitted. Is everything okay? He spread his arms over the glass. India sighed. She had promised her friend that she would fill her time with something in her absence. Dating wasn't the best idea because India didn't know who on earth she would want to date. No, dating was definitely not going to work. She couldn't work to fill her sadness. She couldn't date. Eating ice cream would have to do.
Chapter 4. Rashad had worked at the shop long enough to recognize dejection. While ice cream often came with celebration, it was used just as much to dress a wound or ease one's distress. He'd had many conversations with downcast customers who just needed an ear. They often sighed before speaking, just like this girl. Her face wasn't foreign, not in the slightest. She had grown up in Sweet Gum too, but for some reason Rashad knew very little about her. She was local. In high school, she'd been a quiet kid who had hidden behind a book most of the time. As an adult, he didn't see her around town much, but Rashad recognized her as someone who came into the shop with her friend Kim. What was her name again? Before now, he'd spotted her through the glass, talking to a man who'd accompanied her to his shop in the past. They'd been a couple some months ago but stopped interacting. He hated assuming, but all Rashad could think was they'd broken up before she arrived, or seeing him resurfaced old feelings for the girl. Feelings she couldn't act out on because of their status. Whatever it was, he wanted to help. She seemed lost for words due to her heartbreak, so Rashad would assist. He held up a finger and spun to the back. The man held a waffle cone upon return. He whipped out a scooper and slid the glass seal open. Now Rashad balled some coffee ice cream into his spoon. She stopped sulking, taken aback by his actions. Wait, hold on. Rashad gave a playful smirk. He worked at record speed to assemble her cone. She requested this whenever she called. He couldn't remember her name for the life of him, but he remembered her ice cream order clear as day. They had nicknamed her Coffee Ice Cream Girl due to her preference. He stuffed the waffle cone with freshly scooped cream, then considered accessorizing her treat. Formally, one would call this adding toppings. They kept them near the refrigerator behind him. He shook a can of whipped cream, then let it rip, turning her cone into a snow-like spectacle. Following that, he picked up a short, cylindrical sprinkle shaker. He winked at the stunned girl who waited, then shook the colorful embellishments onto her scoop. Next, he opened the fridge and popped out some cherries. Just like you want it, he murmured to himself. What was her name? That's right, India Carr. Proud of himself for remembering both her name and her order, Rashad glided back to her. Ta-da, we know our customers here at Scoop. There it is. For Miss India Carr, a chocolate-dipped coffee ice cream waffle cone with whipped cream, sprinkles, and a cherry on top. He prided himself on remembering it all. To her hanging mouth, he grinned. Here you go. She must have been impressed. He handed it over. India took it gently and frowned. Wow, you didn't even wait. She puckered her lips as if delivering a kiss, then ingested a minuscule amount of ice cream. Watching her face light up rewarded Rashad enough for his hard work. If there was one thing he loved about working, it was bringing smiles to people's faces. Those who'd endured plenty but melted at these tasty desserts brought him joy, a rare joy he could not describe. Makes it all better, huh? Traces of ice cream remained on her upper lip. His eyes followed her gesture, and he looked away quickly when her tongue darted between her lips. The gesture made him feel a little, well, it was kind of sexy. but he didn't want to feel like that about a customer. She licked it, then frowned. Yes, but it's kind of insane that you jumped right in without waiting for my order. Her brown eyes sparkled slightly. He would credit himself for this spark, but it didn't seem happy. Was she curious? Slightly annoyed? Whatever it was hooked him. Rashad wanted to know how she felt. He leaned forward. Is it insane, or is it just good customer service? She arched an eyebrow. Just because I order this from home doesn't mean I wanted it now. What would you have done if I'd asked for something different? She loaded more emotion into that single brow than Rashad had ever seen her show, appearing skeptical. At that, Rashad blanched. She was right. Had he messed up? All the while she licked away, from the cone to the scoop. Her tongue would not stop. He had to look away, or she was going to make him blush. Oh, I didn't consider that. He tugged his collar, then grabbed the counter. If you didn't want what I was making, then you would have stopped me. You caught me off guard. I wasn't sure if what you were making was even mine. That was until you were almost done. Half her ice cream had vanished. Rashad had a feeling that he had done just fine on her order. But thanks for this. She raised the cone. Do you remember all your customers' orders? The cadence of her sentences felt slow, and that made him curious. If she was upset about her breakup, was she fighting back sadness? Usually, breakups brought sorrowful tears. Would she fall apart once at home? Rashad coughed, carefully phrasing his response. Mostly, yes. At least the ones who make use of our delivery service. Her furrowed brows made him feel like he had gone too far. There was a fine line between weird and conscious. He hoped he hadn't crossed it. Establishments who knew their customers were always praised. She only seemed lost because he'd shocked her. He decided that was definitely why he felt so off, and he smiled at her. Which aren't many, hence, I remembered. He opened his palms before resting them back on the surface. Anyway, has the ice cream helped in any way? She'd reached the cone. India twirled her pointy wafer cone, then chomped. She wiped crumbs off her face while swallowing. Yes, actually, but what makes you assume I bought it to help with something? These questions. They called him out and made him seem strange. Had she labeled him a freak? Nothing else about her said so. His actions just warranted questions. He guessed he'd be curious if his server made such assumptions too. I've met a lot of folks who come here sighing just like you. He tapped the glass again. They're usually in search of a dopamine boost, so I just thought you were the same. If that's not the case, then I apologize. She reached the very last bite of her cone and finished it. After chewing, she answered, It's fine. Small crumbs sprinkled off her hands during her act of dusting them. You're actually right. I'm here for some dopamine as well. Her sadness returned like a cloud, and Rashad leaned forward again. What happened? He asked before he could stop himself. He was genuinely curious, but after he asked the question, he froze. Was that appropriate, or was it none of his business? The words fell out on their own. She gripped a portion of her braids and stroked them roughly, her long lashes batting. He'd never seen light brown eyes so radiant. The pulsing sadness must have done something to them. My best friend moved away and won't be back for a year. Chances are she'll keep leaving because it's been like this for a while already. I know I should get over it, but it never hurts less when she leaves. She sighed. Not once did she look at him. Every ice cream flavor seemed more appealing than his face. It was only after heaving another long sigh that she lifted her face. Sorry, I dumped all that without warning, didn't I? No, it's fine. I asked, he said reassuringly. Internally, he felt a little more settled. Here he thought she'd been heartbroken for a man. Which was worse, missing a friend or a partner? He'd go with the former. Nothing ached more than saying goodbye to close friends. And it's her best friend at that. Poor thing. Rashad wished he could help. I'm sorry you miss your friend, but in life, when we grow older particularly, saying goodbye becomes common. He gained her attention. But it's okay because we say tons more hellos. As we grow, things change and there's nothing we can do but adjust as it does. Who knows? You might just meet someone who means as much as her in the time that she's gone. His words seemed to bring agony to the downcast woman. Her lip quivered, but she controlled it. With a deep breath, she raised her chin. You're right, but I don't know if I'll find anyone who means quite as much as Kim. Well, maybe someone close will come around. He heard jingling keys as she dug through her purse. Presuming she was searching for cash, Rashad held up his palm. No, don't worry. Once again, she stared in perplexity. It's on the house. Consider it an apology for putting a stop to your adventure by preparing your cone before you made a request. He winked. She seemed pleasantly surprised. Amidst her depression, she smiled, causing him to notice a freckle near her upper lip. Cute, Rashad thought. She bowed her head. Thank you. It's no problem, he licked his bottom lip. I'll be prepared for your adventurous streak next time. Don't worry. She'd started backing up but paused to listen. The statement made her laugh before she left. More thanks were said, and your welcomes were given. Rashad smiled as she dinged the bell, then whistled low. Nice girl. He hoped, strangely, that he would get to see India Carr again, and the next time he'd ask her what she wanted, instead of just giving her what she assumed she needed.
Chapter 5. To stop her negative thoughts from running rampant, India had created a morning playlist packed with upbeat songs. While disinfecting her kitchen counters and frying an egg, she'd hummed along to pop melodies from her childhood. It had been her intention to lose herself in rhythmic bops, but somehow, with time, they'd brought back old memories. Flashbacks of Kim dancing in her mother's living room and long bursts of laughter shared between them snuck in like a ghost. The happy recollections left her rigid. Ugh. Everything reminded her of Kim. Kim was like a sister to her, closer than her own blood sister since they had so much in common. Realizing the jam session's purpose was defeated, she hit pause to try something else. However, what else was there to choose? She settled into breakfast, trying to focus on the food in her mouth and her thoughts as she went. Work, she thought after breakfast. The morning sky lit up her kitchen from the window. She'd changed into sweats and sat cross-legged. On India's laptop screen were pages of work. Her emails had been answered in record time. Shooting a look at the upper screen, India smirked. It was 10:30, meaning she was off to a good start. Kim's absence may have slowed her down in all other aspects, but not work. She'd been even more productive than before. This may or may not have been related to seeking work as a diversion from the pain. She slowed down at typing when it hit like a bag of basketballs. What if being productive ruined her in the long run? There was only so much work to do daily. India would hate to run out of it and be idle before 5 p.m. It was then her despair would run wild. Ugh. The woman put her feet on the seat with knees grazing her chin. She wrapped both arms around them. In just 2 hours, it would be lunch. Could she wait that long? Wait that long to fight her sadness with something sweet? Pictures of Rashad slowly slithered in. They filled her head like a gallery. His smile, concern, their conversation. In a very dim day, he had definitely been a bright spot, and she found herself replaying their conversation. Why was she thinking about this so much? India frowned. It was true that working from home was hard on her, and she hadn't necessarily liked it, especially lately. Working alone left her starved of human interaction. Had that been why she had been so engaged in Rashad's conversation? Then, of course, there'd been Nate before she went in. Perhaps she was so intrigued by the ice cream parlor owner because she had been crushed by seeing her ex-boyfriend first. However, that didn't feel right either. The more she thought about it, the more she had to accept the simple fact that she had just enjoyed herself. The day was all a blur, except for that. She had been sad, definitely, but engaging with Rashad stayed with her. Maybe because I lied, she whispered to her knees. The hanging clock over her fridge ticked like a bomb, its circular shape reminding her of time's never-ending nature. The sun rose and fell whether she rose with it or not, whether her friends stuck around or not. She'd be forced to keep going on. Rashad said something about change coming with growth. Even when she'd reached adulthood, she'd continue to evolve. India knew that well. What an insightful discussion. For someone so perky like her sister, Rashad seemed aware. She nearly used wise, but that word didn't fit. He'd chosen his words well when trying to comfort her. What would he say if she told him? Filled him in on her truth? It wasn't as major as she made it, but seeing him hurriedly prepare her signature cone was odd. He was right. It was generally just good customer service to do that. However, it hadn't felt that way to her. She'd felt predictable, boring. and maybe she was. Person Khaled. Her personality had everything to do with this crumbling feeling. India could not entertain herself, hence the depression. I'm not adventurous at all, she thought back to his noticeable stun. The poor ice cream man had seemed humiliated that he might have done wrong. In truth and in fact, he'd been spot on. Just like all times before, India would have ordered her signature cone. A creature of habit she was, one of predictability. Another reason Kim's absence cut deeply. Being so used to having her around made this all the more difficult. When her routines were disrupted, she suffered. She rubbed her eyes after blowing air from her nose. I can't go back there, not after giving the wrong impression or trying to tell the ice cream parlor owner how to do his job. However, a thought began to coalesce in her mind. What if she could prove to him that she wasn't boring? After all, Rashad had vowed to cater to her adventurous spirit. What if next time she stepped in, he whipped out something new, something crazy just to surprise her? What if she ordered something that left them both shocked at her choice? She laughed at that. The idea that Rashad was spending any time thinking about their interaction was just plain silly. He's not still thinking of me. India was surprised to realize that she kind of hoped he was. His eyes had sparkled, and she kind of had the impression that he did want to talk to her more, but she didn't know for sure. It was in his smile as she left. That man would test her. That settled it. She wanted ice cream, but today she'd order from home as usual. The walk yesterday paired with their chat had helped her situation, but India couldn't face him. He'd realize I'm ordering the same thing, though. She went back to typing, speaking to herself. One thing she loved about remote work was the freedom to be eccentric. No one could judge her for talking to no one. That brought comfort to her conflicted soul. And if I happened to see him again, he might confront me on it. She selected a full sentence on screen, then licked her bottom lip. India snorted with a shaking head. Who was she kidding? That man wouldn't possibly put so much into catching her. As long as she stayed away, she'd be spared his criticism and any wild flavors he might force upon her. She imagined a peanut butter cherry ice cream mix and heaved. Luckily, her stomach was strong, so nothing came up. But a sense of nausea did linger. She'd prefer sticking to what she knew. And now, the clock read 12. 2 hours flew by in a flash. After thinking back and forth about Rashad, she'd worked at a regular pace. Not quickly to bypass upsetting thoughts and not slowly due to gloom. She'd been her normal self. How reassuring? With enough self-monitoring, she'd conquer this hurdle. Noon meant lunch, and lunch meant dessert, the ice cream she'd thought of ordering. India dragged her chair against the floor's tiles, considering some brief exercise. Getting up wasn't much, but it did aid blood flow. She set sights on the fridge, craving ravioli. Last night, she'd made a pot full, which would serve as lunch today. But before that, she'd focus on circulation. Her legs had gone numb from sitting for hours. This was also why she'd left the house yesterday, just to stretch her limbs. Taking a walk later wouldn't hurt, as long as she stayed clear of Rashad's parlor. Knock, knock, knock. Delivery for Ms. India Carr. India whirled on her heel in complete confusion. She hadn't ordered anything. With fingers scratching her neat head of braids, she stuffed her feet in fuzzy slippers. Coming! Hastily, she stalked past the table and hurried to the smooth apartment door. Had she subconsciously ordered ice cream in advance? Timing for orders mattered. Though quick in their deliveries, putting in her request before noon was smart. That way, dessert would be ready before she ate. No waiting required. She'd done so before. Today just saw a different version of her. A distracted version that hadn't thought ahead like normal, which was why she knew for sure that this wasn't her doing. She hadn't lost it completely. No order had been placed. The delivery man outside must have had the wrong apartment. I'm so sorry, but I didn't order anything. India barely opened the door. Her outfit was not meant for perception. Also, letting strangers see into her living room felt unwise. Sweet gum had been labeled safe by all who lived here, but India took the expression better safe than sorry to the extreme. The danger was more that people would gossip about her answering the door in her pajamas and slippers, and that was possibly even worse. Through the crack in the door, India's eyes widened. The delivery person was wearing one heck of an outfit. A shocking hot pink polo dressed the delivery man's upper half. The logo of "Scoop There It Is" decorated his left breast pocket. He even wore a cap, communicating clearly to India that this was their delivery man. She'd half expected Rashad once the colors jumped out at her. Realizing this, India shook her head at herself. Of course, Rashad wouldn't be out and about delivering ice cream. He was the owner, not a delivery boy. "Thank you," she said softly. The delivery guy smiled. "Here," he said, offering her the familiar pink insulated bag. She knew from experience that this was ice cream. She recognized her treat's usual packaging. Did anyone else on her floor order from them? As far as she knew, every neighbor had gone to work. So, what did that mean? I really appreciate it, but I also didn't order this," she clarified. "I know, but the boss sent this for you specifically." With a warm smile, the delivery man handed her the package. "Enjoy your day, Miss Carr," he waved when she took it, then continued with his business. India was speechless. She stretched her neck to observe as he walked, but gave up prematurely. "The boss?" she questioned to the empty air. She could picture the boss in her mind, and she conjured up an image of Rashad's handsome face and kind advice. She thought of these while heading for her table. A twinge of warmth bubbled in her belly and stretched to her limbs. They stopped at her cheeks and sizzled them. "Girl, get a hold of yourself. You really need to get out more if a man doing his damn job has you all bothered like this." She walked inside and decided to put the ice cream in her freezer. While unpacking the cubed-shaped bag on her counter, India found a note. It had been strapped to the miniature ice cream tub inside. She wiped stray water droplets onto her sweatpants before reading. He'd laminated the note and everything, keeping water out. "Hey, I hope you're doing well, India Carr, and that my surprise doesn't startle you. I just love creating different flavors for the parlor. Normally, I taste test them myself, but this time I thought maybe some assistance might help. It works for both of us. I get a second opinion while you get satisfaction for your thirst for adventure." From Rashad. Wow, she put the note down and blinked at it. This was weird. Somehow, a prediction of hers had come true. Granted, it was a little different than she'd imagined, but the essence remained. Rashad had sent her a wild ice cream flavor. Another tub sat beside that one, with the label of what she'd had yesterday. Seeing it relieved her. How kind of him to send what she loved. But it wasn't this that seized India's attention. Picking up the cold tub of foreign ice cream, India considered it. She turned it around, looking for the flavor. "I hope it's not gross," she muttered to herself. She sighed as she looked for the label. Why was she tingly? He was just easing her based on their conversation, and she should be mad about it. She read the tub's label with squinted eyes and hummed. "Raspberry cream swirl? What an interesting combination." She popped off the lid with a subconscious smile and licked it. Not half bad, she thought, giggling. She took another bite. The flavors crashed on her tongue, and she shut her eyes, reveling at the fact that they were new. They were good. They were kind of an adventure. India put the treat away, choosing to responsibly have lunch before exploring Rashad's new flavor. When the time came, however, she lovingly got the ice cream out and sat down with it. While sitting at the table, she licked off her spoon. It wasn't her ideal type, but tasted delicious. She liked it enough. There were at least 4 scoops in here. While ice cream did entice her, she couldn't have too much in one serving. As far as scoops went, 2 was enough. She ingested as much as she could before storing the tub away. It fit perfectly between her frozen chicken and pizza pockets. India swung her freezer closed, then sat at her computer. Try as she might, though, she couldn't regain her work mindset. This man actually remembered her. He took it a step further to not only give her some thought, but to send her ice cream free of charge. What did that mean? Her phone screen read 1 p.m. when she checked it, not even an hour later. Suddenly, India realized that she should probably reach out to him. Should she send an email to the parlor? He'd sent this for taste testing. Rashad wanted feedback, but I don't know. She was suddenly a timid teenage girl, uncertain and shy. After crossing her legs in her seat, India drew a conclusion. She'd leave this alone for now. He didn't mean it literally. He didn't want her to follow up or anything like that. Rashad made a nice gesture this one time that would not continue. That had to be the case. Plus, her opinion may not benefit him in the long run. She found the flavor fine, but not spectacular. This had nothing to do with his lack of expertise, but her affinity to sameness. If she somehow spotted him while on an errand, India would gladly show gratitude towards his gesture. But for now, she'd avoid making contact. Back to work she went, fighting a goofy grin. How sweet. She didn't want to read too much into it, but even on the surface, Rashad had been thoughtful. It was while sending an email that something occurred to her. Once again, she'd stopped mulling over Kim's departure. Thank you, Rashad, and he was the reason. If this continued, he just might be her saving grace. Don't get your hopes up. This was likely a one-time thing. Wherever Rashad was now, he'd definitely forgotten her. Running a business took focus and drive. A busy man like him had no time to gush over one customer. A weary sigh expelled from her lungs. Another surprise tub of ice cream would be neat, just to get her mind off Kim. She hummed as she worked, typing away. Her thoughts, interestingly, were all about ice cream, and none at all lingering on her friend.
Chapter 6. Just put them in the freezer with the other cartons, Rashad called out to his staff. He held a plastic bag of ingredients while instructing some employees. Today was experiment day, when any of the employees got to suggest ice cream flavors, and Rashad made it happen. Some of his greatest and worst flavors had come out of experiment day, and it was a tradition that he was happy to continue. That didn't mean, however, that it was easy. The counter was a mess. Food coloring, sugar, flavor packets, nuts, cocoa powder, and more contributed to its unsightly presentation. To Rashad, they added quite a colorful addition to the normally bland back kitchen. When inventing new flavors, he sometimes worked at home, but hearing input from his employees was always better. It was good timing as well. During the day, they rarely had people come into the shop. Typically, Rashad saw a handful of customers before sunset. But after 5 p.m. was when business really boomed. Nothing compared to weekend madness, though. His employees would get a workout running back and forth. He sometimes felt guilty enjoying it, but he did. Busy days meant profit. They had to take the slow times as they came, and for Rashad, that meant today was experiment day. "You hear what I asked?" he said to the 2 teenagers who were giggling in front of the shop. "You got it, boss," one of the 2 kids called, smirking. He carried 4 crates of milk to the large freezer door. It grated Rashad's ear as they opened it. That needed some oil. He quickly added it to the mental list that he maintained at all times. Being the owner was great and all, but the chores never ended. He breathed out, then shook what he held, trying to mix the items inside. Ingredients flew out. Rashad froze, half covered in cocoa powder and cereal dust. Had he not sealed this bag properly? Crud. He set it down to wipe his palm. Out front, employees handled orders. Looking through the open kitchen gave a full view. Someone sped in wearing their cap backward to head for the freezer. They saluted him before disappearing inside. As they waltzed out, the crate boys left with them, and in a single file they left. Until one crate boy popped back in. "Sir, how's the new flavor working out?" he asked, bouncing inside. He, along with 2 of the other younger boys, had suggested the new flavor. The excitement in his eyes gave Rashad so much joy. Rashad gladly confirmed. "Yup, it's still in the trial phase, but if it works, we'll have more options for our awesome customers. You helped with that." He shook the bag relentlessly before winking. "Do me a favor and get me an empty tub from under there." He stretched his leg towards a rolling stove and counter. There were 3 in all, one by the left wall, another on the right, and that one, which was portable, in the middle. They all took on a white tone. Silver cookware hung over the moving stove. Scoop There It Is didn't offer full-blown meals, but having a kitchen came in handy. Mainly for cleaning purposes, but ice cream took a variety of ingredients, and cooking them helped. The young man did as was told. After searching an open plastic bag within the lower cupboard, he retrieved a styrofoam tub. "That one looks good, sir," he said as he peeled off the lid and placed it near Rashad. "What is it?" Rashad hadn't coined a name yet. He shook a bit more, then opened the plastic. Its scent satisfied him and reminded him of something he couldn't quite name. Thinking out loud, he replied, "Something like Indian twist? Indian? Like, as in, from India? Is that an Indian recipe, sir?" The boy took a whiff of Rashad's creation. It was a creamy brown shade that almost looked bronze. If chocolate, peanut butter, and coffee ice cream merged, this might be the color. As for the smell, it wasn't at all like coffee or peanut butter. On the other hand, it did smell chocolatey, like chocolate with salted nuts. Nope, it's my own flavor inspired by Indian spices. Rashad began pouring the contents into the tub while his assistant held it still. He knew why he had the name India on the brain. I wonder why she didn't get back to me yesterday. He'd looked forward to another visit all day, but India never showed. Had she not liked his fruity take on vanilla, he'd be totally receptive to criticism. Hers especially was welcome. In fact, Rashad had daydreamed about meeting with her over more ice cream just for it. But that was just a passing thought. Why hadn't she gotten back to him? Don't be pushy, he reminded himself. She needed space, and she had told him as such. She'd clearly stated that these days were hard. With missing her best friend, India wasn't herself. Sweet ice cream surprises couldn't miraculously fix her. Broken hearts needed time and care. Rushing one's recovery was inconsiderate. He'd heard these words from his brother. The guy may have taken the lead on ending things with Jada, but breaking up hurt regardless. Rashad still remembered Hakeem's haunted eyes. Poor guy. And in terms of India, it must have ached more. He bet she'd spent her whole life with her friend. Living without her now was difficult. And for that, he'd back off and let India take her time with responding. But when she was ready, he would be more than ready. The young man's nose wrinkled. "Did you put curry in this, sir?" His disgust quickly morphed to intrigue. "I've never tasted curry ice cream." That sent Rashad laughing. "Bro, of course not. It's not the literal spices of India, but more like a flavor with a spicy kick." He nudged the kid playfully. "It's cardamom-spiced chocolate ice cream with candied pistachio and a honey swirl." He patted the brimming ice cream with a spoon to ensure it fit. The tub nearly overflowed. "Taste some." Rashad scooped a bit for his curious employee. With a shrug, he licked some, then smiled. That's amazing, mister." Rashad didn't need to hear that. The boy's eyes spoke for themselves. "Thanks. I just hope she likes it. I made this based on her name." Rashad slid to the sink and washed off his spoon. He hopped back with a grin, then scooped some for himself. "Perfect," he said after swallowing. He couldn't help himself. Silently, he cheered the flavor. Rashad had done it again. "Wait, is this for that girl who was here on Monday?" Crate Boy asked with a hand on his cap. "Yup." Rashad sealed the tub of fresh dairy. He eyed the counter, where experiment day's remains still sat. Oh gosh, he had made quite a mess, hadn't he? It would be evil to get someone else to clean this, so Rashad got working. "Her name is India, like the country? She says she's adventurous when it comes to ice cream, so I thought I'd send her my new flavors whenever I make them. Just to get a second opinion." He'd snatched a damp rag at the edge of the counter. Now Rashad wiped up his mess. As if by instinct, his young employee assisted. "I think you should bring the new flavor to Joel. Let him deliver it to her like he did last time." "Oh, right away, sir. Why not let it sit in the freezer a little?" Rashad snapped his fingers. "Ha, that's a good idea. Leave it for an hour, then hand it to Joel. India might prefer firm textures." Rashad liked ice cream soft, but not everyone was the same. "I'll ask what she likes best when she stops by next time." He'd write a note while it froze. 10 minutes passed with Rashad rinsing a soiled rag. He twisted the pipe shut, then squeezed excess water from the rag. After hanging it on a bar over the counter, he sighed contentedly. "I sent the last one at midday." He checked his watch. In just 2 hours it would be time. Currently, he stood alone among kitchen appliances and counters. His young assistant had packed away what he'd made and shut the freezer. Had an hour passed? Okay, stop getting distracted. There had to be work awaiting him outside. India may have intrigued him, but letting her consume his thoughts was irresponsible. He owned a business that required care. Behind the front counter, Rashad refilled some plastic spoons. Lifting his head expectantly at any dinging sound drove him nuts. Today, the errand boys kept going back and forth between inside and out as new ingredients came in. In a couple of weeks, Founders' Day would be upon them. While hectic weekends left their stock depleted and staff members worn, they brought in great revenue. So, as a means of preparation, Rashad ordered in anticipation of this. They'd have a loaded freezer on their hands soon. packed with products for Founders Day specifically. Ding! Another one of the teens he had hired to work at the shop glided through the door with boxes of sugar. She whistled past tables and chairs while Rashad deflated. "Should I put these in the kitchen corner, sir?" she asked as she stopped by the counter. Her large arms shook from carrying such a load. Rashad cast one last glance at the front door, but gave up on India's arrival. He understood her reluctance, but it would have been nice to see her. If she doesn't show up tomorrow, I might just deliver the next one myself. The thought gave him some comfort. He turned back to his employee. "Yeah, you should see a stack of them in there already," he jabbed midair with his thumb, directing her behind. "Awesome!" She put the box down and rotated both shoulders. "Aw, man, that's some heavy sugar," she said. She folded her arms and looked at Rashad. "Apart from serving ice cream, what else are your plans for Founders Day, sir? Will you bring your niece to the store? It'd be a nice gesture for us workers." She waggled her eyebrows with the question. He laughed. His teenage employees were always excited to see Destiny. He encouraged it. It was good for them to see the pint-sized terror. He supposed that about now she was at school. Preschool, to be specific. They grow up so fast. Rashad sighed. He pressed a button to open the register, did a quick inspection, then shut it back. The kid, Michaela, smiled. "Well, yeah, she's really cute," Rashad laughed. "I understand the appeal. She's such an angel, that one," he sighed, picturing her adorable face. Somehow, an image of India with the child in her arms popped up. Rashad blinked it away to stay focused. "For me, what's number one on big holidays is running the parlor. You know how crazy it can get with so many excited customers." "Right," Michaela hefted the heavy box into her arms again. "But maybe one day you should take a holiday for yourself. You know, so you can take out someone special," she giggled while taking a curve. After making it to the back, he lost sight of her. "Someone special?" Rashad rolled his eyes, dropping both arms. He leaned forward and folded them on the counter. Dating wasn't for someone like him. Between caring for Destiny, helping his dad, and running Scoop There It Is, there just wasn't room for a significant other. Perhaps if someone incredible showed up, he'd let them in, but to actively seek them, he couldn't do that. Not while knowing how hectic life could be. Just then, actual customers strolled in with smiles on their faces. A friend group. His mood brightened as they spoke all together, sounding like bees. Schoolgoers usually appeared in the evening, but these kids must have had a short day, and they chose ice cream to unwind with. He smiled from ear to ear and waved. "What's up, guys? Ready to order?" As each kid spoke at once, their words tumbled over each other. He thought of India. By now, an hour had passed. That meant Joel would soon bring her his latest creation. Hope she likes it. Exploring new ice cream flavors never felt so exhilarating.
Chapter 7. India got a rush from this one. She'd never tasted such a perfect blend of chocolate cake and ice cream. There'd been chocolate bar shavings in there as well. She licked her spoon clean while gazing through the window. Golden rays of sunshine bounced off rooftops below. A delivery truck drove down the street with painted flowers on its trunk. These, as well as its logo, gave away where it was headed. Fragrant Flowers probably had a booth of its own. She'd heard talks of quite a few stands for the holiday. Some of her sister's friends were to have booths as well. My sister. Last she checked, Nevaeh's battle with food cravings hadn't stopped. Pregnancy could be a real pain, but at least she was happy. She and her dancing fiancé, Sean. India sighed wistfully, then held up her chunky ice cream tub. Sean was great, and she loved him for her sister. But the two of them together were just far too much extrovert for India to handle. She opened her freezer to put the ice cream in, struggling to figure out where it could go. Finding space for meat and fish had grown difficult in the past 2 weeks. Rashad insisted on sending daily treats that India loved tasting. This chocolate cake ice cream was absolutely superb, but her favorite had to be the cream cheese ice cream with chunks of cherry chip cake and cherry syrup. She smiled as she remembered that first taste. Rashad's creativity knew no bounds. He never ceased to astonish her taste buds. She dedicated time to finishing each tub on weekends, but still had a glute. Nevaeh came in handy in terms of eating what she couldn't, But if India kept contacting her, Nevea may want an explanation as to why her sister kept producing amazing ice cream that wasn't even sold in the shop. India herself didn't have that, so would continue hiding her sticky situation. She threw the empty tub out and washed the spoon. India's stomach was full to capacity. Before this, she'd eaten a sandwich for lunch. Rashad's deliveries never missed their cue since they'd started. She still wasn't really sure why that had happened. For the 9th time, she asked herself, but really, why is he doing this? Up to now, she hadn't sent any feedback. India had assumed he'd give up after delivering the first few free samples, but Rashad wouldn't stop. She'd find a note in each package about what he'd made. India considered sending notes back through Joel, but never got around to it. To think, these drop-offs were so frequent, she learned Rashad's delivery man's name. Anyway, India dried her hands and left. She was ready to take the day off for the Founders' Day celebrations. Holidays weren't acknowledged by her work company, so today she applied for leave. A day off just to hang around town and check out different displays, see the sights, mingle with the townspeople. On days like these, Kim used to tag along, but now she couldn't. They'd video chatted last night, but doing so as frequently as she wanted was proving harder than they'd predicted. Kim's days were long and the time zone peculiar. When India called, she wasn't always available. Likewise, when Kim got in touch, India didn't necessarily have her phone close. They'd agreed to work things out together as time went by. While tying her braids in a scrunchie, India's deepest fears set in. She locked eyes with her reflection and gulped. What if this marked the end of her friendship with Kim? To avoid her own eyes, India took in her room's reflection. The bed at her back was well made. Though she'd turned the closet inside out, foraging for an outfit, she still maintained a neat space. Leaving the house messy simply wasn't an option. "We've done this before, though," she said out loud, lifting her handbag off the dresser. She checked her outfit briefly in the full-length mirror. Today saw her in a simple sweetheart top and jeans. She'd tied up her hair to combat the heat. The sleeves of her blouse were non-existent, exposing her shoulders. Like any responsible adult, India had coated her body in sunscreen after showering. The sheen of the sunscreen made her skin glow slightly, and India thought it was pretty, if a little unnecessary. She left her apartment with a crowded mind, noting that walking did little to help. India clutched on her bag strap while sticking to the left. She alone descended the narrow staircase, giving thought to her concerns. It was true that Kim had left many times and their friendship stayed intact, but again, this period would be prolonged. India skipped the last step and walked out, letting sunlight blind her. After protecting herself with a pair of sunglasses, she strode down the sidewalk. Kids zipped by with melting popsicles. From here, she heard music on Main Street. Another 15 minutes, and she'd be where she wanted. India would drive, but parking on holidays was a nightmare. She walked leisurely past stationary vehicles, deciding to pay attention to her surroundings. Today was a cause for celebration, not a time to bemoan her loss. Just like before, she and Kim would be fine. A few hiccups didn't mean the end. They'd fight for more happy years together. A bit of distance didn't mean they were over. She settled on that thought, instead of the lingering loneliness inside of herself. Scoop, there it is, was right down Main Street. To get there, she'd have to pass multiple booths showcasing varying talents. Metal barricades were erected strategically to keep the crowds contained on the sidewalks and to let some access in for emergency vehicles. They encircled a great deal of Main Street. Along both sidewalks were the kiosks. Some were tents, others wooden counters, and a few simple banners raised by two poles. She caught Demetrius, the local comic book store owner, handing out comics to eager readers. Each child happily accepted a copy and ran far with them. It seemed the local toy store stand was a hit as well. Kids in light-up sneakers raced in circles with free samples for playing. India's energy spiked as she watched them frolic. Young women about her age seemed fascinated by a makeup stand for a store she wasn't familiar with. Must be new, she frowned, wondering if she should check it out, then decided to. Almost colliding with boys zooming on bicycles, she quickly dodged out of their way. On top of their gleeful squeals was music, a pulsing Afrobeat medley resonating in the festival air. It blew through two large speakers by a temporary stage, taking central position, acting as a focal point for the event. India sighed, letting herself get into the holiday spirit. Founders' Day was something she'd enjoyed in the past. Maybe she could again. India, someone called. India had just been crossing the street from Town Square to Roasted Beans, which were blocked off for festivities. She'd been standing near Lights Camera Dance before taking off. She stopped walking and turned around in search of who'd spoken. Courtney? Within a blue tent before the cafe was Nevea's friend Courtney. She was dressed in tie-dye, a colorful blend of blue, red, and yellow that somehow managed to look great on her. She waved sweetly with a welcoming smile and then gestured to the watches in front of her. "I'm clocked in, but it's so good to see you." India spotted Justin with her, their watches on display around them. A customer spoke with him about one, and Justin gladly provided information. Meanwhile, Courtney kept waving. It seemed she'd hung paintings in the back of their tent. She'd done a few around town when called upon. India thought of a recently painted mural near Sweet Gum Elementary. All credit went to Courtney for dedicating time and effort to designing it. "Hi," she finally arrived at the booth. "It's been ages since I've seen you. How are you doing?" Courtney was all smiles, as usual, just like the rest of her sister's friends. Today, a poofy bun served as her hairdo. As she came closer, India recognized more faces in each booth. Brandy was in a stand with Chris 2 tents down. The booth on their left belonged to Nevea. How hadn't India seen her with Sean? Heck, the coffee shop booth stood beside this one. Practically all Nevea's friends were here with their men. Not practically. They are all here. She felt uncomfortable, seeing everyone partnered up while she was here alone. She turned to answer Courtney, her smile a little forced. "I'm doing good. I see you guys have a pretty neat stand going on." She pointed to a watch with butterfly paintings on its band. "This is so pretty. I love the artsy touch your watches have." She admired Courtney's scenic paintings too. If India could paint, she'd never stop. Justin put his hand on Courtney's shoulder. "She truly is a gem, this one. Sales have been through the roof since we started working together." He lifted the watch India had her eye on. "Want a closer look? We're also working on some customizable watches where the owner can erase and draw what they want." He puffed out his just-in-time t-shirt in reaction to the heat. "Tell your friends." Courtney just wiped his forehead with a hanky. India was tempted to respond with, "What friends?" but held the pity party within. "I will," she reassured him. She went to Brandy's tent next. Quite an audience had gathered at the booth beside it. Sweetgummers sure did love food. The other tents were dedicated to tacos and hot dogs. She inhaled the appetizing aroma, then admired Brandy's booth. 2 moms were here with their kids, lifting books for borrowing. "What an incredible promotion tactic," said one mom with 4 novels. "I think giving away a copy when borrowing a series will definitely encourage more reading. You two should open a bookstore." She pulled her son closer. He wouldn't stop twisting. India aligned her gaze with his. "Someone looks like they'd have more fun playing with cars at the toy stand." She chuckled at her observation. Brandy wore a cap over 2 pigtails, matching with Chris, who wore a hat too. He dealt with the other mom, showing her daughter a story. "That's a great idea we just might consider," Brandy giggled before aiming that incredible smile at India. "Hey, how you doing?" India briefly waved, then went on her way. Her sister's tent was a hit. About a dozen moms made a ring close by, clapping to salsa music. An upside-down fedora was placed at Sean's feet. He danced away as they encouraged him. Nevea, on the other hand, spoke through a bullhorn, telling moms to gather and watch. Though making a scene wasn't her thing, India fit herself through some moms to approach Nevea's tent. Her sister stood behind the counter with a promotional t-shirt. Seeing so many thriving establishments at once made India kind of want one of her own. Manning these booths looked fun. "Nev," she said, waving to her sister. Nevea dropped the megaphone in surprise. "Hey, it's you. What's up, sister?" She gently stroked her belly. It hadn't grown much since India last saw her, but she liked Nevea's instinctive maternal nature. India appreciated the warm welcome. "I'm okay, but shouldn't you be resting? I know it's the first trimester, but..." Her voice trailed off. Nevea's last doctor visit had been a little difficult. and India's nerves were heightened for her sister. However, Nevaeh seemed fine. She held a supporting pole for the tent. Sean continued dancing behind her, gathering quite an enthusiastic audience. Were they really tossing money in his hat? This idea had Nevaeh written all over it, either her or Sean's cantankerous niece. Nevaeh shook her head. Don't worry, I don't feel bad right now, so the doctor said it's okay. She took a deep breath. You know I'm a tough cookie. She appeared happy and healthy, so India decided her sister knew her own body best. Nevaeh's smile turned sad. How are you doing on your first Founder's Day with no Kim? Instinctively, India put on a plastic smile. Better than I thought, she said. It wasn't a lie. She was doing better than she had thought she would. Well, if you're lonely, you're welcome to hang with us, Nevaeh shouted, giggling as Sean came up behind her and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. India did not really want to third wheel with her sister or her sister's friends. Instead, she thought of Rashad's parlor lower down. Receiving pitiful care from her younger sister did not appeal to her. India had come here to stall from seeing Rashad, but greeting him seemed better than crying over Kim's absence. Anyway, I should go. She shot a quick glimpse at Joanne's stand with her boyfriend, then walked away. Wait, so soon? Nevaeh said through the megaphone. A few heads turned in curiosity. She lowered the contraption with a sheepish grin. So soon? She said softer. India covered her forehead after stopping. She took a deep breath, then dropped her hand. Yes, there's someone I have to see. Would Rashad be available? On days like these, restaurants tended to gather large crowds. He might be swamped with work. But then again, he'd sent her all of those flavors for her opinion. She'd at least try reaching out to him. If they couldn't talk today, then so be it. Nevaeh tilted her head. Who? Darn sisters. They always could smell blood in the water. India toyed with the idea of letting her in on this recent development, but decided not to. Now wasn't the time. Nevaeh had a booth to man anyway, and a baby to grow. I'll tell you later. Have fun, she said another goodbye, then squeezed through the crowd to make her exit.
Chapter 8. Rashad whistled after checking his watch. The sun was setting, but business wouldn't slow down. It was a Founder's Day for the record books, and he was pleased that it would also be one for his bank book as well. Keep them coming, he muttered to himself as he continued. He snickered at the register as people filed in. Kids, adults, retirees, all sorts of faces made up the never-ending line at the counter. His diligent employees ran back and forth from the kitchen to the front. They scooped, served, and packaged as fast as possible. Rashad himself worked swiftly, handing out change and storing bills. Thank you for choosing Scoop, there it is, he said with a smile. He directed a mom and daughter to the ice cream options. The daughter's smile was priceless. Rashad couldn't resist smiling back. He loved this. Working with customers was his favorite. After stashing the cash placed in his hand, Rashad snapped his fingers. Joel had just left the kitchen holding a delivery bag. Flip the sign, Rashad said. Closing was at 6. According to his watch, it was about 5:50. While Rashad appreciated bringing smiles to so many, the good times had to stop eventually. He was getting tired, and so were his staff. You got it, boss. Joel made his way past the counter and did as he was told. Rashad sighed in relief. When these last few patrons were served, he'd call it a day. Welcome to Scoop, there it is. What would it be for you today? He dove back into work with a radiant smile. These past couple of weeks had been great, but Rashad was never the target for bad days. It could have been his optimistic attitude or a stroke of good luck, but whatever it was, he appreciated it. He just wished he'd heard back from India. Every day, Rashad found himself looking out for her while working. He continued sending new recipes daily, but India never got back to him. She must have been busy with work or personal matters. He thought this regularly, but didn't know the truth. Though Rashad wanted to, he hadn't gotten around to personally delivering anything to her door. He'd been too occupied preparing for Founder's Day and overseeing business. Even if these factors hadn't stolen his attention, Rashad wouldn't have popped up like he'd planned. Sometimes, silence was response enough. India might have seen his gesture as forward, too forward for her liking. Rashad may have seen his actions as kindness, but others may not. I just want to cheer her up, but her feelings took priority. If sending ice cream wasn't the way, he would stop. "Have a great Founder's Day," Rashad said goodbye to the last customer. The janitor was already cleaning up. She wiped off some tables near the left window. He turned to his staff, throwing his towel in the air. "Another job well done, crew." Those hiding in the kitchen peeped out with waving fists, and others working up front gave a round of applause. He directed each person to their assigned places for lockup, then left for the door. There was a whiteboard outside with daily specials. After work, Rashad routinely brought it in to erase. He'd add different menu items to the list first thing tomorrow morning. The ideas were already forming. As he folded the board and whistled another song, he heard slowing footsteps down the street. They seemed close as they hadn't blended with the buzz of festivities. A hum of music and excitement traveled from downtown celebration. It was all Rashad heard until these pair of feet came up to him. He noted the painted toenails and anklet before raising his face. His breath caught in an instant. "India," he breathed. Rashad dropped his whiteboard. She flinched as it clattered. "Hey," she said. Rashad picked it up and grinned, hoping she wouldn't catch the embarrassment on his cheeks. "You're here. Wow, this is crazy." He didn't know where to turn. He faced his shop, then her smiling form. "Did you come for ice cream?" He tucked the board between his left arm and side. "I hate to break it to you, but we're closed. We just put up the sign about 15 minutes ago." But he'd make an exception for her if she let him. Today she didn't look so down. Last time he'd forgotten to say how much he liked her braids. They curled at the ends. It was hard to see with them tied in a ponytail, but Rashad remembered. "I noticed." India held the strap of her handbag. "I actually didn't come for ice cream. After all, I have quite the supply at home." She said this with a teasing air. "Oh." Rashad knew what she meant. He rubbed his head with a dopey smile. "Was it all too much?" India shook her head, sending her hair flopping behind her. "No, of course not. How could ice cream ever be too much? I mean, I've loved every one of your flavors so far. They're so creative and delicious," she assured him with a shy smile. "You have a gift." Out of all the beautiful people to make him smile today, his smile was widest with her. "Did you like them?" Rashad finally received the feedback he had hoped for. She liked every flavor. How amazing. She'd never know how grateful he was for her opinion, and how proud he was that he met her expectations. "Yes, I sure did." She clasped her hands below her waist. "I don't think I've ever gotten free ice cream before, so that made the taste much sweeter. You know what they say about free things being better. There's just something about them." She looked away. It seemed the sky stole her pleasant gaze. It had gone from a shade of dark blue to light orange in seconds. Rashad himself was captivated. "You don't have to send more samples, though. I think you're gifted enough to know when a new flavor is exceptional." She kissed her fingers and laughed. He laughed too, pleased with her attention. "I don't know. So far, I've really enjoyed listening to your thoughts." He grabbed the metal door handle but paused before he opened it for her. "Which did you like best?" India's eyes lit up. She tapped her cheek with a finger. "I think I liked the cream cheese ice cream the most, and your chocolate cake ice cream. But really, they're all amazing." "What did you think about the India special?" Rashad leaned against the door, moving it slightly. Would she pick up on the fact that he had made it with her in mind? India giggled, shoulders jiggling. "Very creative." She took a few steps forward. "Anyway, I should be heading off." "Wait," Rashad pushed the door open. "Don't you want to try your favorite flavors? I have some more in the back." He nodded into the parlor. "We can sit and talk over some." She seemed delighted that he offered. Her eyes lit up, and the expression made Rashad's heart flutter with joy. "Wow, that sounds great," but her thin, sculpted brows furrowed. "I'm a little confused. Why did you start sending those different flavors in the first place?" Rashad yanked the door open. His earlier elation diminished. Did she think it was weird? Maybe it was weird. He had just been so enthralled by their conversation that he wanted to know more. He wanted her opinion, and mostly he wanted to make her day brighter. That was definitely weird. He couldn't tell her that. Instead, he opted for part of the truth. "Didn't I tell you? I just wanted a second opinion." He'd confess his plans to brighten her mood, but didn't want to scare her away, or for her to think it was weird. They could talk about anything else but that. What did you like about my take on cream cheese ice cream? Let's get into it, shall we? He gestured inside with an arm. She went in, giving thought to her answer. He liked the way she carefully chose her words, putting real effort into her response. I like the cherry swirl and creamy cheese taste. Cheesecake is pretty much my favorite treat, so anything based on its ingredients will win me over. They walked side by side to the counter. The closing crew was just about done. She dragged her mop and bucket past them. Don't worry, I'll take care of whatever mess we leave, Rashad told her as he motioned for India to wait as he ran to the kitchen. She sat, looking at him hopefully, which gave him courage. As he slipped in, she swayed from left to right, keeping an eye on him as he snuck into the back. He beamed while leaving her sight. Rashad ran to the blocky freezer after disappearing. He looked at the ice cream case. What would he bring her? He felt pressured to choose something that would knock her socks off. Really blow all of the other flavors out of the water. Rashad realized that he had sent her all of his best options. Rashad, he heard her call. The sound of her voice jolted him to action. He grabbed a couple of options, then headed back out to the parlor. Okay, these are some of the other options I've got. Let's see how critical your palate is. India laughed, a chiming sound that made Rashad's face flush. Bring it on, ice cream man. Later, India licked her spoon over a fresh cup of ice cream. They chose a window booth and sat face to face. Their two cups sat between them. India's beloved cream cheese was one of them. Rashad scooped his raspberry blast while she had a ball devouring hers. So, you're not a fan of digital games at all? Video games are really just a classier version of what you played on the playground, he asked. They'd gone down memory lane together, discussing their pasts and childhoods. Naturally, they wound up talking games, what they'd played as kids. India shared her dominance in physical games, so Rashad asked whether she'd like digital games too. Turned out she didn't. He hadn't played a handheld game in a while, but had enjoyed them in middle school. Classier? Her left brow shot up. As time went by, more employees left the scene. They said their goodbyes to Rashad before leaving. I don't understand what you mean. She took another scoop and licked the yellowish snack off her spoon. Rashad stuck his own spoon in his ice cream. Each digital game uses physical games as its foundation. That doesn't make any sense. What? Of course it does. Where else would video games get their basis from? I bet there are some video games that are just like I Spy and the others you like, he said. India put her spoon down. Name one. She sat back, partially sinking into the soft pink backrest. Rashad took a while to form his response. Oh, I used to play this one on my computer as a kid that was all about locating certain objects in a collection of others. He recalled some good memories searching his screen back then. It was a lot of fun. I think you would have liked it. India filled her spoon with more dessert. I've played games like that on my phone once or twice. They are fun, I'll admit. She tittered as Rashad clenched happy fists. Witnessing her joy sent a rush up his spine. There wasn't a trace of gloom on her face. But when they make a video game that incorporates elements of Scrabble, then you can call me. India slid the spoon between her plump lips. Scrabble? A surge of joy went through Rashad. You like Scrabble too? That's awesome. He let go of his spoon. On family game night, I obliterate everyone at that game. I was so good, my dad made us stop playing it. He didn't normally toot his own horn, but she brought it up. Rashad couldn't let someone mention his game without flaunting his wins. India looked surprised. Really? The ice cream man is secretly a Scrabble genius? Rashad puffed up his chest. You thought ice cream was my only area of expertise? Not a chance. I've got tons of talents up my sleeve. He glanced into his half-eaten cup. The AC failed to stop it from melting. But in Rashad's eyes, melted ice cream was still ice cream despite its soft texture. I'd have no problem showing you just how skilled I am. In fact, I bet I could beat you in a game. India seemed amused. Really? You think you can beat me at Scrabble? She had a good laugh. Back in high school, I once competed in a tournament against our rival school, and guess what? She arched an eyebrow, cutting Rashad off before he could respond. I won. India sat back, seeming pleased. And that was a legitimate competition, far different from some family game night. He liked how her attitude took a 180 when it came to Scrabble. This side of India was endearing. She was confident and sexy, with an attitude that he enjoyed. Her eyes and face seemed brighter. He'd take this to mean she'd gotten comfortable enough to boast and joke around. That's extremely impressive. I didn't know they had school tournaments for games like Scrabble. I've heard of chess tournaments, but that's about it. You must have been some kind of grandmaster. Well, she said, acting coy. The young lady twirled one of her braids. I don't think Scrabble has those titles, but if they did, who knows? She peeped into her cup as if something in it would surprise her. All done. Wish I had more. I could get some. He perched his elbow on the backrest of his seat. Rashad hadn't seen when it happened, but somehow he and India were now the only ones here. His workers must have left faster than he'd anticipated. They'd been itching to enjoy the Founders' Day festivities. He himself wouldn't mind checking out a few booths, but was loving his time with India. She seemed so much better. He'd pat himself on the back for that. India vehemently denied this offer. No, I've been eating way too much ice cream of late. Believe me, if there were no repercussions, I'd go wild, but there are, so it's time I took a step back. Rashad could respect that, even as his heart squeezed with sadness. He watched as she slid her handbag onto her shoulder. They'd had a fun time, but it was getting late. The transparent doors didn't lie. Darkness had fallen over town. Would she be all right walking home by herself? He'd offered to accompany her, but had some cleaning up to do. It can wait. Will you be walking home by yourself? India raised her brows in clear stun. Oh, yes, actually. Sorry, I didn't even say goodbye yet. He laughed. I saw you grabbing your bag, and it's late. Naturally, I assumed you were leaving. Rashad got up, and she did too. He shot her a smile. I guess with all the Founders' Day celebrations, you should be fine, unless you need a walking partner. A walking partner? India arched another one of those perfect eyebrows at him. His grin widened. Yeah, someone to walk down the street with. I think they call that a friend, she laughed. Immediately, he wished she hadn't said that word. Her smile faded, and some of the sadness came back into her eyes. Rashad didn't want that. He'd worked so hard to get that sadness to leave her eyes. He didn't want to see it there again. Well, yeah, I guess that's right, India affirmed. Well, here it goes. Rashad sucked in a breath. We should be friends. Making new friends came easy to Rashad. He never let doubt stop him from forming bonds with others. Friendship was a gift he absolutely cherished. India seemed in need of new bonds, so he'd happily use his impeccable people skills to extend a hand. Plus, he did want to be India's friend. Again, his words seemed to catch her by surprise. He saw it in how India's eyes popped. This stun didn't last, though. She looked rather elated after processing his proposal. Sure, why not? Rashad grinned again. Why'd you look so shocked that I asked? Ha, it's just not often that someone comes out and says they should be friends with someone else. She laughed, but it didn't hold much humor. I kind of assumed we already were since we sat down over free ice cream together. Rashad couldn't deny her logic. You're right, but I wanted to be sure you knew how I felt since there's something I just remembered that I think you'll like. He rubbed his hands like a mad scientist. Oh? India seemed intrigued. I'm listening. Rashad was happy that she was. In that case, I'd say that we are friends. He tried not to hold his breath while he waited for her response. When it came, his heart skipped a beat. You know what, ice cream man? I'd say we are, and yes, I'll take you up on that walk. Rashad held the door for her, ushering her out. When the bell jingled this time, he was happy to hear it, because the light ring reminded him a whole lot of India's laugh.
Chapter 9. The air carried the fading scent of a summer day as Rashad and India walked back toward her apartment. India breathed it in, marveling at the dusky sight of the sun as it slipped away under the horizon. Summer nights didn't necessarily mean that the Georgia heat disappeared, but they did mean that there was often a cool breeze nearby. She felt the edges of the breeze ruffle against her shoulders as they walked. She kept sneaking glances at Rashad. He was handsome. She'd be lying to herself if she denied that. But what was really attractive about him was his charisma. He was all smiles and laughs. Hell, the man made ice cream for a living. She still wasn't quite sure why exactly he was so interested in her. But for right now, she wasn't going to ask too many questions. It was a nice night, and she was full of ice cream, and for once, she didn't want to slip back into the sadness that felt a little more distant than usual. So, you can kick butt and take names at Scrabble? Any other hidden talents? Rashad strolled with his head held high along the clear sidewalk. He'd driven them here in one of his delivery vans. India liked how everything associated with his business came in hot pink and baby blue, like the shirt he wore from the uniform he hadn't changed. India, on the other hand, was dressed in a thin red sweater and black pants. She'd chosen sandals for her feet, and she was kind of regretting it. She hadn't expected to get this much mileage out of them in one day. But they sure looked good, and she was glad. "No, not really," she said. The last of the sunlight slipped over the horizon, leaving a rosy glow in the clouds. Normally, she'd feel sadder about this. The sun was just about setting on another day with no Kim, after all. India would normally heavily linger over this fact, but oddly couldn't. Her eagerness for Scrabble prevented her. She looked over at Rashad. "I definitely crush a Scrabble game, though. You know, Peachwood has a Scrabble league." "Oh, really?" India mulled this over. She knew little about Peachwood, despite the fact that it was one town over and the high schools were the biggest rivals. She'd last been here for the football game last year, along with much of Sweet Gum. Same with the rest of the town, the conclusion of the game had been rather disappointing, with Peachwood coming in first. She hoped that next season, their team would prevail. Losing to Peachwood was just unacceptable. Rashad nodded. "I know, right? It's kind of like how Demetrius hosts game nights at Nerd Central Comics and video games, but only that the league is dedicated to one board game, the one we're both exceptionally gifted at playing." He waggled his eyebrows playfully. "We could have a showdown, see who the real Scrabble champion is." India laughed. "I mean, I could probably take you up on that. It's a date. I'm sure bringing an exceptionally gifted player won't make me any friends, but it will be nice to have a challenge," he winked at her. "Okay, that sounds nice," India agreed. She tried to hide her exuberance behind nonchalance, but wasn't doing quite as good a job as she wanted. If only Rashad knew just how competitive she could be. Exceptionally gifted. She tried saying it a second time, liking its cadence. "I like that. An exceptionally gifted Scrabble player." India almost crossed the street, but Rashad steered her by the shoulders. She instead took a corner on the sidewalk along with him. This corner had a hot dog stand on it. They swerved around its long line. "Wait, but why don't we have a league at Sweet Gum? If Demetrius hosts game nights, why didn't he ever think of creating some sort of league for us?" It hurt knowing they had to leave town for a good game of Scrabble. She could tell Rashad was laughing, but a zooming motorcycle drowned out the noise. "You know Demetrius. He's more of a Dungeons and Dragons kind of guy. I think that the board games they play at his store are more in that field than classic board games," he said. "Oh, I see." India should have thought of that. They talked more about games and how Peachwood varied from Sweet Gum. India liked that Rashad shared her views. Sweet Gum just had a certain charm to it that Peachwood didn't. They both liked its setup, though. It just seemed bigger, less cozy than what they were used to. It's nice, definitely, but Peachwood will never be Sweet Gum. Rashad had walked her to the block where Roasted Beans was located. "I like the pastries here. Hope they're as good as back home." He skipped forward, inviting her to follow. India simply jogged to catch up. When they entered the cool cafe, her mouth popped open. "Wow, it's pretty busy in here, isn't it? Not a booth stands empty. The line up front is just 2 people, but only because everyone else has found a seat. How nice." Nevaeh's friend Joanne saw success here too. India didn't know Joanne that well, but had picked up on a few character traits. That girl worked hard for what she wanted. These incredible results were certainly deserved. "Yes, I heard Peachwood really likes Joanne's coffee." Rashad went to the line and waited. "Think they'd like my ice cream?" he asked with a joking attitude. India smiled and gave a sure nod. "Of course they would, if you're willing to start from scratch in a new town." She liked encouraging others. Encouragement always pushed her to face her fears, so India made sure to give people that nudge too. "I'll think about it." Rashad's pep seemed unbreakable. She hadn't known him very long but realized his optimistic nature. She liked it. At a time like now, India needed that. With Kim being gone and all, they met both Joanne and her boyfriend when it was their turn to order. India. Hi, what are you doing here at the festival? Joanne had on the roasted beans polo and cap. She matched with the baristas and manager. His name tag read Xavier and was stuck to his apron. Her confusion made India's heart squeeze. Was she really so much of a recluse that it was shocking to see her out and about? She shot a glance at Rashad, hoping that he didn't notice the other woman's shock. Rashad was just telling me about the Scrabble League over in Peachwood. Xavier looked enlightened. Ah, so you've come to spend time with our top Scrabble players. I see, I see. His short sleeves revealed strong arms. The man folded them pridefully. I hope you two are in for quite the competitive night. Our Scrabble League is top-notch. He winked. India exchanged looks with Rashad, who shared her unimpressed expression. We'll see about that, she said. Joanne seemed mildly weary of Xavier's boasting. She flicked his shoulder, to which the man reacted confusedly. Watching them hiss back and forth made India giggle. Rashad looked pretty entertained by them, too. In the end, Xavier gave an apology for showing off. It wasn't much of an issue, but they accepted it. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. What are you guys having today? Joanne was all smiles again. Once Rashad had his cookie, they went on their way. He'd bought something for India, too. She'd insisted he didn't have to, but he'd done so anyway. As they shared their pastry, India and Rashad discussed past winning Scrabble strategies. India had more than Rashad since she'd played more in high school. He gladly lent an ear as she described her greatest wins. India laughed. The peer pressure was getting to her. Okay, I get it. I'm in. Rashad's eyes twinkled. It's definitely a date then. India pretended her heart didn't leap at the thought. The night of the Scrabble game somehow came too soon and not soon enough at the same time. When Rashad picked India up, she tried not to be awkward. She wore a pretty dress, and it ruffled in the breeze as he helped her up into his truck. You look like you're ready to mix some letters into oblivion, he grinned at her. A dress that pretty is a good diversion tactic. You're doing a great job of distracting me, if that was your goal. I guess you'll never know, until it's too late. India smiled at him. India liked that he hadn't commented on her appearance first. They chatted about nothing in particular on the ride into Peachwood. Rashad made her laugh when he talked about the teens he had hired at the shop, and she commented on some of his new flavor ideas. When they pulled up to the central Peachwood library, Rashad helped her down from his truck. His hand was warm where it touched her, and it sent a shiver of something fluttery through her stomach. Walking in, Rashad gave her one of his signature grins. Aren't you scared that I'll use everything you've told me against you this evening? Because if given the chance, I will defeat you, India. Rashad raised a fist as they entered the double library doors. A banner hung from an upper railing ahead. Below it, groups congregated at tables covered in Scrabble pieces. It didn't seem they'd started. Someone at the front desk nearby dealt with new arrivals. They handed two girls some tickets and sent them off. India followed Rashad as he went to get them tickets of their own. I can tell you're good, but there's no way you can master anything I described between now and the games. India stopped when he did. Here for the tournament? The librarian stuffed her hand in a bowl beside her computer, then handed them two red strips of paper. She also lifted a black plastic bag and asked them to dip. India went first. This will determine who we play. Yes, it most certainly will. Let's hope you don't get a pro for your first game. The woman chuckled and tossed the bag to Rashad after India drew her slip. India scratched her head at the number on her paper, then waited for Rashad to read his. You know Peachwood better than I do. Do you understand how this works? She thanked the librarian for assisting them, then moved past a few bookshelves until settling elsewhere. They chose a spot near some older women encircling a table up front. The women's position made them seem important. Judges, perhaps? Then we're in the right place, India thought. India tapped one of their shoulders while Rashad scanned his slip. Slip, please, one lady requested. Rashad handed his over after India. My guess is that whoever got the same number as us is who we play for the first round. But I could be wrong. I've never played Scrabble here. He admitted sheepishly. They were told where to sit, and soon the tournament commenced. India shook hands with her opponent at a table beside Rashad's. There were 6 tables in all, each holding 6 players. She lined up her letters when they were given, then considered an abundance of word combinations. Her opponent, a chubby old man, went first, and she quietly watched what he spelled. Car. How sweet of him. She thought of 4 different words to form around those letters. Take your time, little lady. The jolly old man clasped his hands. He had a thick gray mustache. Trust me, sir, there's no need for me to do that. She used his R to spell rise, then sat back. While he assessed his allotted letters, India checked on Rashad. She definitely wanted to get the easy matches over with so that she could move on to the bigger fish. Rashad had struck up conversation with the teenage girl he played against. That was until she spelled something that silenced him. India couldn't see the word, but the girl's smirk, paired with Rashad's reaction, was telling. If Rashad wanted to win, he'd need to put his laid-back attitude aside. Deep down, India really hoped to play him, a nice match one-on-one. But if he got booted before that, they'd be denied this wonderful competitive scene for their first face-off. She wouldn't mind inviting him over, but nothing could replace the thrill of a tournament. Don't mess up, Rashad, she thought. The old man just spelled ice with her I, and India was already playing. She formed the word me with his E, and things got heated from there. A surge of relief went through her when Rashad won his match. Obviously, India won hers and shook hands with her adversary. Next, she and Rashad went against other winners. Both judges and losers watched in amazement as they used sheer intelligence to conquer yet another pair. She gave her full focus to this match, since Rashad proved his capabilities. Now, with a shrunken number of competitors, they were instructed to sit at one table. India sent a smile to Rashad, who returned it full force. They sat facing their opponents with determination. About an hour had gone by already. 2 more passed before the semifinals came along. India hid her confidence while finishing up her match. The fascinated eyes of both the judges and former players made this 10 times more enjoyable than it would be on its own. She and Rashad sat side by side, exhibiting great skill at building words. At one point, she'd received applause for cleverly assembling thanks with limited options. By now, everyone here respected her. But India didn't play for glory. She just loved that sweet satisfaction of spelling words under pressure. It really challenged her mind. No, said Rashad's opponent. What are you, some kind of professional? He grabbed his head in defeat. Rashad hopped up and executed a short dance. He grinned at India after finishing, relishing in the applause from onlookers. Looks like we'll be the finalists if you win. A dirty glare was shot to him by the boy facing India. I said if. I'm not doubting your skill, man. He sat down as everyone who'd been invested in his game switched to India's. India giggled at Rashad's nonchalance. She put a shush finger to her lips in response, then went back to finishing her game. You've been great, but it's getting kind of late. She spelled her final word with the rest of her letters, then rejoiced with squeals. Aw, man, said the teenage boy. He sighed, but reached out to shake her hand. India commended his efforts, while the assistants cleaned up what she'd left. She smiled at Rashad, who held his thumb up. His face changed when he flipped it upside down, sending a message to India. She only rolled her eyes and fanned him off. He'd get what was coming when they played in just a few minutes. Even ordinary library goers gathered to watch. They fit within the ring around her and Rashad's table. Having this many spectators filled India with life. She could do this. No doubt about it. Rashad was better than she'd imagined, but not better than her. As long as she stayed focused, she'd win. Just 10 minutes in, their board was crowded. It was Rashad's turn, and he wore a sly grin. The man rubbed his hands as if scheming. Sorry, India, but there's no way you can come back from this. These here are some of my last letters, and I already know what I'll use the very last one to spell. You were tough, but we both knew who'd win when it came right down to it. He laid his letters in front of a G she'd used to spell giant. His word was coming and quite strategically placed. Whispers rose as India shut her eyes in response. Brilliant. He'd played brilliantly just now. You were sitting on that one for a while, weren't you? She asked, sizing up her options. Rashad sat back and brought his chair with him. He balanced on its two back legs. I've honestly just been going with the flow. Oh, yes, I definitely noticed. India grinned with fake mischief. She picked up some letters and his face started dropping. But while you've been letting your natural knack for this game run the show, I've been planning and observing. She didn't mean to go full-on cartoon villain, but couldn't help it. The crowd seemed absolutely enthralled by her next move. The O in his last word and L of another fit perfectly. She'd been meaning to get rid of this V. India spelled lovers using her last letters and others on the board. When the judges saw that she'd finished, they deemed her victorious. Resounding applause followed. Spectators praised her sharp mind, and she received a blue ribbon. Rashad got one too, then held out a hand. She shook it. You were really good. They basked in the praises, then shared a laugh. Snacks were distributed outside. Rashad looked them over, then turned back to her. How about we get something a little more substantial? India nodded. I'd like that. I'm telling you, you might have an above-average IQ, Rashad said. The crescent moon shone like the stars around it. With these and Peachwood's streetlights shimmering radiantly, they had plenty of light to navigate the sidewalk. India's self-esteem hadn't been boosted in a while, but that tournament did the trick. She could move a mountain right now. I don't think a high IQ has anything to do with it. She hadn't finished her juice from earlier. They'd gotten cupcakes and sandwiches as their dinner, at Rashid's insistence that both vendors were excellent. Rashad had made many friends as well. She'd mainly stuck by his side, but added her piece to varying conversations when asked. It amazed her how easily he gelled with others. Don't be modest. Come on, I bet you didn't even try to beat me back there. Crickets chirped in hedges nearby. They'd reach Rashad's van soon. She recognized certain landmarks from before. India stared at zooming vehicles, then shrugged, smiling shyly. I've just had a lot of practice. That's all. The fresh night's air was a blessing after focusing for hours. Today had been warm, but tonight wasn't. She appreciated every lick of breeze that brushed her skin. If you say so. He backed off. So, how would you rate Peachwood after spending an afternoon here? Rashad held his hands behind him. Gee, I don't know. India looked around. Everything seems bigger here. Bigger streets, buildings, libraries. It's nice, but Sweet Gum's cozier. She'd concluded this already, but in her own mind. I guess I'm biased. Most people like bigger towns. Rashad seemed thoughtful. Would you like a bigger town that's not Peachwood? I don't know. I don't really get out much. This is the farthest I've been from home in years, India confessed. But I bet someone like you travels a lot. You strike me as adventurous. She sipped the rest of her drink, deciding to dispose of her trash at home. There were no street bins in this area. Rashad rejected this. How could I be when I have a shop to oversee? I can't just go wherever I please. The parlor requires my undivided attention. Owning a business is a lot of work. India could imagine. You don't take vacations? Okay, yes, but when I do, I somehow end up getting busy with work again. Rashad put his hands in his pockets. That must make you the more adventurous one between us. I haven't forgotten your complaint, you know, when I tried to predict what you wanted and wound up killing your thirst for something exotic. India's cheeks got hot when he cackled. As Rashad apologized, she forced a laugh of her own. If only he knew. Seems I've scarred you for life. I promise it's not as big a deal as you think. I still enjoyed what you'd whipped up. Plus, don't forget that you made it up to me by sending countless free samples. The gesture still amazed her. I can't believe you went out of your way like that, all for a second opinion. She watched as their feet tread the concrete sidewalk. I still don't know what to make of it, but thanks again. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you... Oh, we're almost there. Rashad cut her off to jog towards his truck. India was glad they'd found it. 8 p.m. had passed, and the drive home would be long. They both had work in the morning. Staying out late wasn't wise. She buckled her seatbelt and sat back while Rashad drove. He told funny stories as they traveled, the road back to Sweet Gum. India got every punchline. More than that, she noted that when he found something that made her laugh, he found something else related so that the trend continued. He's definitely a funny guy, she thought. They cruised through vacant streets as he went on. Peachwood wasn't Sweet Gum, but she'd loved being here with a friend. and for the first time in ages, the thought of having one who wasn't Kim didn't feel quite so terrible. Rashad was a great friend. India felt lucky to have him.
Chapter 10. The India Delight was a success. Rashad had made it a special for the first time since coming up with the flavor, in order to test the waters with customers. New flavors didn't always hit at the ice cream shop, since regulars gravitated to what they knew and loved. Some went as far as to order the usual when stopping by, and Rashad and his team knew every time what that meant. It was hard getting them to consider daily specials, but despite all odds, today's new addition got to shine. Today, however, there were a ton of customers who decided to try something new, and overall, the new flavor was a hit. "Busy tonight," Michaela commented as she rushed back to grab another tub of everyone's new favorite flavor. "It must be because that elementary school soccer team decided to mourn their loss here," Joel replied. He had just returned from a delivery about 10 minutes ago. He'd usually make his last trip around noon, but today, a request for one large tub of chocolate ice cream was made just an hour ago. His absence during the evening rush had put a strain on staff. But we survived. Rashad rubbed his neck, recalling the chaos of earlier. Everyone was packing up. The cleaner just rolled her mop pail past the counter. They hadn't closed yet, but at this time, most potential customers had made it home already. The chances of seeing new faces were slim. Yes, probably. Those kids were wild, but at least having ice cream cheered them up. Sweet Gum's junior soccer club may have suffered a crushing loss, but at least Rashad's new flavor got some well-deserved love. And just like the person after whom he'd named it, India Delight deserved loads of that. Their last outing wouldn't leave his brain. The night had been fun for a variety of reasons. Rashad loved getting out of town, meeting new people, and playing Scrabble. But the thing that had really been worth it to him was her. India had been the best part of the night, hands down. It had only been a week ago, but Rashad craved more quality time with her. Since then, India made a point of stopping by his shop. They'd catch up on his breaks and hop from topic to topic. She'd proven to be more of a listener, but with enough coaxing, would share a lot. He now knew her favorite shows and movies. They both loved action and comedy. He'd proposed they have a movie date sometime soon, and she'd agreed. "I'll think about it," had been her response, and Rashad took that as a yes. What he loved most about getting to know her was discovering her loose side. It didn't come out much, but Rashad had caught glimpses now and again, like when he'd bring up her impressive victory at Peachwood. She'd first behave shyly before holding up her chin to boast as a joke. He liked her laugh, and when she fooled around, but would never force India to behave in a way that brought on discomfort. When she laughed with him, it was because she'd eased up in his presence. He knew that. She'd called him friend on many instances. Yesterday came to mind when India received a call. "I'm just with a friend," she'd said. He thought of how she'd smiled on those words. They'd been face to face at a booth here that time, sharing views on a new sandwich truck making waves in town. It wasn't revolutionary or earth-shattering, but the fact that she called him her friend, when not so long ago she had been absolutely devastated that her friend Kim wasn't around, made his night. Rashad felt guilty, though, because while he was happy to call India his friend, he wanted much more. Being friends was his idea. But he'd always known he'd wanted more the second she'd walked into his life. Ignoring it had been easy when they first interacted, but these constant meetups made everything clear. Rashad liked India more than a friend. Her beauty and personality enamored him in indescribable ways. Initially, he hadn't been sure if she was just an infatuation, but now he knew. Enough time had passed for him to make the distinction. Confessing his feelings would be anyone's next move, but Rashad couldn't. India was still in a shaky place. With missing her friend and still getting to know him, she had a lot on her plate, not to mention her reserved nature. A confession might turn her off from new people entirely. They may have hit it off quickly, but it'd still barely been a week. Dropping something so heavy now would break their momentum. And Rashad wasn't ready to say goodbye to their relationship. Platonic or not. Rashad flipped the open sign to closed before stepping outside. India hadn't shown up today. He hoped she was okay. "I'll call her." He lifted his white folding board with an air of content. Tomorrow, he'd add India's preferred flavor to the specials list. If patrons liked it, he'd officially make it a regular on the menu. Same with India Delight, he said to himself. Wait. Rashad perked up when a familiar face appeared in the early twilight. Look who finally decided to show up. He grinned from ear to ear. India bent forward to catch her breath. She wore shorts and a tank top. It looked like she'd been running for some time. I wanted to visit earlier, but work had me caught up. She straightened herself and wiped her forehead. But it looks like I came just in time. Today, her braids were styled in a neat bun on her head, allowing Rashad to see her face clearly. Or am I too late? After peeping at the closed sign, her face soured up. I am too late, aren't I? The fact that the sun's already set should have told you. He chuckled while staring at the darkening sky. It's after 7 p.m., she kicked the ground in evident disappointment. Aw, man, and here I was looking forward to beating you in an ice cream eating contest. India crossed her arms with a sigh, then shrugged. Oh well, until tomorrow then. Wait, no. She couldn't leave now, not when he'd looked forward to seeing her all day. He absolutely would not let India take off that fast. If you want ice cream, you can have some. We've hung out after closing before. He winked. Don't forget who's boss around here. India hit the side of her head, having a duh moment. Of course, how could I forget? Rashad opened the door to let her in. 15 minutes went by before they had the shop to themselves. Before leaving, many of Rashad's employees had flashed him knowing glances. Joel even gave a thumbs up. Rashad had quickly shooed them off when they did so. If India had seen their odd behavior, she'd suspect something Rashad had no intention of bringing up soon. How do you come up with these? India licked her spoon clean in their signature booth. They'd sat here every day she came. He didn't know about her, but Rashad preferred this side booth because of its seclusion. When sitting here beside the rectangular window, he felt exclusive, like he and India were alone on Earth. Times like now, when his employees weren't present, made it all the better. They alone existed in Rashad's haven of ice cream. He slid his empty styrofoam cup aside, trying to ignore the way her sight of her tongue made his insides shake. They'd just had a sample of something he'd been working on, and he had asked her for her opinion. He was being a terrible friend if all he could think about was how pretty she looked eating ice cream. It's not that hard. All I have to do is think of tastes that complement each other, then mash them together. She rested her spoon sideways along her cup's mouth. But how do you automatically know what works? I would have never predicted that blueberries and coconuts would taste so good combined, but they do. This ice cream is proof. Do you get inspiration from dreams or something? Her eyes widened in awe. Their light shade mesmerized him for a second, delaying his response. Dreams? The question only struck him as odd when he repeated it. No, it's not like that. He folded his arms on the table as she continued to guess. Is it just a feeling you get? India scooted to the edge of her seat. He wished this pesky table wasn't here to separate them. Otherwise, she'd be much closer. Rashad moved to the very end of his cushion. He swung his legs so they hung out of the booth. I just think that after so many years of working with ice cream that I've developed a knack for it. Kind of like how musicians can tell what chords go well with each other. He got up and took their empty cups with him. You can be an ice cream master too if you try, or if you care enough to. His heart skipped a beat when she gasped. He'd never seen her more intrigued. It was cute. India stood in front of him. I'd honestly love to, but you already waste so many ingredients on me. She wrapped a loose braid back in her bun. Her joy dimmed as she grabbed her hip. I feel like I'm going to impact your bottom line. She smiled, then folded her hands as if anxious, her lips shaking. Every time I come here, you give me free dessert. I wouldn't want to kill your business. Rashad laughed. You didn't tell me you were a comedian, too. He walked to the counter and lifted a section. While India stood uncertainly at the booth, he beckoned gently, insisting she follow. If serving you free cups of ice cream would kill my business, then my business wouldn't stand a chance. Free samples now and then don't do as much damage as you think, not with the number of customers I see daily. She lowered her chin while dragging her sandal-covered feet towards him. That shy smile remained on her face. It seemed embarrassment had blended in. He hadn't meant to evoke this response. Should Rashad apologize? Are you sure? Because sometimes I feel a little guilty letting the boss give me free cups, she said. Rashad let her go in before him. He fit the movable compartment back into the counter, then joined her behind it. Well, don't. The boss knows what he's doing. He rotated his shoulder while leading her forward. Plus, in this case, I'll be using whatever we whip up back here as part of the menu. We can call it India Delight Part 2. Rashad stopped in the kitchen doorway to strike a pose. His arms were wide open, and so were his legs. India jumped back at the suddenness of his actions. When her stun subsided, she started giggling. India Delight Part 2? What happened to Part 1? His heart cracked a bit, but Rashad kept it cool. He sighed as they went into the brightly lit room. The ongoing hum of the freezer jumped out at him. He'd need to go in there for some ingredients. If only you'd come earlier, you would have seen what a hit it was. He heard her follow him to the large metal door. Wait, did you put that ice cream on the menu today? The one with the... Yes, I did. Rashad dragged the freezer open, inviting clouds of vapor to blow out. He loved how it tickled his warm skin. Even with the air conditioning on in his parlor, the summer heat still got to Rashad. He turned to his side where India had settled. She seemed more refreshed than him. It's crazy how even at nighttime the heat is insufferable. India nodded profusely. Tell me about it. I've lived in Sweet Gum all my life, and sometimes I'm still blown away at just how dang hot it can be. She took in every shelf and box ahead of them. Wow, so many fruits and ice cream tubs. This is where the magic starts? She went in and held her shoulders. Brr, it's freezing. He laughed at her reaction. Hence why we call it the freezer. His polished shoes tapped the rough tiles as he entered. Rashad made an arm gesture to everything, then patted India lightly on the back. Now go crazy. What in here do you think would make an unforgettable ice cream flavor? She shivered, still rubbing her arms for warmth. He recognized her thinking face from when they'd played Scrabble. The woman's eyes shot in several different directions before she said something. Take those grapes and cherries on that shelf right there. Oh, and the yogurt too. Do you have candy? Rashad had already started yanking ingredients off shelves. His right hand was full of fruit-filled bags. Of course, we're also a candy shop, you know, and don't forget our infinite toppings supply. He knew she'd enjoy this. India possessed an astoundingly intelligent mind. He'd drawn that conclusion in Peachwood after she beat everyone at Scrabble so effortlessly. She must have been top of her class back in school. Thinking this only served to further bewitch him. We have tons of those in the fridge outside. Well, let me get them. This is going to be the best ice cream you've ever had. India walked backward, then whirled to leave, making Rashad beam. She sure was irresistible when happy. They'd gathered everything India requested and were now at work. Rashad had whipped out the blender, which he gladly utilized when India asked. Unlike when he worked alone, the kitchen counter stayed pretty clean. Whenever something spilled, India would wipe it. Even now, as she experimented with food coloring, no messes lingered. Rashad admired her carefulness while cooking. He could learn a thing or two from her. This is the part where we pour it in. From here, we let my handy contraption do its magic, Rashad said in reference to his ice cream maker. Now, he watched India transfer everything from the blender's spout and into the machine. Normally, when preparing original flavors, he'd use a more hands-on method. But Rashad reserved the best for India. She'd been thrilled when he mentioned his trusty ice cream maker. He couldn't disappoint her by not pulling it out. Be careful. India used a spatula to steer the blended contents back on track. A large sum had almost fallen. You need to watch what you're doing, not me, she chastised fondly. Rashad apologized right away. Look, India pointed into the silver bowl to guide him. You're too easily distracted. He liked her brief scolding. Sorry, I'm just having tons of fun. It took a lot from him to look elsewhere. Since they'd started, she'd been all he saw. Her focus on maintaining cleanliness, her ecstatic hops when something went her way, and her great command of the kitchen. Her enthusiasm was precious to him because it was so rare. He knew that if India was interested in something, she wasn't faking. She meant it with her whole heart. That made every one of her reactions all the more interesting to him. And he wanted to study her to find the ones that showed what she liked the best. Me too. India used the spatula to ensure no traces of batter were left in the blender. She put it down, then smiled at Rashad, buzzing. So what now? He'd gotten lost in her eyes. Oh yeah, we need to finish this up. Rashad pressed a button, and the batter spun. About 20 minutes from now, it'll be ready. It's basically rotating what we poured in, spinning it in quick circles. I'd explain it scientifically, but as long as the results are delicious, that's all that matters. He watched how she packed up what they'd used. India brought them to the sink and started washing. He went after her. Washing so soon? We'll need the spatula to pour what we made into our cups. Yes, you're right. She scrubbed it anyway, then handed it back. This was so fun. Will the flavors clash? I don't think I've ever had grape ice cream. Did I go too wild? You're the taste expert. Do you think it will work? She bit her lip while rinsing a spoon, and he could practically see the doubts overwhelming her. Don't do that, India, he thought. Listen, I have full faith that this is going to be a great batch, he reassured her. Her eyebrows were furrowed into a little V of concern when she turned back to him. How do you know? Rashad gave her questions some thought before answering. We did a lot of taste testing. From that, everything was great, so I think it should be pretty yummy. What we didn't test was the Skittles we added to the batter, but I'm sure they'll blend well with everything. But you're right to be concerned. Grape isn't a very popular ice cream flavor. Most people don't associate grape with ice cream. It's also really hard to make, so that's why it's become uncommon. He tried to hide his pride for having this information. India seemed to hang on to each word he spoke. She was definitely a knowledge seeker. But I have made grape cherry ice cream before on my own. India rinsed everything she'd washed and placed them on a wide striped towel spread out on the counter. So, what I'm hearing is we created an abomination. Huh? Rashad heard her panicking. No. When I made grape cherry ice cream, it was amazing, and from our taste tests, ours was great too, so don't worry. He patted her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. India remained silent for some time. Okay, at least it's uncommon. She shook her hands to eliminate excess water, then accepted a towel that Rashad pulled out for her. He'd gotten it from a drawer below the sink. That makes me creative, right? India smiled so adorably Rashad nearly squealed. Of course you're creative. He couldn't hide his mesmerism. India squinted delightedly. You don't seem scared of taking risks to me. Why haven't you already added the grape ice cream to your menu? She finished drying her hands and flung the towel over her shoulder. Every purple flavor you have is raspberry themed. She walked back to the ice cream maker, which continued churning. A red light indicated this activity. Rashad was about to say he didn't know when the memory hit. Oh wait, my grape cherry ice cream actually didn't mesh well now that I think of it. He cringed. It's because I'd been too ambitious and added chocolate to the mix. Her wrinkled nose made him laugh. Don't worry, it wasn't that bad. I only wound up scrapping the batch because my sister thought it wouldn't appeal to the masses. Not everyone's as adventurous as us, you know. Her eyes shifted to the left as she nodded slowly. I would have liked to try it, but just one spoon. What were you thinking, though? India barred her mouth as soft chuckles escaped. He adored how light bounced off her pupils and made them seem brighter. Grapes are sour and chocolate is creamy. You'd be surprised what ends up working out when I experiment. He stood next to her and tapped the bowl of spinning batter. It would be done in 10 minutes. I think that next time we play this game, you should try being more adventurous. Grape is pretty out there since we don't use it that often, but I'm talking pure chaos. He rubbed his hands mischievously. Something like mango and vanilla ice cream with chocolate chip sprinkles and gummy bears. A madman's dessert. India wriggled in evident disgust. What? You? Rashad, you're crazy. No one would want that. While this may work on the menu, something that insane won't. It'd be an eyesore among other flavors. You could lose loyal customers for even considering mixing those. She visibly shuddered. He liked watching her squirm. It endeared him. Rashad caught his chest tingling. It'd just be for fun. India rolled her light brown eyes. You're so unserious. Just then, the ice cream maker dinged. They smiled at each other, then swarmed it. Rashad took the lead on transferring the contents to their cups. Okay, he turned back to India with the cup in hand. You take this, and we're going to try it at the same time. She laughed. So if it's terrible, we can both figure it out at the same time? Just for the adventure of it. Ready? On 3. 1, 2. He said 3 and watched her raise the spoon to her lips. Rashad mirrored her gesture, but his eyes stayed glued to India. It felt important somehow that she would like the ice cream that they made together. She balanced a small chunk of ice cream on her tongue before swallowing. He'd already tasted his and reveled at the explosion of flavor on his tongue. Rashad scooped more and hummed in fulfillment. This is amazing. It is. India filled her spoon with another portion. Who knew sour grapes would blend so well with ice cream? She gasped in fake stun. Oh wait, me ha! India twirled in place. Rashad liked that. Although they'd spent quite some time together, she'd never acted so free. He wished she'd spin again. Some hair had fallen from her bun, but India hadn't seen. It looked good hanging loose. Rashad thought it complemented this unconfined side of her. She'd normally seem restricted. Knowing she preferred her hair up, Rashad informed her of the mishap. Want me to fix it for you? He asked, resting his cup down. India hesitated before allowing him to do so. As long as you know what you're doing. I do. Don't worry. I've helped my sister out a few times with things like these. He dried his hands on the towel she carried, then went ahead. She kept eating with her back to Rashad. He gladly listened as she rambled on about possible combinations for future flavors. India was on a roll, and Rashad supported it. Her hair sorted, he stepped back. I think we make a pretty good team, he smiled at her. Her smile was bright when she returned it. I think so too. I'll call on you to make all my new flavors then. How does that sound? Works for me, India beamed. Rashad laughed, but inside a small tendril of hope unfurled. If he could convince India that they were a good team at this, what else could he show her they'd be good at together?
Chapter 11. Are you waiting for someone? Bright red, blue, and white flags hung on every pole, door, and bench in Sweetgum. The town had veritably transformed in the last few days, becoming a mecca of patriotic coloring in preparation for Memorial Day. Even India's seat had vibrant decorations hanging off the back. She liked seeing folks wearing flags on their bodies. A small one poked out of her front pocket. She'd put on a striking blue blouse with cuffed sleeves and buttons linking its left and right sides. Her top matched with children in similar colors. They ran along Main Street with starry propellers that rotated. No, I'm just here to watch, India lied. She looked past the curious woman who'd spoken. An apple-bobbing game had been built in front of Rochelle's diner. Mostly men signed up to play. They stood around a short wooden basin of water with arms behind their backs. Many older people gathered to watch, while younger kids took interest in other activities. She spotted a carnival game inspired by basketball and noticed how children gravitated towards it. With these added games and snack bars packing the road, it was safe to say that Main Street was unrecognizable. Decorations and carnival games made it difficult for India to find the businesses she'd grown used to. Great, the older woman sat beside her. She got something from her purse and held it dearly. Do you mind helping me light this candle, dear? India happily assisted. She took a lighter from the woman's hands and lit the small lamp with red and blue painting. The woman thanked her, then sat in silence. It didn't take long for India to feel out of place. Should she leave? Give this lady some privacy? She might be overthinking this. He must have gotten too caught up at the shop. She crossed her legs, then checked her phone for the time. On days like these, she'd normally explore town with Kim. Last Memorial Day had been great, just them walking and admiring decorations. Malik had joined them later, but India hadn't stuck around after that. She'd left them to venture out together and got back home to finish paperwork. Even having Kim for a short while beat not having her at all. They'd caught up yesterday on a video call before bed. It seemed Kim was doing good. She and Malik were having a blast touring every park they encountered. India loved listening to Kim's stories so much so that she often forgot to update Kim on her own life. Nothing had changed with India, though. She still worked remotely and still missed her best friend. She would have brought up Rashad while they chatted, but preferred asking over telling. Next time, she thought. If Kim called again, India would mention Rashad. Her best friend deserved to know who she was getting close to. He'd proven to be quite an amazing companion in just a few weeks. She checked her watch again and sighed. Rashad was a busy guy. Business at his shop must have been hectic. She'd head over there now to check on him. Being in a crowded environment tended to overwhelm her, but Rashad was worth it. No sooner than she stood did Rashad come bounding. He waved his arm while closing in on her, then smiled from ear to ear after stopping. He'd run down the sidewalk to meet her. Sweat dotted his forehead and soaked his collar as heavy breaths left his lungs. He bent forward. Sorry I'm late. India found his urgency surprising. Had he run the whole way? It's okay. Take your time with breathing. You look like you're about to pass out. She went to his side to provide support. India touched his back. Look at you. She felt laughter bubbling inside. You didn't have to run. Of course I did. He wiped his face with a handkerchief. We planned to spend Memorial Day together. Despite Rashad's obvious tiredness, his cheer was palpable. I'm already 10 minutes late, so let's go ahead and make the most of what little time we have left. Rashad took her hand. Come on, I heard there's a bottle toss game somewhere around. Someone sent a picture, and it looks absolutely exhilarating. She wouldn't use that word to describe a game so simple, but Rashad tended to exaggerate. Her heart hammered as their palms made contact. His hand was so strong and warm. Holding hands reminded her of high school, back when she'd done so with her crush on a similar outing. She and Rashad weren't dating, but she'd been on a few dates to carnivals like this. A lot of people had. She and Rashad's deep talks over ice cream were quite reminiscent of romantic encounters too. But that wasn't them. They had a strong friendship, and that alone. Although she wouldn't mind. No. India refused to entertain this, not when things were going so smoothly. They ran past countless games and groups to arrive where Rashad wanted. The two stood in line and observed as a focused man threw colorful rings at glass bottles. The smug attendant folded his arms beside the stand, just waiting for the guy to give in. Meanwhile, spectators encouraged him to press on. It didn't take long for Rashad to join them. You can do it. Win a bear. Don't give up now. There's still a chance. Rashad snickered after being outwardly supportive. He nudged India. I found a trick online on how to win this. You have to toss the ring over the bottle. That's the only way they'll land. If folks here don't make use of that tactic, they'll never win. He shared the attendant's sly smirk. India liked his confidence. Look at you doing research for a little game. Rashad sure took goofing off seriously. If that was possible. Why? Are you scared to lose in front of so many people? She knew she was. Scrabble wasn't the only game she got competitive over. Being overly competitive was kind of her habit. With every game she played, India became a beast. She just enjoyed excelling at whatever she did. Not a bad trait in and of itself, but sometimes it got out of hand. I always tell myself no one cares about these things as much as I do. It's how I get through most public contests. She tugged her collar with a nervous laugh. Is that how you handled Scrabble? Rashad shook his head when the guy lost, then moved forward. He held India's shoulders to ensure she stayed in front of him. 3 people were ahead. The first one already doing warm-ups to try his hands at winning. That old thing? She pretended to act prideful. I didn't have to. Her shyness returned. I was having too much fun to think of other people. She heard a chorus of disappointed interjections when the man missed. I hope your tactic works because I'd hate to embarrass myself. Shivers ran from her waist to her neck. Her palms sweat too. She'd been so down before Rashad got here, but now, India could hardly keep still. Was it nerves like she thought, or was his energy contagious? You won't. Rashad held his hips. Hey, if you win, which prize will you pick? He pointed where they hung. Stuffed bears, toy microphones, and other childish playthings were strapped to the back wall. I think that big pink bunny would look great in your arms. India pictured herself dragging the massive toy. I don't want to carry that with me all night. She pouted at him. It looks heavy. Plus, we're not 5. Why are the prizes so silly? Are these grown men playing to win these for themselves? Some of them might be, but I think most are doing this for their daughters, or maybe to prove something. Rashad gestured at the man who just lost. He seemed pretty distraught and was now demanding a free retry. But the games didn't work that way. No amount of begging could budge the attendant. Bottle toss is pretty hard. Every year, people try to beat it, but no one is ever victorious. India had never heard anything more dramatic. What? But it's just a game. She had to laugh. I didn't know anyone took it this seriously. She'd see this booth every year, but had never been aware of its community or great significance. What is this? Some sort of rite of passage for men? Rashad shrugged as the line moved forward. For me, it's just fun to beat a con artist at his own game. Look at his smile. He knows his games are rigged. India would agree that the attendant seemed too pleased at these losses. But to call him a con artist? Relax. No one in Sweet Gum is a con artist. This game is just a little trickier than it looks. She faced Rashad. And that's what makes it fun. Her turn finally arrived, and India stepped forward. Quite the crowd had gathered to watch. They each seemed eager to find out who won. So far, not one person had gotten 4 rings around 4 bottles. There were 12 in all. They sat in a crate with no spaces between them. India couldn't picture someone drinking from those. They looked toy-like. Each bottle sported a colored cork in its spout. They were glass and shiny, appealing to the eye with their colorful covers. Here you are, little missy. The attendant handed her 4 rings, then hopped back behind the booth. Rashad clapped for her. You can do it, India. Win that bunny. He held out 2 thumbs, amusing many. India tittered. Rashad was such a clown. She regained her composure and took aim. Toss them over. India threw her first ring and it landed on a front row bottle. She received cheers, which raised her self-esteem. Rashad's over-the-top applause contributed most to her spike in confidence. Lucky shot? Let's see you get another. The attendant leaned against his booth's back wall. He snickered when India aimed again. She wasn't sure why this amused him, but wouldn't let him discourage her. Everyone else gave serious support. Today, the people deserved to laugh last. She smiled while throwing the second ring. Another burst of claps and whistles followed. This ring landed on the bottle beside the first. She was off to a good start. This may not have been a competitive sport, but its players' attitude said otherwise. And being who she was, India shared their passion. Mainly for kicks, but a lot of her wished for victory as well. Lucky number 3, she mumbled, tossing another like Rashad instructed. It hit the 3rd bottle rather than landing. The spectators made a unanimous moan of disappointment. That definitely killed India's drive, but the support returned instantly. Rashad chanted her name like the goof he was. His behavior not only kept up her morale, but the morale of spectators. Lucky number 4, she called, summoning laughs. She'd stay positive for her sake and the sake of others. Once again, India missed. She had 3 rings remaining. Unfortunately, even with Rashad's advice, she could not prevail. Only 3 bottles were ringed when she ran out of tries. The sorry cheers and nice tries only made the loss more bitter. It was now Rashad's turn, and he seemed energized. Don't worry, I'll win and get you whatever you want. He winked after whispering close to India's face. She smelled his cologne and felt his tender touch. He'd held her arm to speak. The gesture made goosebumps pop up on her skin, and she shivered despite the heat of the day. When Rashad finished, she received a soft pat on the head as he snatched his 6 tries. She stood aside with some other men as Rashad made a show of aiming. He shut one eye, took on a pitcher's stance, then tossed. His theatrics were hilarious. India laughed while folks made endeared comments. An older man asked Rashad if he'd invented tactics to win, and the upbeat Rashad happily confirmed. He's determined to beat this, India added. Rashad wound up landing his first ring, to which she squealed. Let's go, Rashad, she said with clasped hands. Again, he posed and tossed ridiculously to throw another, and to everyone's delight, it landed. Now for a third, you can do it. India's hopes skyrocketed. They had to beat this impossible game. She searched for the attendant's reaction, and he actually seemed concerned. Aha! India loved this. Rashad must have cracked some kind of code. Either that or his strategy was just outrageous enough to work. Even more people gathered when Rashad ringed another bottle. He began to dance triumphantly as India joined a chant saying, "One more toss." She clapped and jumped as Rashad prepped himself. When it sailed through the air, she watched with bated breath. If India had a seat, she'd slide off it. Rashad's ring landed perfectly, and India jumped around, screaming. She couldn't help herself. In all the rejoicing and applause, she ran right to Rashad and threw herself on him, feeling tempted to wrap her legs around his upper half. The man luckily supported her despite her force. Rashad's chest vibrated as she rubbed her head on it. "Whoa there. I know you're excited, but don't get too carried away. It's time to choose your prize," he said. Rashad gently removed her, then held her wrist to lead her forward. When they stood at the booth counter, he cleared his throat. He seemed to have gained quite the fan club. Loads of older men stood aside to stare, still commending Rashad for his work. He thanked them, then held India's arm. "I did it all for her, so she could have a prize. Told myself that if she didn't win it herself, I'd win it for her," he boasted while the attendant dragged himself forward. India would admit this was sweet. "Thanks." She rubbed her hands when the bitter worker asked which toy she preferred. "Give me something small and portable." "Wait, what about that?" Rashad pointed out a pink disposable camera. It hung beside the large bunny he'd suggested before. "If you want, we could snap photos of our awesome date, but it's up to you what you choose." He bounced slightly. India gasped. How hadn't she noticed this amazing option? "Sure, hand me that camera, please." She relished in the attendant's angered glare. Rashad's win was hers too. They took down a tyrant. That's a bit much, but being dramatic was fun sometimes. With their camera, Rashad and India went wild, snapping photos. They got snacks at varying stands and took pictures holding them. India once again couldn't resist laughing as they traveled. They played the basketball game, and this time she won them prizes. But Rashad wouldn't let them stop there. He was determined to try every game, and they probably would have if time hadn't flown so fast. They'd met at sunset, but somehow 8 p.m. snuck up on them. Street lights and special memorial lamps in blue and red were lit to illuminate the festival. It showed no signs of slowing down, but Rashad did, which felt out of character since his energy was usually infinite. It wasn't that he'd actually lost steam, but more that other obligations awaited him elsewhere. "But look at all these pictures we took," he chirped while sitting next to India. They'd returned to the bench where everything started. Rashad had laid out every photo they'd taken. He'd stored them in a crossbody bag that came with their first gift. They'd collected several more prizes during their escapade. Some were plushies, others were keychains, and a few had been candy. They'd split them half-half. Right now, India's pockets were stuffed with small chocolate bars. "It'd be a crime if either of us forgot today." India examined every captured memory. The carnival was just ahead but looked far away. Light shone on them both from the nearby lamp. Below it was a small homemade lamp. Its gentle glow brought on a certain level of tranquility. After such an exciting day, she welcomed its gentle glow. How could we when we accomplished so much in just a couple of hours? Right. Rashad placed 5 pictures on India's lap, then took 5 for himself. "Are there any you like more than others?" He faced India with a warm smile. She contemplated silently. Laughter and running footsteps seemed louder as she did. "This one is really sweet." She picked a photo from Rashad's lap. It featured them making a heart with their fingers. They'd both posed with closed eyes, but their joy was unmistakable. "You look so adorable." "And what about you?" They'd snapped that one after winning at skee-ball. "You were so happy you couldn't keep your eyes open. You're like a puppy getting its chin scratched." India's heart skipped as he made over her. "Thank you." She tapped the photo. "I like that one best." "Have it." Rashad placed it with hers. He grabbed another. "I think this one is my favorite." He showed her a picture where they pulled silly faces in line for cotton candy. "I think these poses encapsulate our truest selves, the wacky versions of you and me who deserve to come out more. The parts of us that aren't afraid to have so much fun that we look a little unhinged." He bumped her with his shoulder. Rashad may not have realized, but his words just now were rather profound. "That's so deep, Rashad." India stacked her tiny pictures together. "I kept feeling this sense of freedom all day, like I was a kid who didn't care about anything but enjoying myself. You sort of bring that out of me, you know? The unbridled joy of being a carefree child. Really? It was now Rashad's turn to be shy. He scratched the back of his neck. Wow, India, that's amazing. He checked his watch but seemed unbothered by the time. I always say that we're our most honest selves at our youngest, he reclined, and I get to see a glimpse of that whenever I serve ice cream. He'd said he had to leave at 8. That hour had passed 10 minutes ago. India herself always made a point of getting home before dark after going out, unless she left the house at night, that was. I do feel younger whenever I eat ice cream, but that goes for all candy, which is why my shop is also a candy place. Rashad seemed pleased with his business decision. I don't think you've ever tried our candy, though. A lot of people forget we're two businesses in one. He gathered his pictures and carefully put them in the pocket of his polo. The sweetest businesses at that. India wondered briefly if serving ice cream for a living would brighten her demeanor. I think Rashad is like this naturally, which made her fonder of him. Next time I stop by, I'll be sure to buy myself some candy along with a scoop. Oh, please. You're India. You don't have to buy anything. Your first candy order will be free of charge. He patted his pocketed pictures. Okay, I should get going. He got up. Today was amazing, but it goes without saying. We always have a great time when we meet up. A sense of sadness shrouded India. It always came when Rashad said goodbye. They lived separate lives with separate responsibilities. He couldn't stick around forever. India knew this, but somehow, parting ways with Rashad caused her deep despair, like a small child saying goodbye to their companion. She supposed she just enjoyed his company, maybe a little more than the way a friend liked another. I had fun today, too, she stood. Thought of any plans for our next adventure? Rashad held his hips. Not yet, but I'm sure something will come to me. Although, if you come to the shop again, we could try making another rare ice cream flavor. What do you say? Chocolate grape swirl? India shoved him playfully as he laughed. You're so crazy. But she loved that about him. We can experiment with flavors some other time. I swear that between the two of us, I care more about saving your business resources than you do. One day, she wished to acquire half Rashad's nonchalance. Where she worried too much, he didn't at all. Relax. Rashad stared down the lighted street. If creating new flavors for fun was actually harmful, I'd have enough self-control to not do it. He opened his arms. Goodbye hug? She could cry. They'd text later, but it wasn't the same as meeting in person. Goodbye hug. India squeezed him when her arms held him dearly. She rested her cheek on his chest and let him perch his chin on her head. Her braids were down today. Safe walk home. Same to you. Be careful out there. Rashad glanced at his watch again. I got some documents to finish up at the shop before I head home. Oh, wait. Would it be safer if you tagged along and I walked you to your place? India suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She touched her pocket. Was this Kim? No, it's okay. Everyone's up and active anyway. Plus, town is pretty safe. You go get your work done. I have a call to respond to. She slid her phone out and grinned as Kim's face lit up on the screen. Just when she'd started feeling down, Kim to the rescue. Okay, cool. But you be careful out there. Rashad waved again, then ran off. India watched him go before answering Kim's video call. Hi. Hey, India. I know we talked yesterday, but I've been missing you. How is everything? Kim had on a satin cap. A green pillow poked out from her lap and led India to assume she was in bed. The lights in her room were bright, allowing India to see Kim clearly. Apart from seeming a little worn out, her friend appeared to be in good health. India took a seat, just itching to fill Kim in on Rashad. First, she checked the sidewalk to ensure he'd truly left, then whispered, I'm so glad you asked because I've been meaning to tell you. She bounced her knees. As you know, it's Memorial Day and there's a small carnival here in town. Kim looked heavily invested already. Uh-huh. She rotated her hand to prompt faster storytelling. Every fun instance with Rashad replayed in India's head. Her heart flipped, and she tried to contain it. Normally I go with you, but you know our situation. Yes, I really wish I was there. Me too, but luckily I recently made a new friend. India danced by rocking left and right. You should know him. His name is Rashad, and he owns the ice cream/candy shop here in town. Kim's mouth popped open. No way. The scoop, there it is, guy. The one you said was cute but seemed childish. You and him are together? Her camera jerked sporadically. India heard squealing as well. When Kim reappeared, her smile was brighter than the sun. India, that's amazing. Wait, no, I never said we were dating. Hold on. India cut Kim's celebration short. The other woman looked lost but attentive. I said we're friends. As in, since you've left, we've gotten to know each other and quite enjoy spending time together. It's nothing romantic. She quieted down as a group of boys strolled past her. They had just left the carnival. Oh, Kim touched her chin with one finger. I see, but her face said otherwise. So, you only see him as a friend and absolutely nothing more? She leaned closer to the camera, wearing a smirk. A tingle went down India's spine. As it did, she thought of Rashad. His playful smile and dimples. He had gentle eyes that often switched to mischievous, like a fun-loving kid. Today, he'd sported a fresh haircut. India hadn't given it much thought, but what if Rashad cut his hair for their date? No, she was getting ahead of herself. Ah, Kim gushed on screen. Looks like my question made you consider. Do you think you might like him? India quickly shook her head. No, we're really just friends. I'm sure he only sees us as that, and that's how I see him too. It's nice. I'm really glad he reached out after you left. Otherwise, I would have been cooped up in my apartment this evening. She laughed nervously. I probably wouldn't have left the house since you moved. It was a shame to admit, but the truth. Her reaction also revealed something very important. Kim was right. She definitely had feelings for Rashad that went a little beyond friendship. India wasn't sure when that had changed. She knew that Rashad made her happy, but the realization that she wanted to be more than just his friend hit her like a freight train. How had she done this to herself? Rashad had never said anything about being more than just friends. And here she was, catching feelings for him when he'd been nothing but kind to her. India had to swallow against the knot in her stomach. India? Kim's voice snapped her back to reality. Yes, we're definitely just friends. Okay, if you say so. It's just interesting to me that he's suddenly taken interest when you and Nate aren't together and I'm not around to steal your attention. Kim shrugged, but India knew what she meant. Her friend was obviously convinced that Rashad had a thing for her. I'm flattered that you think there are men waiting for a chance to date me. India cracked up with Kim, who repeated, they should, through hysterical laughter. As India cooled down, she began to imagine something. What would happen if she and Rashad had another chance to do this night again? What if she told him something that she'd begun to suspect, which was that her feelings for him were a little more than just friends? This time, before he ran off, India would hold his hands and pour out her heart. She would confess to developing feelings with much hesitance, but eventually told him everything. Even in her mental space, Rashad didn't reciprocate her feelings. Awkward silence quickly fell, and the fantasy came crashing down. It shattered like glass, startling her. She had to shake her head to ward off the humiliation. I really don't want to mess things up. If she scared off Rashad by confessing, who else would she spend time with? India didn't only see him as a placeholder for Kim, but someone special. She'd hate to lose him and would do whatever it took to maintain their friendship. If that meant hiding her budding love, then she'd keep it to herself. India sighed. If only making friends were easier. Then, loneliness would not follow Rashad's possible rejection. If she had more acquaintances, she'd have companions to choose from if he found it awkward to interact going forward. But no, she'd be completely alone if things ended sourly. At times like these, she really wished she had Nevaeh's boldness. Nevaeh made friends everywhere she went, something India struggled with. She'd ask for advice but already saw it failing. They weren't the same. What worked for her sister would not work for her. Everything okay? India had once again forgotten about Kim. She smiled sheepishly at her best friend's concern. Sorry, I can't lie to you, Kim. Her shoulders fell. I have developed a tiny crush on Rashad, but if I tell him, it'll ruin our friendship, she said with a slight quiver in her voice. Kim's teasing air dissolved in an instant. Ah, India. She looked away for a second. My advice would be to confess to prevent complications later, but I understand that you don't want to lose him. She held her chest. But then again, what? India noticed Kim's contemplative expression. Her friend's eyes were to the sky as she hummed. You never were good at telling when someone liked you. Kim's jovial attitude returned. So, who knows? He might feel the same way that you do. It's not often that people we see around town decide to befriend us unprovoked. If he wanted nothing more than friendship, he would have reached out earlier, at any point in your lives up to this point. To me, it just seems logical. What do you think? India considered Kim's opinion. You have a point, but I still wouldn't risk it. She rubbed her arm and stared ahead. A group of moms walked by with their children. Each kid had something to say. They held toys and bounced around in elation. Their face paint made her smile. How pure? Watching them reminded her of Rashad. Oh boy, she had to let this go. Anyway, enough about me. I am just dying to hear more about your adventures. What did you guys do today? And don't be shy, I want to hear every detail. India crossed her leg and got comfy. Kim hesitated, but started to tell India everything. She listened, or she tried to, but her mind lingered on Rashad. What if he did want to be more than friends? And what if he didn't? Was she willing to risk losing another friend, all in the name of a romantic connection that may or may not be real?
Chapter 12. It's family day. Rashad raised Destiny high on Preya's portico, the morning light blessing his niece like the angel she was. Family day, Destiny giggled. Preya snapped her fingers. Rashad, pay attention. She stood in the doorway with Destiny's backpack. The sun shone overhead as the wind whistled through the hedges. They bordered Preya's front and backyard in an angular U. As the wind swirled around her ceiling wind chimes, Preya continued. So I've packed Destiny's snacks, spare clothes, and favorite toys inside this bag. She held up a princess-themed backpack that didn't fit the aesthetic of her outfit. Preya looked dolled up with well-done hair and makeup that enhanced her features. The woman was fully dressed apart from being barefoot. But other than that, her outfit was complete. It consisted of a matching blouse and skirt. I know. You don't need to explain that. I've done this a million times. Rashad put down Destiny and took the bag. The small girl held his leg, pointing at the rattling chimes above. Yes, Destiny. They sound pretty, don't they? Preya smiled at her child, then squatted. Promise to be good with Uncle Rashad today? She opened her arms. Yes. Destiny skipped into Preya's embrace and planted a kiss on the woman's cheek. In response, Preya kissed her forehead, saying many I love yous. Preya stood again. Make sure she has a good day so she forgets she's missing Mommy and Daddy. I feel like we're always sending her off with you. She tittered, brushing her nails behind her head. Rashad placed Destiny's bag on his back. He held the child's hand as she jumped like a rabbit. That's not true. After thinking back, he changed his mind. Don't worry, I think introducing children to several guardians is good for them. She not only knows she can trust her parents, but her Uncle Rashad too. He'd seen this in a blog post. Plus, you and Devante are busy people. I get it. And if you two want to have a date night like now, it's completely understandable. No one's complaining. Not me or little Destiny over here. He hopped with her a couple of times to make her laugh. It worked. She hugged his leg and giggled into his jeans. Nothing pleased Rashad more than seeing her happy. We're all having fun. Preya could sometimes be tough, but not even she could resist laughing. Rashad's relationship with Destiny was too wholesome. He knew that for a fact. You two are adorable. Preya reached in and kissed Rashad's cheek as well. Now go. I wouldn't want you missing story time at the library. She waved. Oh, right. He checked his watch, then spun around. Later, Pre, and tell Devante his cologne is awesome. I can smell it from here. Rashad ran down the short flight of stairs he'd taken to the portico. Destiny saw this as a race and ran past him. She would have gotten far if he didn't have her hand. His sister barked a long-winded laugh. I will. Trust me. He'd be happy to know that you like it. Rashad watched her wave as he walked backward, then faced forward. From there, he took Destiny to the sidewalk outside Preya's gate. Come on, Dee. Let's play airplane to get there. He put her on his shoulders and held her tiny hands. She pretended they were controls, and he moved according to how she used them. Being off the clock felt weird. Rashad supervised Destiny, who took pleasure in eating a small cup of ice cream. He'd checked in on his staff while ordering, but they'd insisted he didn't have to. As the boss, he only took days off in case of emergencies. Today, since Preya had a date day with Devante, he'd informed his workers that he'd need one. Being the kind, easygoing staff they were, they'd happily made arrangements for this. Michaela had even given him a meaningful look before entertaining Destiny for a couple of minutes. He truly appreciated their understanding, but couldn't shake his guilt at not working. Oh well. Rashad pushed these thoughts aside to help his niece to scoop her melting dessert. They'd had a ball at the library with other small children. Destiny had even received a new storybook when the reading session ended. The librarian's wife had been today's reader. She'd done an excellent job engaging the kids by using exaggerated voices for the characters. Rashad expected nothing less from a skilled childcare expert. Destiny had had a blast. "Uncle Rashad, I want a cone," Destiny said with ice cream smeared across her face. She kicked her short legs while pointing to the line. They sat together in the booth he always shared with India. Sitting here made Rashad kind of miss her, but Destiny had already chosen this spot. He wiped her lips with a napkin. "When you get big, you can have one, but for now, we'll stick to cups." Destiny watched enviously as seated patrons licked cones of varying colors and sizes. "Mommy says I can have the cone. Mommy and Daddy, they said that." Her bright eyes looked mischievously at Rashad. "And they said—" Destiny paused in thought, thoroughly amusing Rashad. He'd let her know not to lie when she finished. "They said that your girlfriend said I can have a cone, too." She smiled, and her little white teeth twinkled. "Girlfriend?" Rashad's heart jumped, but Destiny didn't notice. She kept giggling. If there was one thing he'd learned from babysitting all these years, it was that children's perception knew no bounds. "Mommy and Daddy think I have a girlfriend?" He'd brought up India on 1 or 2 occasions, but never mentioned his feelings. Did Preya pick up on them? Rashad felt exposed. Destiny took her spoon from his hand. "They said that Uncle Rashad will have a girlfriend, and Uncle Hakeem will be the one that's always alone because Uncle Rashad had a girlfriend." The child took a spoonful of ice cream and chucked it in her mouth. Her words were still so small. She said, "Uncle," in a way that sounded like Unca, and while it made Rashad's heart squeeze, the message underneath made him want to sigh with frustration. His sister was such a busybody. Rashad would act surprised that they talked about him behind his back, but he knew better than to expect anything else. As Preya's brother, it was inevitable that she'd discuss him with her spouse. He just wished that whenever she talked about him or Hakeem, it didn't sound so dismissive, predetermined. He was his own person, and he didn't want his sister thinking he was so predictable. "That's cute, Dee, but I don't have a girlfriend. And if I did, she wouldn't say you can have a cone." He pushed his nose against hers, making Destiny laugh. "And I know Mommy and Daddy didn't say you could have a cone either. Don't lie, Destiny. Uncle will always know when you're lying." He pulled back and seized the spoon. "Plus, lying is very bad. Don't be like the boy who cried wolf. He lied so much that no one ever believed him again, even when he told the truth." Destiny gasped. "Wolf?" She seemed frightened. "I don't want a wolf to eat me. I'm sorry." "Good girl." Rashad kissed her forehead, then let her eat by herself. He put his arm on the backrest, then sighed. To call India his girl, what a privilege that would be. Too bad she wasn't ready. Or at least he thought she wasn't. "I need advice, and since Preya was already interested, she may be the right person to seek it from." There'd been a face painter at the park this afternoon. In true preschooler fashion, Destiny had begged and cried for face painting, but Rashad hadn't let her. Normally, he'd obliged to her every whim, but not today. By the time they'd arrived, it was already late. It seemed redundant to get her face painted when they'd be heading home soon. As a result, she'd thrown a tantrum. Even now, the child just would not talk to him or anyone else. Preya had sent Devane upstairs to cheer her up 30 minutes ago, but the father still hadn't returned. After he'd left, Preya had offered Rashad some tea, so the two currently held mugs in the kitchen. Rashad sat at the table, watching steam float from his cup. I should have just given her what she wanted. As far as he could hear, Destiny wasn't screaming, but that didn't mean the crying had stopped. Preya blew on her cup. "No, you did the right thing. If you hadn't, I'd be cleaning face paint off of a bawling Destiny as we speak. She hadn't changed her outfit. Preya still looked fabulous, but this time she had heels to complete her fancy look. When Rashad had gotten back, he'd caught her and Devante unlocking the front door. Preya tended to call early when it came to bringing Destiny home. "I'm glad you put your foot down," she winked. "Thanks." But he wasn't one for strictness. Saying no had been hard. Anyway, he faced the oversinked window, noting the neighborhood lights brightening the streets. "I wanted to talk to you about something." His sister put down her mug. "Is it serious? You hardly ever sound serious, but you do now. What's going on?" She knitted her brows in evident concern. Rashad had trouble gathering his thoughts. He sat back as Preya waited. "I wouldn't say it's as serious as something like changing careers or health issues." He observed how the kitchen lights reflected in his cup. The man took careful sips that warmed his belly. "But it is important." He brushed his fingertips against his neck. "I wanted to know your thoughts on India and how I should move forward with her." He worked up the nerve to meet Preya's eyes again. "Oh." At first she seemed stunned, but it didn't last. "So you admit it then?" Preya sipped her tea. He detected slickness in her face and intonation. "Yes, I'd admitted to myself a long time ago that I like her, but it seems you decided she was my girlfriend way before that." There, he brought it up. "Don't act all surprised. I heard Destiny this afternoon. You and Devante call India my girl." He raised an accusatory finger. "What?" Preya faked shock before laughing. "Okay, I won't pretend. You caught me. It's just the way you talk about her whenever she comes up." She proceeded to perform a stunning Rashad impression. "Oh, I wasn't at the shop that day. I was out with India. Priya, India's so good at Scrabble. Sorry, Pri, but I have something with India later. Can we reschedule family game night?" "Hey," the last part didn't happen. "I'd never reschedule family game night," he said in defense of himself. Underneath his sister's attitude, though, he could tell that she was hurt. Watching her made Rashad embarrassed. He picked up his mug again. "But you are right about my feelings." From morning to night, India ran through his mind. Even now, he couldn't resist wondering where she was, what she did, and her thoughts. It was maddening. "No one's ever complimented me like India does. Our personalities just work." He smiled at his beverage. "She's tame. It keeps me mellow, except when she gets competitive. Then I'm the mellow one." Playing bottle toss with her had become a core memory. "We both like games and ice cream. She listens to me. I love listening to her, and we just work. Man, I love India so, I mean." He lost it just now, and his brain fogged up. "Ah." Preya caught on to what he was saying so fast his mind whirled. "Rashad, are you saying what I think you're saying?" Rashad didn't get the chance to let his mind catch up. Well, Preya went to town with it, teasing and grinning. "Rashad, that's amazing. You think you love her?" Her face softened in adoration. He'd never gotten nervous in Preya's company until now. I'll say I think she's the one." His palms were sweating. They wet the outside of his mug. Rashad blew on its contents as his sister went berserk. She couldn't keep still and said many congrats. "But I don't want to scare her. Her best friend just left her alone in town, and she's really reserved, so that's why I've been holding back." Preya put her mug aside to hold her cheeks. "Do you think she likes you back?" Rashad remembered when she hugged him on Memorial Day. Even their goodbye hug had left something lingering, a message from India's heart to his. "I think so." Preya smacked her hands together, the clap resonating with finality. "Well, perfect. It sounds like you guys will have quite the happy life together." Preya spoke with confidence. "But I get what you mean by not wanting to scare her." She held up her hands as if halting him. "So, if I were you, I'd wait for the right time. You two seem to have a connection. Use that connection to read her, to feel when the time is perfect to open up." She seemed so sure. It put Rashad at ease. He'd drawn that conclusion before, but hearing Preya echo his words assured him that he was on track. "Okay, thanks, Preya, I'll do that." She seemed so sure. It put Rashad at ease. He'd drawn that conclusion before, but hearing Preya echo his words assured him that he was on track. "Okay, thanks, Preya, I'll do that." She smiled reassuringly. "I'm happy for you. You deserve love. I haven't met India yet, but she sounds really special. Cherish her." "Believe me, I will." Rushed footsteps came down the staircase, grabbing their attention. As Rashad and Preya peeped through the kitchen doorway, they frowned. "Devante?" said Rashad. Preya's husband seemed out of sorts. His tie was gone, and his blazer was missing. The man had sweat stains on his dress shirt. "It's done. I finally put her down. She was calm for the most part, but it took a lot of effort to get her that way." He dragged himself in and sat beside Rashad. "Kids are really something else." Preya and Rashad locked eyes, then laughed heartily. Devante closed his eyes and shook his head while his wife got up to pour him some tea. Rashad relaxed, soaking in the familiar companionship with his sister and brother-in-law. In the back of his mind, he worried over what to do about India. He knew how he felt. But would she feel the same?
Chapter 13. India tossed her grocery bags on the counter before pacing back and forth. She went over and over what she needed to do, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She didn't want to lose Rashad as a friend by telling him she had feelings for him, especially if those feelings weren't reciprocated. And, given what she'd just seen, she thought maybe he was hiding some secrets of his own. "Rashad," India sighed. She grabbed the back of her head. As India stopped by the sink, she got lost staring outside. Remnants of sunlight lingered in clouds as the sun gradually sank. Sunsets had a knack for calming her down, but today's setting sun didn't have that effect. India gave her back to the window and stared in space. "We've known each other for weeks," she said to her empty apartment. How could he hide from her that he had a child? Part of her thought that he wouldn't. Rashad wouldn't keep something so vital a secret. In the time they'd spent getting acquainted, she'd learned plenty. Rashad's hobbies, dislikes, and preferences were all stored in her mind. She supposed they hadn't dived much into family life, but being a dad wasn't easy to hide. She'd imagined that being a single dad was even harder to keep secret. Rashad had been clear on his relationship status. He had no significant other. That meant he had to be raising the child alone. Saturdays were Sweet Gum's designated shopping days. From morning to evening would find residents crisscrossing through town with lists and shopping bags. India usually gave her best effort to head out early and come back before noon, but today she'd had some work to attend to that set her back. She'd ended up leaving her home at 10 a.m. instead of 8, and as a result, had gotten back at 3. It was on her way home that she'd walked past Sweet Gum Park, happening to see Rashad there too. India had wanted to wave and catch up, but had stiffened at the sight. A child no older than 4 had been with her friend, crying as he struggled to appease her. She'd hidden behind a food truck outside to not be spotted. India wasn't one for snooping, but could not resist. Questions upon questions had piled in her brain as she wondered who this kid could be and why Rashad seemed so close to her. They even looked alike to India. She prided herself on being mature and using communication rather than making assumptions, but the shock had been too much. Instead of approaching and asking, she'd hurried home in the opposite direction. What started as brisk steps had turned to full-on leaps as she hightailed it out of there. She presently unpacked her groceries, giving it more thought. He was always at the shop. Not once did a child ever come up when they spoke. Even if he was a part-time dad, she knew in her heart that he would be all in. Rashad wouldn't see his own kid as an afterthought. No way, which was probably why he'd been spending the afternoon with her. It could have been mandatory, but a dedicated father would never neglect to mention his kid. Exactly. He's sweet. She'd always pictured him being a fun dad, a man involved with his kids in every aspect: school, playtime, sports, and all else. If he did have children, he would have mentioned them. As for why she'd already given thought to Rashad in a parenting role, India's mind sometimes wandered, and when it did, he was what she thought of. It was hard being away from him after spending all day together. India just put 2 milk cartons in the fridge. She closed it and stared at her magnets. This exact scenario had happened to Nevaeh, where she'd assumed Tia was Sean's daughter since they were close. Something similar might be the case with Rashad. That little girl didn't have to be his. And if she is, the conflicted woman sat at her table. Darkness was beginning to swallow her apartment. She wanted to switch the lights on but felt too tormented. She'd never judge Rashad for having children, nor would she stop spending time with him. But India just wasn't sure about filling a parenting role for a child. Apart from that, she wouldn't mind dating a single dad. I'm jumping to conclusions. She put her elbows on the table, now rubbing her forehead. Rashad had never voiced any form of romantic attraction to her, but hypothetically, India wouldn't lose interest over this. Would she? Being raised by a single mom gave her an appreciation for single parents. He may have had a partner in the child's mother, but India wasn't sure. If Rashad had a business plus a kid looking after, he must have been incredible. Only the strongest could juggle so many responsibilities. She admired him more for facing both roles head-on, but was hurt he'd never told her. "It probably isn't my business," she mumbled, slipping out her phone. She needed an outside perspective. She knew Kim was scheduled to explore the Andes today, but India required urgent advice. Even if Kim was incapable of replying instantly, India would have at least vented. She hit record in their chat and unloaded what weighed on her chest. Her fears, doubts, and concerns poured out. She'd turned on the lights while walking back and forth, changing from one spot to the next. When all was said and done, India was on the counter. She hadn't realized how much she'd moved, but changing places helped with thinking. Did I really rant for 2 minutes? The voice note showed how long she'd spoken. Hopefully, Kim wouldn't mind. Her friend often encouraged her to speak since India tended to bottle her emotions. She just hoped Kim would find the time to listen. With everything going on with her, Kim had less of that each day. India would hate to waste it with petty rambling. Her line of thinking was toxic, but hard to shake. She'd just never been in such a dilemma. Would Kim find her annoying? Too whiny? India was just contemplating hitting delete when her phone rang. She jolted, then read the ID. Kim? So soon? She hit answer with a shaking leg, watching her feet hover above the floor. India, oh my God, Kim said urgently. I just listened to your voice note. You sound terrified. India hopped off the counter in restlessness. From there, she went back to pacing. Aren't you supposed to be hiking? How did you respond so fast? She crossed her free arm while strutting to the sink. Our activities today were canceled. It's raining cats and dogs where I am, but let's unpack this. You saw Rashid with a kid at the park today? India heard faint rainfall on the other end. There was also the shifting of sheets as if Kim had risen from lying down. India leaned back on the sink, chewing her bottom lip. Yes, it was this little girl. She was so adorable, but they were alone. I don't know. The way he handled her just screamed dad, like he'd dealt with this child before, and he was really comfortable with her. She combed fingers through her hair, then chewed her inner lip. Kim went quiet for a second. Okay, but it's not like he confirmed she was his. You just saw something. She said some words incoherently, then spoke up again. Didn't this exact same scenario happen to your sister? What's with the two of you and single daddy issues? It's not impossible for him to be her dad. India faced the window a second time. It was dark out, with no traces of light left. With Nevaeh, she didn't stick around when Tia ran in. She just stormed out, but I stayed and watched. You know, I'm good at reading people. He just seemed really fatherly with that child. Her heart would not stop racing. We've talked about everything under the sun, but somehow he forgot to mention he's a father. Do you think he didn't to not scare me off? Or maybe he's like my dad and is only partially part of his child's life. She found herself back at the table, sitting sideways on her seat. But he doesn't seem like that kind of man, to only commit halfway to such an important role. Just then, glimpses of her past hit her like a wave. She and Nevaeh would spend a lot of time at Kim's place, but saw their dad every other weekend. He wasn't the worst dad, but not the best either. But that could just be her experience. Okay, India, breathe. I think you're letting your own feelings twist your sense of logic, Kim said evenly. She directed a brief breathing exercise, which India followed. Kim sometimes did that when India overthought. It was at times like these that she appreciated her. Someone who understood her needs and met them. I do think that your people reading skills are unmatched, but we need to pace ourselves. You know Rashad better than I do. Would he really not mention his daughter if he had one? India had gone over this with herself. She dragged her chair towards the table and rested her free arm on it. Probably not, but people can keep secrets. She scratched her cheek self-consciously, finding interest in the burl of her wooden table. And we haven't even known each other a year yet. It's not completely impossible, Kim sighed. Look, you should learn from your sister's mistake. Most times, things aren't what they seem. You like Rashad, but you're too scared to tell him. For all we know, this could be you subconsciously finding reasons to not confess. I know you, India. You do that sometimes. India sat taller with a twisted mouth. She picked at the edge of her table nervously. I do not. She knew Kim wasn't lying, but she didn't want to confront Rashad either. Okay, I do, but that's not what's happening here. I just feel hurt and a little betrayed, even though I shouldn't. I'm sorry. I must sound like I'm whining over nothing. An unwilling laugh burst out of her, but she forced herself to stop when Kim responded. No, you don't. Your worries are valid. Plus, I love catching up with you, even if it's just to give some advice. That touched India's heart. You're so sweet. It's just me being the best friend I can. You've done tons of great things for me, too. Most way more thoughtful than what I'm doing. Kim paused as if reminiscing, then exhaled shortly. Anyway, don't write Rashad off yet. I get the feeling this is just another misunderstanding. We also have evidence that it is. He never mentioned a daughter when you talked. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd be neglectful to his kid. And I think we would have heard of the ice cream man's daughter. He's popular. India wasn't sure about that last part. Sweet Gum isn't the biggest town, but it's not small enough to know specific details on everyone's lives, especially not someone we don't know personally. She scanned her kitchen to rid herself of anxious thoughts. Distractions were proven to ease anxiety. But everything else you've said is spot on. Great. If you want, you can bring it up the next time you two meet. Yes, I should, but she probably wouldn't for fear of embarrassment. Normal people didn't spy on their friends. Anyway, thanks for the chat, Kim. We'll catch up later. Sure, take it easy. Kim hung up after saying goodbye.
Chapter 14. Rashad made sure to get home early after closing today. After wiping down every counter, he'd rushed to the exit while thinking of India. They had a Scrabble date at her place that he wasn't going to miss. And what about the troublesome backlock? Joel asked through Rashad's truck window. The man was on the sidewalk. A few streetlights had already come on. It was after 6:30, but the sun hadn't fully set. That was just summer. Long days. Rashad buckled his seatbelt as the engine heated up. Just pull the door in while you lock it. I figured out a hack this morning, he informed with hands on the wheel. Rashad stuck his head out after putting his truck in drive. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be by 8, he saluted a laughing Joel and drove out of his parking spot. You go, Tiger, said Joel. Rashad cruised out of the parking lot excitedly. He'd given Preya's advice some long, hard thought and decided to trust his gut. India still wasn't ready to know his true feelings. It hurt that he'd have to hide them until she was. But as long as they spent time together, Rashad would not mind. He just wished he hadn't fallen so hard already. Just over the weekend, he'd grown more infatuated. He'd asked himself again and again if this was normal. The answer wasn't clear, but he liked being smitten. It brought him a certain level of joy that couldn't be replicated, unless maybe India decided to date him. His phone rang as he drove down Main Street. For a second, he thought it might be India, calling to cancel. His heart sank at the very notion, but Rashad gathered his wits. After reading Pops as the ID, he calmed down. Hey, Dad, how you doing? Rashad took a corner and drove smoothly from there. Hey, son, I'm doing really good, the older man replied. Listen, remember when I said Betsy looked ready to give birth any time between this week and next? Rashad was puzzled. Betsy? His dad made sure to keep him posted on every development on the farm. Doing so was essential, since Rashad was its top client. Rashad knew every cow's name and their schedule. He also worked there from time to time with his dad, but that was mainly on weekends. Preya and Hakeem would lend a helping hand too. In fact, if Rashad wasn't mistaken, they should be there now. Preya liked the exercise that came with farm life, while Hakeem was needed for muscle. The same went for Devante, and since her parents often visited, little Destiny had grown used to staying there as well. He bet right now she was having a ball chasing goats. Her last trimester went by already? He counted in his mind. Rashad always tried to stick a pin in relayed information from the farm, but sometimes fell short. His hectic life and business were to blame for these lapses in memory. Oh yes, she should have been due this week. How could I forget something like that? India deserved some blame too, for consuming his headspace when Rashad tried to focus. His old man laughed. Don't sound guilty for forgetting. Happens to the best of us. Rashad heard his boots crunching hay. There were soft conversations in the background as well. He recognized his mother's voice. Anyway, you know the tradition. We all need to be there for our animals. Betsy's doing well already, but I'm sure she'd do even better if you stopped by. It also wouldn't hurt to lend a hand if you can. You just got off work at the shop, right? Rashad clenched his teeth as he entered the street he lived on. He slowed down and parked beside someone's lawn. Yes, I did. I made plans, but looks like I'll have to cancel them. Tell Betsy to hang in there. I'm not missing this. Though it did pain him to cancel on India. He'd been starved of her all weekend. Unless... A light bulb dinged over his head. Unless what? Rashad forgot his dad on the line. Sorry, was talking to myself, but would it be okay if I brought a friend with me? Of course, the more the merrier. Rashad loved his dad's easygoing character. Great. Later, Dad. He hung up, then dialed India. Hey, Rashad. She sounded a little flat, not at all like her usual self. Rashad's mind tripped over her tone, but then she seemed to brighten up in the next sentence. Ready to get absolutely annihilated by my word skills? He smiled at her question. Look who's getting cocky. Rashad breathed out. Honestly, I was completely ready to cream you in all ways conceivable, but a cow on my dad's farm's giving birth and I need to be there to oversee the process. He sensed her deflation. But don't worry, we don't have to cancel. We probably won't be playing Scrabble this evening, but we could witness the beauty of birth. Rashad winced once the words left his mouth. He should have phrased it differently. What if birth disgusted her? He may have loved supervising such things due to his upbringing, but India wasn't like him. Or we could just reschedule for tomorrow. India gasped. Oh my gosh, I'd be honored. Baby animals are so adorable. Thank you so much for inviting me to come, Rashad. I'm changing right now. Can you pick me up? What an amazing woman. He wouldn't have judged if she'd denied his request, but her interest delighted him. Could she be any more perfect? He had a brief vision of them rearing goats together. She wore denim overalls and a straw hat in his fantasy. Farm girl India was something he didn't know he needed. Yes, I'm coming, and it was my pleasure to invite you. He hung up and drove out of his parking spot. India kept giving him reasons to love her. They'd driven past the hiking trails to get here. His dad's farm was as typical as it got in terms of farm grounds. An unpainted picket fence lined the dirt road to get there, and plenty of fields for grazing spanned the territory. The barn house was a red and white structure serving as the farm's central point. At daytime, cows and goats grazed outside before settling inside it to rest. There was a petting zoo to its left with a plastic banner and arrows giving directions to where this zoo was located. Inside were posts for goats, horses, and bunnies. Each animal had a designated section blocked off by haystacks and gates. The zoo had become quite the attraction since its inception, but was currently closed. Rashad ran with India to the barn, making out a raking Hakim outside. The large man wore garden gloves as he worked. You're a little late. She just gave birth 5 minutes ago. Hakim dusted dirt off his hands. He noticed India and greeted her stiffly. Aw, man, Rashad scratched his head. We can at least take a look at the calf. What do you say, India? Before the words left his mouth, she hurried in, seeming eager for a glimpse. Wait for me. He followed her and was now inside. They walked on stray hay until reaching Betsy's stall. It wasn't hard to find. All India had to do was follow the sound of voices. No other stall had people in them. Rashad greeted the other cows and horses, then stopped beside India in the doorway. Would you look at that? His soul soothed at what he met. Betsy lay on her side with Preya next to her. The vet was standing with a plastered grin while Rashad's parents snapped photos. Next to Betsy's belly were 2 brown calves. They seemed kind of damp, but their soft towels dried the excess water. Hi, everyone, India said a greeting before stepping in. She did so carefully after whispering, seeming completely enthralled by the sight. When she was close enough, she covered her mouth. This is amazing! Oh my gosh. Sparkling tears sat in her eyelids. They looked like crystals under the light. Each stall had one light bulb on the back wall. It seemed each one had been turned on for Betsy's delivery. Your cow and calves are beautiful. India faced Rashad's parents. His mom put her phone away with a laugh. Thank you, sweetie. This your first time seeing something fresh out of the womb? Her phrasing got a laugh from his dad and Preya. Rashad found himself chortling too. India seemed so captivated. I'm sure she's seen babies, or at least puppies. Never had a dog who gave birth to puppies, India? It suddenly clicked that this was India's first time meeting his family. This was usually a big deal for couples, but they weren't dating, so he'd relax. India didn't look intimidated at all. Preya rolled her eyes on the ground. Why would she? That's not common. We've had the experience because we raise animals. Most folks don't, so don't worry about it, India. Preya smiled. She got up and dusted her pants. Everyone but Rashad and India looked dressed for hard work. Gloves encased Preya's hands, and she wore large boots. India had put on a flannel and jeans, but her sneakers didn't fit the setting. Rashad, on the other hand, looked most out of place in his parlor uniform. There's a dog here too? India seemed keen on finding it. His dad puffed out his chest. Yup, livestock guardian dog. Got 2 of them just in case. The first 2 are retired. They stay in the house with me and Cheryl. He gestured to his wife. We've had a lot of animals come and go since starting this little farm. His teeth bared in a full smile as he looked down at Betsy. Her calves suckled on her breast milk. They seemed at peace beside her as she watched them feed. And it looks like a brand new generation is coming in right before our eyes. India nodded, then wiped her eyes. The miracle of life. She backed up until beside Rashad again. Rashad fought the urge to put his arm around her. Yes, the miracle of life. She looked so content and peaceful. So you're an animal lover? India seemed bashful. I wouldn't say that since I've never had any pets. I'm more of an animal secret admirer. His parents laughed, and she rubbed her hands. I don't think I'll ever have the guts to hold or pet one, but I love watching them from afar. Is that so? Their vet's name was Dr. Brown. He'd been tending to their pets and farm animals since Rashad could remember. By now, he'd grown a gray beard and had lost all his hair. Rashad recalled a time where he'd been fit. Now, his belly protruded from every shirt he wore. We can change that. I think you're more than ready to reach out and touch the critters you admire. He pulled his arm off the wall and stepped up to India. That little one's all done feeding. She even looks ready to walk. I bet she'd love it if you gave her a pat on the head. India's eyes widened. A pat on the head? Well, she played with her fingers to the endearment of everyone. You can do it, India. There's nothing to be scared of. Rashad went ahead and cheered her on. His parents and sister did the same, coaxing her gently. He was just about to pull his phone out for a picture when someone behind him tapped his shoulder. It was Hakeem, and he seemed tired. Come help me clean up some grass that Dad cut earlier. It's not much, just a small pile next to the barn. Devana and Destiny are there too. Rashad wanted to see India face her fears, but his brother needed him. I'll be right back. He left when India stooped beside the baby animals. She seemed nervous, but Preya continued encouraging her. He couldn't imagine a more perfect sight. Outside, Rashad carried a shovel full of weeds to a wheelbarrow. His brother had failed to mention the 4 other piles of grass that he'd raked. Devante placed them in an iron dustpan with Destiny by his leg. Rashad worked close to them, using the single light outside to see. Thanks so much for your help, guys. Hakeem leaned on the barn wall and drank some water. You're a great team. Devante wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his flannel. We're not football players. He patted Destiny's head to keep her in check. She'd started bouncing against him. I saw you coming in here with someone, he said to Rashad. Is that the girl? Rashad could already hear their teasing. Yes, India wanted to see, so I let her tag along. She's inside with Preya, probably playing with the calves right now. The thought made him gush. She's not as used to animals as we are, so she was scared to hold one when I left. but I'm sure she's conquered those fears. She's a fighter, that one. He had to stop himself from going on. It wasn't often they asked about India, but when they did, he tended to ramble. Hakim held down his water bottle. I'm sure she is. They heard soft footsteps on the weeds and looked forward. Oh, speak of the devil! He used his lips to gesture to India skipping in. Rashad got flustered when she ran up to him with a waving hand. Oh, hey. He sensed his own face light up as she stopped in front of him. Someone looks excited. Devante and Hakim's snickers didn't matter. Rashad wasn't ashamed of expressing his devotion. He was but a small ring on India's finger, completely wrapped around it. I am, because I did it. I pet the calves. She showed Rashad her hand, which revealed no indication of this. He celebrated with her regardless. I am so proud of you. See? Animals are our friends. Wasn't it soothing? I know that whenever I pet my parents' dogs, I feel rejuvenated. Did petting the calves have that effect on you? Rashad was enjoying every second of India's joy. She was like a child who'd gotten a puppy for Christmas. India opened her hand to her face. I think so. They were so cute and sweet. She looked from Devante to Hakim and said a soft greeting. Her gaze went to Destiny last. For some reason, she fell silent. Rashad sensed her concernment. Should he formally introduce India to his family? That may break the ice for her. He'd picked up that India disliked unfamiliarity, especially in people. This is my... Uncle Rashad, look! Destiny interrupted him by running to his leg. She held a pile of grass in her arms which Devante disapproved of. Despite her father's demands to bring it back, she threw them on Rashad's body. Now the little girl laughed and hopped around. Surprise! Devante marched forward to snatch her arm. Destiny, Daddy just piled that together. Look what you did. Now I have more work to do. That's not fair. You're being naughty. He wagged a stern finger at his daughter. Destiny looked a little sorry, but since she was still a toddler, she mostly was apologizing to comply with her father's wishes. She asked for Rashad's rake to clean up, but he didn't let her. This seemed to upset Destiny, but Rashad was gentle. He stooped to explain why it was best that she left the cleaning to them. All the while, India watched in shock and awe. If Rashad didn't know any better, he'd say she was embarrassed. As for why, he didn't know. Though curious, he refrained from asking in front of his family. Rashad would prefer to not put her on the spot.
Chapter 15. Uncle Rashad. India twiddled her thumbs on the way home. Anyone else would put two and two together. Every bit of evidence should have made it abundantly clear that Rashad had no children. He'd never mentioned any, and she'd never seen him with a child besides on Saturday. However, she had known he had a sister. He'd spoken of her before. She even recalled seeing a "congratulations" flyer in the parlor's window for his sister's newborn a few years ago. Back then, India hadn't given it a second thought, but after finding Rashad handling a child, this should have come back to her. But alas, it hadn't until said child called him uncle. She felt silly. Of course, Rashad didn't have a child. He was a great uncle. And India had jumped to conclusions, all so she wouldn't have to face how she felt about him. Rashad sailed down Main Street, whistling a song. He'd been doing so since they settled in his truck. They'd spent time gushing over calves, but not for long. India just couldn't forget what she'd heard. It should have come as a relief, but her shame was too much. Had she really almost let an assumption drive a wedge between them? She'd been ready to write off Rashad just yesterday. Her justification being she wasn't sure about having children. Not yet anyway. It was something she had to think about. And Rashad possibly having a child of his own had scared her. She'd hate to be an uncertain parental figure in Rashad's kid's life. There were also her fears that Rashad was like her father. India shouldn't have judged or jumped to conclusions, but Kim was right. Her past experience had made her cautious, overcautious even. So overcautious that she'd nearly let it prevent her from exploring what they had. For now, it was nothing but she badly wanted more. To know him as a lover and cherish their relationship, if only she knew for sure that he shared her feelings. This uncertainty was her source of hesitation. All right, home sweet home. Rashad parked outside the apartment building. It's pretty dark, so make sure you go inside quickly, just in case. India appreciated his concern. You do this all the time? She unbuckled her seatbelt and popped the door open. No one is out to get me in Sweet Gum. I'll be fine. Plus, it's a short walk away, and there are too many witnesses. She was referring to a mother and daughter entering the lobby. Other passersby traveled along the sidewalk. I know, but it's just a habit. I do this with everyone I care deeply about. He shrugged shyly, looking at his hand on the wheel. Rashad seemed nervous all of a sudden, scared to make eye contact. India liked his shy side. She also loved what he'd admitted. I care about you too. He looked at her, and they stared in silence for 5 whole seconds. I should get going. She swung her leg outside the door and hopped out. It was only after shutting it behind her that an idea came to mind. She turned around and pushed her head through the window. Would you like to come in? I like how organized everything is. Rashad admired her living room after a brief house tour. She'd shown him every room and where she stored food. Right now, she was in the kitchen getting some snacks while he examined her DVD collection. He'd asked for permission to have a look while she worked. India waltzed in with a tray of drinks and sandwiches. She found Rashad squatting in front of her TV stand. He held a red DVD case in front of him. I know DVDs are kind of obsolete these days, but I've invested way too much to just toss them aside. Instead, I figured I'd organize and display them. I like order when it comes to my things. Makes them easier to find. She put the food down on the center table. That's why my DVDs are color-coded. When I do my spring cleaning, I switch it up. She went to his side and squatted next to him. Somehow, having him here felt right, like he belonged in her space. She could get used to this, very used to having him over. For a full 6 months, I'd had these organized by year of release, and for another, I organized them alphabetically. His eyes popped in amazement. That's impressive. I wish I could arrange my stuff that well. He laughed, but I never have the discipline to keep them that way. He put back the Christmas movie. I think I like this arrangement because the color coding just satisfies me in ways I can't describe. He moved his finger along the spine of each movie. They started with dark colors on the left shelf, then got lighter on the right. India's stereo sat between both shelves of movies. It's like a color-coded rainbow. She giggled, then stood. I made some sandwiches. Let's eat them on the couch. India extended a hand to help Rashad to his feet. Rashad gladly accepted it and got up. They were sitting comfortably seconds later. Rashad had eaten 4 cheese sandwiches already. She'd luckily made a bunch, bearing in mind how hard he'd worked today. Between running his business within working hours and helping on the farm at night, he must have been exhausted. She'd assisted with some yard work and was famished herself. These sandwiches were as much for her as they were for him. Said Rashad in satisfaction. He reached for another triangle of cheese and bread. You were pretty fast in there when you made these. It only took you 15 minutes. India finished her second one. I'll confess that I made a good portion earlier for our Scrabble date. I slapped a few extras together since we'd been on the farm so long. She melted at the memories. That calf was so adorable. Its sweet breaths and heartbeat are something I'll never forget. How many calf births have you seen? You guys seem so accustomed in terms of baby animals. Oh, it was the best experience to watch them cuddle close to their mother and see the world for the first time. It suddenly dawned on her that she was rambling. She stopped as Rashad smiled. Sorry, I got carried away. It's all just new for someone like me. Rashad took yet another sandwich. There were 10 left. India hoped he'd wash it down with her homemade lemonade. She'd prepared it on Sunday to have with daily meals. I don't know why you're apologizing. I'd listen even if you talked about rocks. I just love hearing you talk. He seemed lost in her face. The man scratched his head. What I mean is that it's just amazing when people openly express themselves. I think we're at our bests when we speak freely about what we love. So never stop yourself from babbling, because it's technically not that if you enjoy what you're saying. India tapped him fondly. It is if I keep repeating the same thing with no direction. But I understand what you mean, and I'm glad you said it. You seem so full of wisdom sometimes. Does ice cream make people wiser? She asked jokingly. Rashad shrugged. Who knows? It needs to be researched. He shared her humorous air. But seriously, I love hearing you talk. It's one of my favorite parts of our friendship. The man chucked another sandwich into his mouth. It didn't take long for him to gobble it up. Now, he lifted the short glass of lemonade she'd poured him. I get the feeling not a lot of people here in Sweet Gum get to listen to you. Am I correct? Just a few weeks ago, she'd been complaining about loneliness. Aside from the general interactions that came with grocery shopping and running other errands, India didn't really chat with others, at least not at length. Now and then she talked to Nevea, but that was infrequent. You're right, I'm sort of a hermit crab. She took her glass too. Until I met you, of course. Butterflies twirled and spun in her belly. My favorite thing about our friendship, aside from having so much access to you, is our adventures. I'm really grateful that you take me out so much. Thank you, Rashad. The room felt warmer all of a sudden. Rashad put his cup down. It's no problem. I've been having such a ball getting to know you through all of them. He wiped his hands on his shirt, then sat straighter. What was your favorite place to go to growing up? Next time we meet, we should go there. I'll pick my favorite place too, and we'll stop by. It can be like going back in time. That's an amazing idea, Rashad. Do you ever run out of them? India had never met someone so innovative. He only laughed in response. India dusted the crumbs off her hands. For me, I liked the simpler things growing up. If our mom took us to the playground, I'd be happy the rest of that week. She sighed wistfully. Those were the days. Sliding down slides, crawling through tunnels, and playing horses. Oh, would you ever meet a random kid there and immediately make friends with them just to never see them again? Rashad hit his knee as he cracked up. That has to be an experience every kid has had. India gave an exuberant nod and pointed. Yes, that's happened to me too. I'd never been as outgoing as my little sister, but I can count about 2 instances where Nevea, Kim, and I ran into someone there and decided to play with them. I'd never make the first move, but I'd definitely go along with whatever we played. She found his hysterics comical. What is it, Rashad? Do you have a wacky story you'd like to share? He didn't need to say so. She already knew. He finally composed himself. I do. He crossed his left leg over his right. Did I ever tell you about the time I met this kid who swore he was a pirate? India was already invested. Please, Rashad, tell me. She picked up her lemonade in preparation for this one. They jumped from topic to topic as they conversed. Rashad spoke at length of his prankster reputation in high school, while she outlined her rivalry with another gifted Scrabble player. They'd had vastly different school days, but found common ground in awkward experiences. She laughed at his embarrassing stories, while he laughed at hers. From there, they shared their dreams, what they hoped to accomplish before retirement, and where they'd go once old age crept up on them. The two got lost in their life aspirations, thinking big unapologetically. And then, Rashad said, drawing out the moment so dramatically that India couldn't help but smile. He rested his shoulder on the backrest. They were face to face, staring deeply at each other. I'll take the whole family on a cruise with me. Grandkids, great-grandkids, my old wife, and our children. It'd be like the ultimate family vacation, all sponsored by me. I'll die on board with everyone around me and tell them about all the great things I did in life, and they'd thank me for allowing them to tag along on my last adventure. A look of pure content covered his face. I know it's wishful thinking, but I've always believed in putting my ambitions into the universe. Letting the heavens know what you want is the first step to achieving any dream. The playful flare of his eyes returned. That's at least what I think. India agreed. There's some truth to that. My mom always said that whatever you speak becomes your reality. It's why she always encouraged us to speak kindly to ourselves. I think it's also how our brains work, too. You have to voice your ideas to start taking steps to meet your goals. She leaned off the couch. They'd eaten every snack she'd brought out. India was filled. So, you have the right attitude. Her heart did backflips as she contemplated her next move. They both had work tomorrow, and it was getting late. She'd never forgive herself if he left before she said something. India needed to seize the moment. He was right where she needed him. Rashad? He sat taller to stretch. This was nice. It's been a while since I sat and talked to someone this long. He seemed to not have heard her. I think I've thoroughly enjoyed my first stop by. Feels like home already. Rashad brushed his palms against his knees, seeming expectant. India couldn't tell what he wanted. He patted his thighs idly while folding his lips and staring. Rashad? She tried a second time. This time, she projected her voice. He had to know. They gelled so well together. There'd never been another person she felt more at ease with. Rashad brought out sides of her she'd only shown Kim, the one person India trusted. With him, she was authentic, herself at her purest. She'd never forgive herself if she didn't confess. India liked Rashad, more than a friend and perhaps deeper than a lover. Her fear was that opening her heart would ruin them permanently. If Rashad didn't see her the same, their friendship would be ruined, a friendship she needed while Kim was far away. India couldn't see herself surviving without his company, optimism, and sweetness. "What is it, India?" Rashad had been waiting in silence. India was suddenly intimidated. His precious brown eyes struck fear through her core. Her words failed, and the suspense only grew. She was at fault for letting it swell, but India had no clue how to handle this. If only she'd spoken with Kim before tackling something so huge, her friend would have a better grasp of what to do. India told herself to relax. This situation shouldn't scare her. She wasn't a flustered teenage girl or a terrified tween. She'd lived and loved before Rashad, but somehow he rendered her helpless and unable to speak. She sat there as he stared in anticipation.
Chapter 16. Shifting her gaze from one corner of the room to the other, India's lips trembled, and her hands curled into tense little fists. Her upper body swayed slightly, a testament to the nerves dancing through her system. Rashad noticed all of it, noticed it the moment they settled on her sofa. That jittery, anxious aura clung to her now, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why was she so on edge? He tried to piece together what might be causing her distress. Had India been holding a secret too heavy to confess? Was she worried he'd stumbled onto something she wasn't ready to share? Their bond had blossomed so beautifully since they first met, yet here she was, practically shaking. Could it be that what she needed to say was big enough to transform everything they'd built? If so, Rashad could relate. He'd been keeping something of his own under wraps, biding his time for the right moment. Maybe this was it. Preya told him he'd know when to speak up, and right now, every instinct in his body hummed with certainty. He swallowed, feeling a band tighten around his throat. A cold shiver zipped down his spine and made him go rigid. It was almost as though the world itself was warning him to clam up, but his heart refused to comply. If he didn't let the truth out now, he might never have the courage again. "Wait, India," he said, voice thick with nerves. "Before you open up, there's something I need to tell you." She seemed to shrink, shoulders dipping as though she wanted to vanish. "Really?" Rashad gave a brisk nod. "But if you'd rather go first." He paused, not wanting to trample on her. "I just figured I might—" No, you go ahead," India exhaled, relief fluttering across her features like a soft breeze. She almost looked glad he interrupted. Catching that expression gave Rashad the slightest hint of a smile. If going first would make her more comfortable, so be it. He wasn't above putting himself on the line for her sake. "Okay then, listen." Carefully, he enclosed her right hand with his own. "I can't tell you how thankful I am that we crossed paths. Getting to know you has been fun. But it's more than that. Spending time with you reminded me of how it feels to really like someone." Her rich brown eyes went round with wonder. "Yes, India, like someone," Rashad repeated, voice trembling just a bit. "As in, feelings that go beyond friendship, and the person I've fallen for is you." His heartbeat thundered in his chest, colliding with every anxious thought. A conflict raged in him. Half of his mind warned him to safeguard what they already had, while the other half urged him to abandon fear and lay it all out. His gut and heart were on that second side, championing him to move forward. She squeezed his hand in return, her own gentle pressure fueling his resolve. "Rashad," she said softly, coaxing him to continue. He drew a bracing breath. "I guess what I'm saying is, I don't want to be just your friend. I love being your friend, actually. I value that so much. But I want more." India inhaled sharply. When did this start?" He offered a lopsided smile. "Might have been that day you actually walked into my shop, asking for your daily ice cream fix. At the time, I wasn't sure, but after hanging out, talking about random things, Discovering all the sides to your personality, I realized you're more than a cute face. You're brilliant, funny, big-hearted, gentle. There's so much to adore." He let out a shaky laugh. "I haven't dated much, honestly. No one's made me feel as alive as you do. We're like yin and yang, you know? You balance me out somehow." The warmth in her gaze nearly stole his breath again. Encouraged, he pushed on. "So, if it's all right with you, I'd like to actually take you on a real date. Something romantic, just us. I know we've hung out plenty of times, but this would be different, more intimate." He cringed at how clunky his words sounded. Where was his suave side now? "But hey, I'm not trying to rush you into anything. If you'd rather go slow, that's perfectly okay. I'm not forcing you to say yes." Swallowing, he noticed how hot his face felt. I'll let you answer." For what felt like the longest 2 seconds of Rashad's life, India stayed silent, studying him like she was making the biggest decision in the world. Finally, her face broke into a radiant grin. "It's a yes." The flood of relief lit him from head to toe. Grinning like a fool, he jumped to his feet as if he'd scored the winning basket. "All right." He dropped back down, brimming with glee. India gave a small laugh at his dramatic flourish, but he didn't care. Making her happy made him happy too. "Wait, you said you had something to tell me, right? Is that it? That you feel the same way?" India gave a slow, playful shrug. "Pretty much. I was worried you wouldn't feel the same, or that it might wreck our friendship. Guess I wasn't as slick at hiding it as I thought." Rashad nodded sagely, recalling his own struggle. "I've been in that same boat. It's nerve-wracking, hiding how you feel. I recognize that look on your face." She stared at her lap, letting out a quiet sigh. "Yeah, apparently it was a little obvious. Thank you for being brave, though. If I were left to my own devices, we'd probably stay stuck as friends, and I'd keep all these emotions bottled up." "I know it's kind of cowardly." He caught her hand again. "You're not a coward, India. Give yourself credit. These past weeks you've gone out more than you said you ever do. Tried new things, opened yourself up. That's definitely not cowardly." Her grip on him tightened, and for a moment, it looked like a question hovered on her lips. Rashad watched her face, waiting. Had she been longing to ask him for something more? He almost whispered something encouraging, but thought better of it, not wanting to rush her. India blinked. "Well, maybe we should make plans for our first real date?" Despite the swirl of fresh excitement, Rashad noticed her eyes flicking to his mouth. Was she hoping he'd kiss her now? Her question jolted him back to the moment. "Sure, we can do anything. Walk in the park, catch a movie, grab food." She inched closer, lacing her fingers through his. "You mean the stuff we already do anyway?" She let out a gentle laugh, though her cheeks glowed with anticipation. Rashad's pulse sped up. If the moment was right, he'd bridge the distance, let their lips meet. But he also knew timing was everything. "True," he said, "but we can take it up a notch. Maybe a candlelit dinner, something a little more special. I know this spot in Peachwood, nice atmosphere, good music." India nodded, though an impish smile stole across her face. "That sounds lovely, but honestly, I'm good with us just being us. We don't have to force some grand change. I just want to keep doing all the silly things we normally do, only now we can be closer." His heart drummed, knowing exactly what she implied by closer. "So, what little extras did you have in mind?" She giggled, ducking her head. "Oh, I don't know. Holding hands when we walk, maybe matching beanies, feeding each other dessert, the corniest stuff possible, just so it's clear we're together." A sweet burst of laughter followed. "Kidding, but also kind of serious. If we watch a movie again, we can even get that jumbo pink couple's popcorn you teased me about last time." For a second, Rashad's head spun with visions of them wearing cute, coordinated outfits, arms linked in a crowded theater, giggling over who got to feed who the next colonel. It felt silly in a wonderful way. "That's not too corny," he insisted. "And if it is, then I'm corny too." She clapped her hands in triumph. "Perfect. I want us to do it all. The fun, sweet, maybe even a little cheesy stuff, just more intimate." Rashad hummed low in his throat, noticing how she was humming some old-school soul tune under her breath. He knew it. His mother used to call it her favorite back in the day. "India," he said, drawn to the sweetness of her voice. She lifted her face, her eyes a warm shade of brown that seemed to pull him in, and in a heartbeat he cupped her chin. His lips brushed hers once, then he pulled back, pulse hammering. He'd had his eyes closed, but now he was watching her carefully, worried he'd gone too far. India's eyes stayed shut for half a moment, then she leaned forward and pressed her mouth to his again. Rashad's heart just about jumped out of his chest. This kiss was soft yet purposeful, a gentle invitation promising more in the future. He couldn't even process beyond the warmth of her lips and the heady sense of relief surging in him. She wanted this as much as he did. They stayed that way for a breathless span, exchanging a single, tender kiss that still managed to blow his mind. When she pulled away, he let out a trembling sigh, trying to get air back into his lungs. She'd stolen it, plain and simple. If this was any preview of what lay ahead for them, he was all in. India's fingertips hovered over her lips. Was that too much? He almost laughed at how shy she sounded compared to the confidence she'd shown just seconds ago. Too much? No. He was grinning so hard it almost hurt. Never, honestly, I've never been kissed like that. You taste like cherries. He brushed his own lips, savoring the lingering flavor. She released a giggle, and they both ended up laughing in unison, like they were sharing a private secret from the rest of the world. With only the two of them in that small living room, it felt like time had paused to give them space to breathe in this new excitement. Rashad couldn't believe he'd ever hesitated. If he'd clung to his fear, he never would have known just how perfect kissing her felt. India's voice lilted back in. It's getting late, but there's something I wanted you to see. She hopped up, heading for the TV stand in the corner of the room. It's a short movie, an hour tops. I can let you borrow it if you don't want to watch now. Rashad stood, more than ready to spend extra time with her. Nah, put it on. I'm down for a movie. He joined her near the DVD case, curiosity lighting his features. What's it about? India slipped the disc into the player, giving him a quick, spoiler-free summary. He watched her eyes sparkle with excitement. Clearly, this film meant something to her. Make yourself comfortable, she said, gesturing at the couch as the menu screen came on. He nodded but followed her into the kitchen when she went searching for snacks. They sifted through her cabinets side by side, elbows occasionally bumping. Rashad glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, absorbing every detail. The way her natural hair framed her face, the way she bit her lip as she debated which chips to grab, the way her expression warmed whenever she looked at him. A little while ago, he'd been terrified. Now, he couldn't even recall what he'd been so scared of. Somehow, with India, all that fear melted away, replaced by the rush of possibility and promise. Leaning closer, he brushed the back of her hand as they both reached for a bag of candy, heart thumping with a new kind of hope. They had the rest of the night to settle in, share quiet laughter, and dream up ideas for that first official date. Yes, this was exactly where he wanted to be, and he finally understood that she felt the same way.
Chapter 17. Something about this Sunday afternoon felt more enchanting than any other. It might have been the butterflies twirling gracefully around bright blossoms, or perhaps the bird song coming from the tall pines and oaks that bordered the trail. The dirt path beneath India's feet felt as soft as a plush carpet. By now, the busy streets of Sweet Gum seemed miles away, and India realized she'd rarely strayed this deep into nature before. "And you said your friend used to walk here all the time?" Rashad asked, his voice carrying over the tranquil sounds of the forest. Despite them hiking for nearly half an hour, he looked remarkably unruffled. The steady conversation between them had made time flow like a pleasant stream. India felt surprisingly energetic herself. Earlier, a helpful park ranger had offered tips on how to manage the trail, and they had purposely chosen a route that was long, but not too steep. During their month of officially dating, she and Rashad had discovered a mutual appreciation for nice, long walks. Whether downtown, through neighborhood streets, or on a hidden nature path, those extended strolls let them connect and chat while squeezing in some light exercise. At the end of these outings, they often rewarded themselves with a meal somewhere cozy. India cherished every bit of it, whether they were walking or working side by side in his shop, or simply reorganizing old DVDs at her apartment. She loved every moment they spent together. The The transition from friends to lovers had gone far more smoothly than she'd ever imagined. True, they'd tried a few traditionally romantic dates at first, candlelit dinners, and even a horse-drawn carriage ride, but it still felt like the two of them just hanging out as they always had. The only major changes were the way they now held hands, the soft kisses they shared, and how her heart fluttered whenever he flashed that playful grin. Nothing felt forced or uncomfortable. It was simply India and Rashad, only closer than before. In the weeks since, their time together had expanded. She joined his family for the big town cookout, where she feasted on barbecue chicken, potato salad, and laughed herself silly when Rashad's brother handily won the pie-eating contest. She even cheered for Rashad's niece at the talent show, proud to be supporting this new, extended circle in her life. But a personal highlight came from staying up all night in Rashad's shop, experimenting with random combinations until they invented the ultimate ice cream flavor, a chocolate almond blend dyed with organic colorings and topped off with star-shaped sprinkles. It had been an instant success. Rashad thanked her repeatedly, but India knew it was a mutual effort. Since that night, they'd hardly gone a day without seeing each other. They balanced each other out. India brought structure to Rashad's sometimes haphazard belongings, and he continued nudging her out of her comfort zone, coaxing her to try new adventures, like today's hiking date. A month ago, India would have balked at traversing these forested trails in the summer heat. But after everything they'd done together, she craved the thrill of the unknown. Their goal was to reach the spot a friendly park ranger had mentioned, a scenic area complete with a picnic bench, a perfect rest stop to share snacks after the long walk. Yes, India said, pausing to sip from her water bottle. Kim told me she used to hike here every weekend. Actually, she met her fiancé on these same trails, in a pretty dramatic but sweet scenario. They're traveling at the moment and plan on getting married while they're away. I'm so happy for them. Although, she hitched her backpack higher on her shoulders. I kinda wish they were tying the knot here in Sweet Gum, you know? Still, a destination wedding sounds exciting. What do you think? Rashad tipped his own bottle back, then nodded thoughtfully. I get why people love getting married somewhere fresh and different, especially if they're into nature. I can imagine Kim and Malik making the most of a gorgeous outdoor setting. India smiled, letting her eyes roam upward. She loved how tall trees could seem to hide the sky, yet beams of sunlight still found a way through. Tiny birds soared overhead, feathered angels moving in tandem with the breeze. If it weren't so hot, she teased, I'd beg you to take me here next weekend too. As if to emphasize her point, sweat trickled down her back, soaking into her tank top. She tossed Rashad a fond glance, noticing how sweat glistened on his forehead. He dabbed at his temples with a small towel. We could do it. Maybe come back on horseback. The ranger mentioned they rent horses for certain trails. A playful wink accompanied his words. India let out an amused snort. Riding a horse on a casual date, huh? That sounds extra, but then again, Kim did meet Malik when he was on horseback. Rashad paused, brow furrowing. Yeah, you told me that. Actually, you just mentioned it again as we were passing the last sign. India blinked and realized he was right. I keep bringing Kim up today, don't I? She slowed to a halt, a pang of embarrassment nudging her. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble about her constantly. I just miss her. She's my best friend. He responded by placing both hands gently on her shoulders. Hey, it's okay. You're not rambling if it matters to you. With that reassurance, he slid his palms down to cradle her hands. Feeling his warmth bleed into her, India laid her cheek against his left hand for a moment and closed her eyes. You always say that, but I feel like it gets repetitive. I don't want to bring down the mood every time I remember she's not around. Rashad kissed her fingertips before letting go of one hand to guide her forward again. If talking about Kim makes you feel better, go for it. Even if it's bittersweet, I want you to share whatever you need to. No bottling up your feelings. The genuine kindness in his voice reminded her why she'd fallen for him in the first place. She tried to let that reassurance sink in, then turned her attention to the rustle of leaves overhead as a swirl of wind cooled her sweaty neck. You're right, but for now, let's talk about something else, like how you're finally meeting my family tomorrow. His expression shifted, with a hint of excitement and nerves, as if he'd been waiting to bring it up. "So, just your mom and your sister, correct?" he asked, trying to sound calm, though India could pick up on the tiny flicker of anxiety beneath. She gave his fingers a gentle squeeze. "Well, Nevaeh will probably bring her fiancé along. You remember Sean, right? He runs a dance studio. I think you mentioned you've heard of it." Rashad whistled, looking around as a pair of unseen birds chirped in response, and India grinned at the adorable exchange. "Yeah, I don't know him personally, but my sister considered enrolling my niece in one of his classes. She's a little too young, though." India chuckled, thinking of how sweet that might be someday. "He's a great teacher. My sister had 2 left feet, but she needed lessons for her best friend's wedding. Sean took his time, guided her gently, and now she can move well enough to impress everyone." She gestured toward the wooden trail sign ahead, shaped like an arrow and pointing to a small clearing. Off to the left was a table and bench, just like the ranger had promised. Beyond that, the path inclined sharply, likely leading deeper into forested terrain. "See that? Looks like we're almost at the picnic spot." Rashad patted his towel against his face once more. He looked back at her with a bright grin. "Finally, I'm ready to feast." Laughing, India nodded. "Me too." Slipping her fingers through his, she guided him toward the little clearing. The soft shuffle of their footsteps mingled with the trilling birds overhead, and warmth glowed in India's chest. She still couldn't believe how much had changed in such a short time. She'd once shied away from new challenges, from letting people into her bubble. But Rashad had gently tugged her out into the world, and for the first time, she felt secure embracing every new experience. As they approached the table, she pressed closer to Rashad, enjoying the comforting press of his arm against hers. This wasn't just another Sunday afternoon. It was the kind of day that whispered about possibilities, of shared hopes and unspoken dreams. With Rashad at her side, every new step felt like a promise she was eager to keep.
Chapter 18. "It's just dinner," Rashad murmured for the 100th time that evening, gripping the steering wheel of his parked truck outside India's apartment building. He had visited her place countless times, but never for something quite like this. "It's just dinner with the most important people in her life," he repeated, staring at his own reflection in the rearview mirror as a wave of anxiety hit. The pressure felt heavier than usual. He'd done his best to seem casual whenever India mentioned him meeting her family, but the thought of it had twisted his nerves into knots. She'd fit in perfectly with his family. He dreaded the idea of letting her down by failing to impress hers. "That'd make future Thanksgivings really awkward," he muttered, tugging at his collar in the mirror. A big part of his identity had always been about getting along with others. Ever since childhood, Rashad was the friendly kid on the playground who befriended everyone within minutes. Meeting new people usually energized him. This, though, was different. India's family mattered. If he flopped tonight, it could cause cracks in what they'd built together. He patted his cheeks, trying to banish negative thoughts. Reminding himself he was a people person should have encouraged him, but now it only reminded him of how much was at stake. "Relax," he told himself firmly. Being courteous and open-hearted had won over plenty of others. India's mom, sister, and future brother-in-law would surely like him, too. Taking a deep breath, Rashad opened the truck door and stepped into the warm night air. The sidewalk out front was empty, so he didn't have to worry about strangers noticing his pre-dinner pep talk. He strolled to the back of the truck, popped open the door, and pulled out the steaming glass tray of homemade mac and cheese. He'd shut the door with his foot, set the dish on top of the vehicle for a moment, then locked up. He kept telling himself everything would be fine as he entered India's apartment building. The elevator ride up felt oddly long. When it dinged, he stepped into a quiet corridor, lined with identical doors and thick carpet underfoot. While he walked toward her apartment, number 50 at the end of the hallway, he glanced at the foil-covered dish in his hands, forcing himself to focus on how good it smelled instead of letting the silence rattle him. According to India, her mother was a gentle spirit, shy and kind. Probably a more mature version of India, he thought, and the comparison helped settle his nerves. Her sister, Nevaeh, sounded a bit more volatile. Where India was soft-spoken, Nevaeh could be blunt or bold. Normally that wouldn't faze him at all. He'd met every personality type under the sun. But in the close quarters of a family dinner, he worried about potential friction. Finally, Rashad stood before door 50. Determined to make a good impression, he squared his shoulders and knocked. "India, it's me." He glanced briefly down at the outfit his sister had helped him pick out, a crisp polo shirt, new jeans, and a fresh trim. If there was any way to tip the odds in his favor, he'd do it. The doorknob turned, and seconds later India appeared, bright-eyed and beautiful. "Rashad!" She leaned in like she wanted to hug him, then spotted the dish in his arms and stopped short. "You really made the mac and cheese? You didn't have to. I know how busy you've been." Any lingering fear melted away in the glow of her smile. "I wanted to," he said simply, stepping inside once she moved aside. He could hear lively voices drifting from deeper within the apartment, presumably from the kitchen. A mouth-watering scent of spices and roast wafted his way. "It smells amazing in here," he added. "Wait, you said someone else made mac and cheese already?" "Well, Nevaeh might have brought some too," India admitted, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor as she guided him toward the kitchen. She herself smelled like summer blossoms, and her pink blouse and fitted jeans showcased an elegant style. "But hey, more is always better." She reached out and eased the tray from his arms. Stepping in, Rashad saw a slender woman with twists skimming her shoulders. She wore a sleeveless denim dress and red-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. She brightened immediately. "Rashad, so great to finally meet you. India's told us such good things." She pulled him into a light embrace. "I had no clue you could cook. That mac and cheese smells divine." Rashad recognized her from photos as India's mom. He grinned. "Thank you, Miss Carr. I made it with a lot of love, though I hope it's not outshined by everything else you all have prepared." He noticed the table had been set, each place already marked with plates and silverware. "No such thing," Ms. Carr insisted just as two others approached. Rashad turned to greet them. "I'm Nevaeh, India's sister," said a younger woman wearing a stylish top and jeans like India. Her hair was pulled into a neat bun. "I've seen you around town, but I guess we've never properly met." She extended her hand, though the smile on her face trembled a little at the corners. Rashad ignored the trace of unease and shook firmly. "You too. Honored to meet the sister of my amazing girlfriend." India slipped an arm around him, and in that closeness he noticed how much the sisters shared the same eye shape as their mom. "It's an honor," Nevaeh agreed, her voice still holding some edge. "I trust you're a good guy so far, but first impressions can be tricky." She laughed awkwardly, holding his hand a moment too long. A flicker of confusion passed over India's features, but it vanished when a tall man in a button-up shirt stepped forward. "Sean, pleasure. Pretty sure we bumped into each other at a Sweet Gum Business Owners Association meeting." "Right, yes," Rashad said, releasing Nevaeh's hand in favor of Sean's handshake. "Good to see you again. My sister was looking into your dance classes for my niece, but we decided to wait until she's a bit older, probably 6. Sean nodded. "I usually recommend that age for some of the trickier dance moves, but I'll be thrilled to have her when the time comes." "Can't wait," Rashad agreed. "It'll be adorable, and I think dancing is good for confidence at that age." India clapped softly, steering them all toward the table. "All right, everyone, let's take our seats so we can eat. Rashad, you can sit next to me." He gladly settled where she indicated. Ms. Carr took the head of the table, while Sean and Nevaeh set themselves down across from him and India. Rashad smiled at Ms. Carr, then nodded at the food. "Wow, this is a feast," he teased, pointing at an assortment of covered dishes. "Everything looks fantastic. Who made what?" India gave him a playful nudge. "I made the rice, beans, and meat. Nevaeh and Sean tackled the shepherd's pie, the fish, and their own version of mac and cheese." Rashad inhaled the mingled scents. "All of it looks professional, no lie. India never told me it was a family trait to be gourmet chefs." She snickered at that. "Please, let's not go that far." Once everyone's plate was loaded, they naturally fell into conversation about how Rashad and India had first gotten together. India explained, "We connected as friends at first, just talking and hanging out until, well, feelings happened." She shrugged, her cheeks turning rosy. Lucky for me, Rashad got bold enough to say something. Ms. Carr waved her fork. I can only imagine the nerves. You never know how your friend will react. Exactly, Rashad agreed, polishing off a corner of mac and cheese. It was pretty tasty, though he secretly believed his own version was a little creamier. He grinned around the table. But letting it stew in your head can be worse than risking a rejection. As he spoke, he felt a steady gaze burning into him from across the table. He glanced up to find Nevaeh studying him with barely masked suspicion. Her fiancé looked friendly and relaxed, but she seemed nervous, wary. Rashad wasn't sure, possibly both. Still, he carried on, hoping to ease her concerns by pivoting the spotlight to them. Anyway, that's our story, he concluded. How did you and Sean meet, if you don't mind me asking? I remember when we were both single guys at that association meeting, then, bam, now you two are engaged. Sean, in the process of wiping his mouth, perked up. It's kind of surreal, but yeah, sometimes it only takes a single turn of events. He raised his glass toward Nevaeh, a quietly adoring look in his eyes. Finally, her guarded demeanor eased, and she broke into a proud grin, swirling her fork through her rice. You could say our meeting was fate, too, and now we're neck-deep in wedding plans. By the way, India, guess what? I decided to have a double wedding with Courtney. India froze mid-bite. Really? Since when? Yes, we figured it would be fun since we got engaged around the same time. Why not do it together? She practically bounced with excitement. Not sure if it's ever happened before in Sweet Gum, but hey, a double wedding is unique. Rashad, relieved to see her so thrilled, joined in with a curious question. Very cool. Got a theme in mind yet? Miss Carr murmured something about everlasting sunsets, which made Nevaeh shake her head. We're still exploring. Something involving the sun, a spark of inspiration hit Rashad. How about infinite sunrise? You could do it at a beach right before dawn. Dark blending into light might look spectacular. He turned to India. What do you think? She tilted her head, smiling. Sounds romantic in theory, but oh man, waking up at 3 a.m. for a 4 a.m. ceremony, people would riot. Rashad laughed sheepishly. True, that's a big ask. Sean pointed his fork. We're still juggling ideas. We had an earlier date, but merging with Courtney's wedding means pushing things back. Honestly, I trust Nevaeh's instincts. She's been developing her own event planning business, so she's the pro in this. Ms. Carr beamed, clearly proud. Yes, and her business is already seeing demand. That's fantastic, Rashad said, slicing into his shepherd's pie. I admire good planners. Though she'd barely touched her food, Nevaeh gave a small shrug. I've got a few clients, so I guess it's going well. If you ever know anyone who needs a hand with an event, give me a ring. She formed her hand into a mock phone. He felt a wave of relief that she seemed more at ease now. I definitely will. But then she pivoted, head tilted in inquisitiveness. So, outside of running your shop, who do you usually hang with around town? I see you working a lot. Who's in your crew? The abrupt question caught him off guard, but he forced a smooth reply. Well, me and my employees do group hangouts sometimes, maybe a Friday out on the town. You probably wouldn't recognize most of them. Let's see. He paused, crossing his arms as he eyed the ceiling. There's Joel. Joel? Nevaeh frowned. Didn't he have some big accident not too long ago? Word is, he's a reckless driver. Rashad noticed India abruptly stiffening. Nev, that was years ago, she protested, cutting worried looks his way. He put down his juice. Joel had a minor accident with an ice cream van, but it wasn't really his fault. Surprised you heard about it. It happened about 5 years back. He provided more detail, hoping to smooth it over. India's mom snapped her fingers in recognition. Oh, that accident with the motorcycle, right? No serious injuries, I hope? Nah, just a dent or two on the truck. Rashad tried to keep the mood light, but Nevaeh's line of questioning kept a prickle of tension in the air. Anyone else in your circle with any issues we should know about, she asked, eyes flitting from him to India. India swallowed a sigh. Nev, come on, that's enough. What? Nevaeh lifted her hands innocently. I'm just making conversation. But her body language, rubbing her lower belly, frowning hard, told Rashad something else was at play. She didn't strike him as malicious, more skittish. He offered an easy grin. It's okay, he told India. I don't mind. Sometimes I get a little intense myself. She rolled her eyes. You're usually the picture of patience. I wouldn't call that intense. Rashad tapped his chest. Comes from my mom teaching me to consider others' feelings. I used to pressure kids into playing with me at recess. Sean chuckled. That's actually kind of cute. Miss Carr, I bet you had your hands full with someone as spirited as Nevaeh. He nodded teasingly toward her. While Miss Carr laughed, Rashad noticed that, though smiling, Nevaeh continued to stare. Beneath that gaze, he sensed a simmer of worry, like she was itching to confirm something more. She seemed ready to speak again, and sure enough. Pardon me for interrupting, but Rashad? Yes? He tried to act casual even as he felt India tense next to him. I heard that your niece is often crying whenever you're seen with her. Why do you think that is? She clasped her hands, clearly noticing the collective dismay from her family. Nevaeh, India, Sean, and her mother all scolded in unison. It's just a question, she insisted, shoulders lifting in a defensive shrug. Rashad managed a calm chuckle. Well, kids have tantrums, you know. My niece is usually an angel, but every so often she gets set off by something small, like not having the flavor of ice cream she wants, or having to share toys. That's all it is. She leaned closer. But is there anything you do that triggers it? Before Rashad could respond, India stood, her hand on his shoulder. I'm just going to have a quick chat with my sister in the living room. We'll be right back. The instant the two women left, Sean raked his fingers through his hair. I'm sorry, man. She's been off these days. She's not suspicious of you. It's more like she can't help it. Their mother nodded, looking remorseful. She's going through something. We appreciate your patience with her. Rashad waved off their apologies, genuinely unbothered. Really, it's fine. I have a guess about what's behind it. My sister went through something pretty similar. He glanced toward the living room, noticing how India's hands flew in emphatic gestures, while Nevaeh seemed exasperated. Worried they might spiral into a heated argument, he stood. Let me see if I can help. When Rashad arrived, he caught the tail end of a tense silence. India looked ready to box someone's ears, while Nevaeh looked caught between stubbornness and guilt. Everything okay? Rashad asked, crossing his arms gently. India forced a tight smile. Yes, Nevaeh was about to apologize, weren't you? The other woman huffed. All right, fine. She shifted her gaze aside. I'm sorry, Rashad, for grilling you. I swear I wasn't accusing you of being shady. It's me, not you. I didn't mean to upset you on your first big dinner with us. Rashad heard the sincerity in her voice. No worries, I promise, I'm not upset. But how far along are you? Both sisters blinked at him, equally stunned. What? They asked in unison. Your pregnancy, he clarified, voice gentle. First trimester, right? Nevaeh's brows shot up. Did India tell you? She swiveled toward her sister, eyes widening. India shook her head emphatically. No, I wouldn't do that. We agreed to keep it among ourselves. She turned to Rashad. Did you pick up on something? He nodded. Yeah, I recognized the pattern. My sister was exactly the same way when she was pregnant, turning into a mini detective, analyzing everyone around her. It's like maternal instincts get boosted to the max. He smiled, letting out a warm laugh at the memory of Preya running background checks on new employees. It's sweet, honestly. Overprotective, but sweet. Nevaeh still looked jarred, but also relieved. You're positive you didn't overhear rumors from somewhere else? Positive, he said gently, tapping his chest. Just saw my sister's behavior in you, that's all. Nobody else knows, and I won't breathe a word. India laid a calming hand on Nevaeh's arm. See? No reason to panic. We're all rooting for you, so just try not to stress. Visibly deflating, Nevaeh exhaled. I'm sorry for going into interrogation mode then. Thank you for understanding. She placed a protective palm over her stomach. But please, keep it quiet. We want to get through this early stage safely. Rashad nodded sympathetically. Of course, it's a huge blessing, but it can be scary too. When my sister was expecting, I was all nerves and excitement rolled into one. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. India wrapped her arms around her sister in a quick side hug. We're all excited, Nev, and we'll keep the stress to a minimum, okay? Nevaeh chuckled, swiping at a tear of gratitude. Yeah, I'm jumping for joy inside, but also freaking out a little. I guess that shows. The three of them shared a soft laugh. Already the tension felt miles away. So, first trimester, huh? Rashad said. That means you'll start showing soon, which will be so exciting. She nodded, looking more at peace than she had all evening. I guess I can look forward to that. Let's go back and finish dinner, India suggested, slipping her hand into Rashad's. I even got dessert. He lifted a curious brow. Really? Do I get a hint? Her eyes danced mischievously. Nope, but you can probably guess. He had a sneaking suspicion it was ice cream. Knowing India, it almost had to be. Smiling to himself, Rashad led the way back to the table, content in the knowledge that, for tonight at least, everything seemed to be working out just fine.
Chapter 19. Saturday dawned with a quiet hush that did little to soothe India's restless mind. She was still replaying the events of the previous night, wishing her sister's probing questions could have been avoided. Sure, Rashad had handled the awkward dinner with remarkable grace, but India couldn't help thinking how nerve-wracking it must have been for him to endure that kind of mini-interrogation the very first time meeting her family. It made her heart ache a little, even though he'd reassured her repeatedly that he understood. But it could have been worse, India murmured as she prepared breakfast. She set her steaming kettle back on the stove, extracted 2 slices of toast from the toaster, and plucked some scrambled eggs from a small skillet. Once she buttered her bread, she settled at the kitchen table, cell phone in hand, scanning through early morning headlines as the sunlight barely began to peek past the curtains. Her quiet routine shattered with 3 firm knocks at her door. Startled, she nearly dropped her phone. A glance at the screen told her it was only 6 in the morning. Who would be knocking this early? Maybe her elderly neighbor next door had run out of sugar again. With a slight frown, India rose and padded to the front door. "Who is it?" she asked, fingers tightening on the knob. "A special delivery for an even more special girl," answered a voice India knew instantly. Even through the wood, it rang with confidence and familiarity. Her heart soared. "Kim!" Throwing the door open, she practically launched herself at her best friend, hugging her with a force she hadn't realized she possessed. Kim let out a good-natured laugh as she staggered back a couple of steps, returning the hug. India felt her friend's shoulders vibrating with amusement. The sensation called up a flood of memories. Late-night movie marathons, giggling until they were breathless. She could hardly believe Kim was finally here, in the flesh. Within minutes, they were huddled in the kitchen, mugs of tea in hand. Kim balanced her phone to show India snapshots from her recent travels. Sure, she had texted India plenty of them before, but now there were new pictures, fresh from her show's filming. "It's gorgeous," India said, wide-eyed at a photo of Kim and her husband Malik, taken in a South American park. Blossoms of every color framed the walkway where they posed. "Honestly, I can almost smell those flowers through your phone." Kim and Malik had been given a surprise week off by their show's producers, so they were back in Sweet Gum for a short break before heading off to film again. Kim swiped to another image of her and Malik, this one under a gazebo decorated with vines and fairy lights. India recognized the outfits immediately. Those were the clothes Kim had told her about, the ones she'd worn for her spontaneous wedding overseas. "Like I mentioned, the ceremony itself went so well," Kim said with a wistful smile, "even if our friends and family couldn't be there. If we'd known we'd get a break so soon, we probably would have done it here in Sweet Gum. But oh well." Feeling Kim's lingering regret, India set her teacup aside and patted her friend's arm. "Don't dwell on that. You two can always have a vow renewal, right? A big, beautiful celebration where we can all gather. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have waited either. I'm thrilled you're happily married at last." Kim's grin lit up her face. She extended her left hand, showing off a gleaming band. "It's weird to have a ring on my finger. Wonderful, but different in all the right ways." India laughed, fully sharing her joy. "I still can't believe you're here again. I've missed you so much it physically hurts some days." She reached out, half in disbelief, to give Kim's arm a gentle squeeze. "You look stunning while I'm standing here in my pajamas and a bonnet." India gave a self-deprecating chuckle, grazing a hand over the red satin covering her braids. Kim's own braids fell freely, styled into an intricate design with a heart braided at the side. "Girl, hush," Kim teased. "You've had this radiant glow going on for a while now. I see it even during our video calls. Something tells me it's courtesy of a certain ice cream maker." A delightful warmth bloomed in India's chest at the mere mention of Rashad. Guilty as charged, she admitted with a giddy laugh. I've been a sappy mess since we got together, but I'm happy it looks like I'm thriving instead of just hopelessly smitten. Kim's eyes sparkled with delight. So do I get to meet your Prince Charming while I'm in town? Tell me he's not too swamped to have dinner one of these nights. Tonight, actually, India said in a rush, excitement fluttering inside her. We're supposed to go out, and you and Malik have to join us. Let us treat you to a real sweet gum evening. I'd love for you to see just what kind of man has me stepping out of my comfort zone. That sounds perfect, Kim exclaimed, bright smile widening. Count us in. I want to see for myself the guy who's turned you into a brave explorer. She wiggled her eyebrows teasingly, and both women erupted into laughter. India felt a buoyant lightness. She couldn't wait for dinner tonight. Kim would officially meet Rashad, and seeing her best friend share in the happiness she'd found felt like a dream come true. Maybe Kim would sense just how much deeper India's feelings had grown. Sometimes, India wondered if she should just confess the truth. She wasn't just infatuated, she was in love. But she kept that locked in her heart for now, content to bask in the day's warm promise as the two friends settled in for a long overdue catch-up. Now that's a show I'd definitely watch, Rashad said later that evening, nodding in approval. Kim and Malik had just filled him in on the premise of their reality series, explaining the adventures they filmed and the kind of experiences they wanted to highlight. They'd all decided to dine at Mrs. Zhang's Chinese restaurant rather than the more formal place Rashad had originally booked. It was lively enough to keep things fun, but not so crowded that they'd have to watch their volume. The four of them now relaxed around a circular table, content from a hearty dinner, and free to talk as openly as they pleased. The restaurant's cozy lighting gave the space a friendly glow. Malik, seated beside Kim, offered a small smile at Rashad's interest. Thanks, man, he said in that quiet, composed tone of his. India had noticed from the start that Malik was an introvert, but something about Rashad's easygoing warmth seemed to put him at ease. So, where are you off to next? Rashad asked, placing his chopsticks on the edge of his plate. Everyone had cleaned their plates, waiting for dessert. Florida, Kim answered, brushing a stray braid behind her ear. Our crew wants to capture footage of Malik interacting with wildlife. They're especially excited about an alligator cameo. She gave her husband a playful look. India noticed their waitress, Amy, as her name tag read, approach with two other staff members, collecting their empty plates. Once they thanked the waitresses, India turned back to the conversation. Be careful, Malik, she said, teasing lightly. I'm sure you can handle an alligator if it came to that, but hopefully it won't. All four of them burst into laughter, even Malik, whose laugh was a low rumble. India's own giggles carried softly. You two must be having the time of your lives, she commented once her mirth subsided, folding her hands on the table. Kim nodded. We are. But I hear you and Rashad haven't been sitting still either. Isn't that right, Miss I? Suddenly try new things every weekend? I saw that picture of you in Peachwood at a Scrabble competition. My adventurous friend is blossoming. You two might steal our title of most daring couple. I'd say our daring side shows itself more when we experiment with ice cream flavors, Rashad chimed in with a glance at India. Have you told Kim about our almond cookie surprise or that color-changing sorbet fiasco? India grinned. Kim's well-informed, trust me, and so is Malik. Kim waggled her brows and placed a hand over Malik's. Actually, we were thinking of tagging along for one of your late-night ice cream lab sessions. Maybe come up with a flavor of our own if you'd let us. Rashad's eyes sparkled. Oh, I'd be all for that, he said. He launched into a lively explanation of their flavor-making process, how they combined ingredients, tested them in small batches, and sometimes found surprisingly good matches. During this, the desserts arrived. India happily broke off a piece of rich chocolate cake, dipping it into her vanilla ice cream. She chimed in occasionally, clarifying or adding details. Malik seemed unexpectedly engrossed, pressing for more details on how they handled taste testing and storage. When they finished dessert, the four of them left the restaurant for a leisurely walk down Main Street. The warm night breeze carried a sense of calm, and the near-empty sidewalks meant they could stroll side by side without interruption. At some point, Malik and Rashad walked a few steps ahead, lost in conversation about everything from park ranger duties to football. Rashad's brother played in the NFL, so he had stories to share, and Malik listened with surprising interest. Seeing her husband so engaged, Kim let out a satisfied exhale. "Wow, look at them. This is nice to see," she said under her breath. India smiled softly, slowing her pace. "Very. Malik doesn't open up easily to strangers, so I'm relieved." She followed the two men's progress as they neared the corner. "Rashad just has a way of making people feel comfortable." Kim nodded. "It's true, and that man of yours is an absolute sweetheart. I see why you're smitten." India giggled, hugging herself. "No one's ever been so thoughtful, so easy to be around. If I had to describe him..." She paused, cheeks warming at the romantic swirl in her mind. "It's like I'm sinking into a luxurious pool of chocolate, warm, smooth, and comforting. No matter how silly it sounds, that's how he makes me feel." "Creamy, huh?" Kim teased with a good-natured snort. A laugh escaped India's lips, and she pressed a hand to her cheek. "Yes, I know. It's a bit over the top, but it's my honest truth. My head's in the clouds half the time, just thinking about him. It's like every day is a holiday, a celebration." Her gaze drifted to where Rashad was walking. "He's that important to me. And that's how you know it's real," Kim said gently, leaning in. "You're glowing, you're calm, you're safe. And from what I can see, the feelings are mutual. I get the same vibe from him." India's heart fluttered. "It's definitely mutual," she murmured, though the deeper words trembled at the back of her throat. She loved him. She wanted to say it outright, but the actual phrase, "I love you," was huge. She wasn't sure he felt it so soon or that he wanted to hear it yet. But she suspected. She pressed her palms together. "Anyway, I'm just so grateful. Even after the drama at dinner with my sister, he was so patient." Kim slowed her steps, voice hushed with encouragement. "That means a lot. If you feel it, you should let him know. Tell him how you truly feel. Life's too short to keep big things hidden." A wave of nerves sparkled under India's skin. What if he doesn't feel the same? Or if he wanted more time? India swallowed the little knot in her throat. "Maybe soon," she whispered, letting her gaze sweep across the darkened street. Part of her hoped for the perfect moment to reveal her heart, like the way he'd chosen the ideal time to confess his feelings so long ago. Kim smiled, giving India's back a reassuring rub before quickening her pace. "I'm proud of you," she said quietly. "Look at how far you've come, out of your comfort zone, and into the arms of someone who clearly cherishes you." India exhaled, absorbing the warmth in her friend's tone. She drifted closer, retaking her place beside Rashad once he and Malik slowed down. Her pulse fluttered at the sight of his easy smile, and she realized with a twinge of anticipation that her chance to speak up might be closer than she thought. But not tonight, she decided. She'd wait, just as they had waited before, letting the moment feel right. In the meantime, she'd treasure every second in Rashad's orbit, grateful for the swirl of everyday magic that surrounded them both.
Chapter 20. Rashad still remembered how his brother Hakeem had taught him to fling a football clean across an entire field. As a teenager, he hadn't known what he'd use that skill for. He was no sports prodigy, but he'd appreciated the gesture. But Hakeem ended up playing for the NFL, so it was definitely a useful skill for him. Years later, he'd felt the same about Hakeem's dating advice. It was nice in theory, but seemingly unnecessary for his low-key life. Then India happened, and every bit of Hakeem's wisdom about how to treat a woman like a queen started ringing in his head as loud and clear as a stadium announcer. Too bad Hakeem didn't take his own advice, leaving the girl he loved behind so that he could chase his NFL dream alone. Rashad wanted to make India feel special, wanted to create moments so vivid she'd remember them for years. That resolve blazed even brighter after they'd shared such a fun evening with her best friend Kim and Kim's husband Malik. Tonight, though, he planned something for just the two of them, and so he'd done what he did best: cooking, sweets, and a side of spontaneity, topped off with a dash of Hakeem's time-tested tips. "You can't believe I made everything?" he teased, grinning at India as she scooped a last spoonful of strawberry cherry swirl into her mouth. They were sitting on a picnic blanket at the edge of Sweet Gum Lake, the glassy water shimmering under moonlight. He'd prepared dinner in advance, rich, home-cooked dishes that tasted even better out in the open air. India looked gorgeous with the star-flecked sky behind her, braids framing her face. Sometimes he wondered if she was even real. She gave him a playful bump with her shoulder, setting her cup of melting ice cream aside. "No, I meant the dinner. I already know you're an ice cream virtuoso," she teased, slipping closer so she could rest her head on his shoulder. "You're really good at cooking, too. Where have you been all my life?" Just like that, his heart soared. The delicate weight of her head against him felt like heaven. He angled his body so she'd be more comfortable. "I've been right here in Sweet Gum," he joked lightly. "You just took a while to notice." She let out a gentle sigh. "I know, I was blind." Tilting her chin, she gazed up at him with those soft brown eyes that made his mind go blank. "I'm so glad I finally opened my eyes." Her expression gave him butterflies, reminding him how deeply he'd fallen for her. It amazed him how swiftly she'd embraced his spontaneous side, especially considering she'd once been uncomfortable with spur-of-the-moment plans. Now all she had to hear was, "Let's do something," and she'd reply with a bright, "When?" She shifted her attention to the rippling surface of the lake. The reflection of 1,000 stars rippled there, forming an almost magical backdrop. "Hey," she whispered, as if not wanting to disturb the hush of night. "Wouldn't it be nice to have a family one day? Maybe a little cottage on your dad's farm, raising a boy and a girl who learn responsibility from taking care of animals?" Her dreamy tone tugged at his chest. Rashad felt a thrill at the mental image. Kids with her eyes, feeding goats, chasing chickens, maybe sneaking licks of ice cream from his shop. He'd never let himself dwell on it before, but hearing the idea from her lips made it feel so possible. "They'd be good kids," he murmured, pressing a light kiss to her nose. "Especially with you as their mom." She let out a soft, surprised laugh, eyes shining. "But I wouldn't mind being Aunt India for a while, too. With Nev, my sister, expecting, I'll have a niece or nephew soon enough, just like you." "Fun aunt and uncle," he said, tapping a finger to his own chest. "That might be us, spoiling the kids whenever we babysit." India nodded, giggling as she swirled one finger through the grass. "Right. Well, I still think you can't spoil them too much. It's important to set boundaries, but an indulgent day here and there with us? Totally allowed." Rashad chuckled, recalling how protective his sister Preya got whenever he gave Destiny too many treats. "Agreed. A little pampering never hurt." "Exactly," India said. "It's like how I feel about weddings. I'd rather pour the funds into a honeymoon. Less fuss, more relaxing in a tropical place with the person you love." She gave a wistful sigh. "I'd skip the big crowd if I could." Rashad's heart thudded at the notion. A vivid fantasy played in his mind's eye. Warm, white sand beaches, swaying palm trees, just him and India lazing under the sun, not a care in the world. He shut his eyes, letting the mental picture fill him until all he heard was the quiet lap of the lake's water and the soft buzz of cicadas. "I can't see myself on a gorgeous island with anyone else," she said, voice gentle. His eyes fluttered open, and he realized she'd been watching him. A jolt of affection warmed him from head to toe. Something about tonight, maybe the starlight, maybe the rare stillness, felt charged with possibility. As if anything they dared to dream about together could one day become real. India leaned back just enough to look at him, a slight quiver lining her voice. "I have something serious to tell you." Instantly he sensed her nerves. The tender closeness that had lulled him moments before sharpened into anticipation. "You can say anything to me," he promised quietly, hoping to calm whatever had her on edge. She threaded her fingers together, inhaled, then met his gaze. "I know we haven't dated very long," she began, "but I can't deny how you make me feel. There's something about you, Rashad." She let out a shaky laugh. "You're patient, caring, so unbelievably kind. You listen to me ramble about my sister and best friend without a single hint of annoyance. I don't know how I got lucky enough to have you as my boyfriend, but I'm thankful every day." She reached for his hand in his lap, pressing it between her palms. I kept going back and forth, wondering if what I felt was real or just infatuation. But it's real. It's so real. I love you, Rashad. Her eyes misted with emotion. I think I have for a while, and I just needed to be brave enough to say it. His heart pounded like a drum in his ears, and a surge of relief, excitement, and pure joy threatened to bowl him over. He squeezed her hand gently, then lifted it to kiss her knuckles. "India," he murmured, voice trembling. "I'm so glad you said that." He swallowed. "Because I love you too. I felt it ever since the day I confessed my feelings for you. Maybe even earlier." Her eyes went wide, shining with the prettiest blend of surprise and happiness he'd ever seen. Then she beamed. "Really?" "Yes," he said, unable to hold back a matching grin. "I never wanted to rush or pressure you, but believe me, I've been sure for a while. I promise I'll keep loving you." He didn't get to finish because India practically launched into him, flattening him onto the blanket in an exuberant hug. Her braids tickled his cheeks, and she peppered kisses across his face in a flurry that made him laugh. When he finally cupped her cheeks, she hovered above him, breathing softly against his lips. They kissed, slow and sweet, arms entwined. Rashad felt the world tilt as if everything beyond this starry lakeside vanished. Eventually, they broke apart in a burst of breathless laughter, foreheads touching. "I like being on the same page," he murmured, feeling the warmth of her breath against his skin. India nodded, eyes half-lidded with content. "Me too. Last time you poured out your heart because I was too scared. This time I had to say it first." A tiny, prideful smile curved her mouth. His chest swelled, seeing her glow with new confidence. "And I'm so proud of you for it. I'd never reject you, India. If I could, I'd stay in this moment forever." She swallowed, her gaze flicking away for a moment before returning to him. "I feel the same. Building a life, forging a future, I can picture it all so clearly now." "Same," he said, finishing her thought. They'd already painted so many images together: cottages, kids, secret ice cream flavors, beach honeymoons, and they felt anything but impossible. Her cheeks dimpled. "We probably should head home," she finally said with a reluctant sigh. "I wish we could just stay here under the stars all night, but real life calls tomorrow." She stood, offering him her hand. He took it, making a playful show of hauling himself up. The two of them laughed as he dusted off the blanket, folding it neatly while she gathered their empty containers. He slung an arm around her shoulders, guiding her away from the softly lapping waters, each step lit by the faint gleam of moonlight. Rashad glanced back just once at the shimmering lake where they'd said their first "I love you." The memory set a bright glow in his chest, one he doubted would ever dim. She was the one, he was certain. In all the times he'd dreamed of love or fantasized about a future, he'd never come close to imagining it could be like this. He tightened his arm around India, smiling as she leaned into him. There was no rush now, no timeline. Just them, side by side, heading into whatever waited ahead. And for Rashad, that was the sweetest, happiest future he could ever picture, where he got to love India day after day for the rest of his life.
Epilogue. India barely caught her sister before she tipped sideways, the car door half open and a surprised yelp escaping her lips. "Be careful," India scolded gently, steadying Nevaeh against the curb. The small commotion earned them a few curious glances under the harsh glow of the streetlights. It was well into the evening, but in Sweet Gum, folks still noticed everything. "You're lucky I got out first. Another second and you might have wound up on the pavement." Nevaeh exhaled shakily, an arm pressed over her belly. "Yeah, that was close," she admitted. "I've tried to stay off my feet as much as I can, avoid trips and stumbles, but my clumsiness always catches up with me." She shot an embarrassed glance at the bystanders before shaking it off, shutting the car door and locking it with a click. India readjusted the strap of her handbag. "Sure you're ready for this?" she asked gently. She still found it remarkable that her sister had asked her to come along for moral support. Nevaeh had made this huge decision to reveal her pregnancy to an even bigger circle of people, her book club friends and other townsfolk sure to overhear. It was a stark contrast to the hush-hush approach she'd taken at first. Nevaeh firmed her shoulders. "As ready as I'll ever be." She took a second to pat her cheeks, inhaling like someone about to step on stage. "You're my rock tonight, so don't you dare leave me stranded." India flashed a reassuring smile and patted the hand looped through her arm. Don't worry. If anything, your friends will freak out with excitement. I'm sure they'll guess how important this is once you spill the news. They entered Rochelle's diner, greeted by the buzz of chatter and clink of utensils. A small whiteboard out front boasted the day's new menu items. India recognized the hush that fell over a few tables when people glanced at them. Two sisters walking in with purposeful strides. Remind me why you didn't give your friends a heads up again? India murmured as they wove through occupied tables. Nevaeh's grin became mischievous. I wanted a genuine surprise. Besides, I didn't trust anyone not to spill the beans before I got here. This way, they'll get the full shock factor. At the far back booth, a group of women laughed in unison, the sound floating above the diner's constant hum. The book club, no doubt. Their table was cluttered with coffee cups and a single tray of half-eaten pastries. A few women were engrossed in conversation, while others waved their arms excitedly. Nevaeh took the lead. Hi, everyone! Nevaeh! The chorus that answered her brimmed with affection. India noticed they'd left a seat open next to Brandy, one of Nevaeh's close friends. The other side of the booth was occupied by a couple of older women, equally lively. What took you so long? Brandy called out, waving at India in welcome. Come sit. Nevaeh's eyes glowed. She looked like she'd never had any bout of nerves in her life. I will, she promised, her voice brimming with anticipation. But first, I've got a huge announcement. A hush fell over the table, curiosity peeking behind each pair of eyes. Joanne, an older friend of the group, began to say something, but got abruptly shushed by Nevaeh's raised hand. Then, stepping back with her arms spread wide, she declared, I'm pregnant. That was the trigger for a literal explosion of cheers and exclamations. India had expected applause, maybe some awes, but the shrieks of delight were so loud that heads turned in every corner of the diner. It was a scene of unbridled support and excitement. Women flying up from their seats, wrapping their arms around Nevaeh, voices rising in a cacophony of congratulations. Rochelle herself, the diner's owner, bustled over from the kitchen with a flour-dusted apron. She planted a loud kiss on Nevaeh's forehead, commanding her to pass that on to the baby, sending the table into fits of squeals again. For once, India didn't even mind the gawking customers across the diner, wondering what all the fuss was about. She just soaked it in, her sister, glowing and laughing, surrounded by a circle of unwavering support. It brought a warmth to India's chest, remembering how nervously they'd talked about this back when Nevaeh had just found out she was expecting. Courtney, another close friend from the club, planted a hand on Nevaeh's back, grinning from ear to ear. If I'd known you were announcing this tonight, I'd have brought decorations. Brandy nodded, throwing an arm around Nevaeh's shoulders. Exactly. We needed balloons or something. You sneaky little thing. Nevaeh laughed, looking radiant. I wanted real reactions, she said. India was sweet enough to come with me for moral support. She's known for a while, but I wanted the rest of you to celebrate with us too. From the edge of the group, India just smiled modestly. Any sister would have done the same, she said, stepping closer once they made room. Now that the word's out, we can finally plan a real baby shower. Nevaeh's been dying to get it started. Her sister pumped a fist in the air, eyes gleaming. The sooner the better. Rochelle? She asked with exaggerated expectancy. Rochelle, with her twists held back by a bandana, threw her hands up like she was caught in the spotlight. Why is everyone looking at me? She demanded, unable to disguise the twinkle in her eye. The collective laughter told the story well enough. Everyone in Sweetgum knew Rochelle had the town's biggest mouth. If anyone could spread the news of a baby shower, it was her. Okay, fine, Rochelle said. I'll make sure all of Sweetgum hears about it by morning. No one doubted she would do exactly that. Moments later, the chatter took a shift. Someone mentioned a different rumor, Aaliyah getting married soon, and the sudden wave of fresh gossip rippled around the table. References to another local Krista floated about, leading to lively comparisons of who might tie the knot first. India took it all in with mild amusement. She'd lived here her entire life, yet small-town gossip still managed to amuse her. Nevaeh turned, eyes round with surprise at the news about Aaliyah. Brandy murmured confirmations. Joanne tossed in some sharp remarks, and Mrs. Zhang, visiting from her own restaurant, added her own speculation. The conversation looped between hushed tones and excited chatter, swirling up a dramatic current of stories India only half followed. It's never dull here, India thought, lips curling in a contented smile. Sweet Gum might be small, but it was full of heart, full of people who care, people who come together to share in joy or sorrow, rumor or truth. She let her gaze roam to her sister, who was beaming ear to ear, already fielding a barrage of questions about baby names. India felt her own heart swell, recalling how uncertain Vaya had once been, worried about telling people, about whether they'd judge her. The look on her face right now, flush with acceptance, chased away any doubt. This was the Sweet Gum she knew and loved. Quirky, tight-knit, forever abuzz with plans and speculation. A place where you couldn't hide big news for long, but where that same news could spark instant celebrations and 1,000 helping hands. India closed her eyes for a fleeting moment, inhaling the comforting aromas of coffee and warm food. Then she opened them to the sight of her sister's glowing happiness. A wave of contentment washed over her. She, too, had found her own path, a life and a love that felt downright miraculous. And even if everything else changed, she knew she'd always have Sweet Gum. She gave Nevea a small wave, then melded into the circle of well-wishers, hugging her sister with a grin. Yes, she thought, I wouldn't trade this small-town life for anything. This concludes Forever With You, an African-American sweet romance written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com.